Morning, Assalamu alaikum. It's day 4 of the second test between Pakistan and South Africa. Welcome back to the Stani Army YouTube channel. It's another morning watch along. It's a lovely boundary from Rizwan. Great way to start. And I've got Holkistan with me. Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome, salam, Doc. Salam, everyone. What a great day. This is going to be a Pakistan victory 2-0 against South Africa. It's been a while.
I was going to say, welcome to the fourth and final day, inshallah, of the second test, or what could be the final day anyway. But Rizwan has absolutely smoked that to the boundary for 4, first ball, and already this scorecard that we've put up here is out of date. So we were 200 ahead, obviously, at the start of the day, and we're now 204 ahead. I think the question on everyone's mind is how many do we need to be comfortable? What's the minimum we need, do you think, Hulk?
Personally, I'd want to have. I'd be looking to get 250. I mean, at the end of the day, we've got 4 wickets left. Okay, Rizwan's batting with the bowlers now, Hassan Ali, Yasir Shah, etc. But I'd want to have as close to 250 as possible. The only thing in the back of my mind is that fateful day about 6-7 months ago, the first test against England, when we were in a similar-ish kind of position last year, and I think we had a 272-run lead then, if I'm not mistaken, or thereabouts.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I've just got that in the back of my mind, really.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only thing you would say is that we're probably not playing as good a team, but then equally they've got someone in Quinton de Kock who can take the game away from you pretty quickly as well. So we'll go on to that in a little bit more detail in just a second. I am just going to let Riz onto the stream because we've got a couple of guests as well this morning. So we'll give Riz just a second to get ready, and then we'll crack on and welcome our guest to the show. Score is 133 for 6. Pakistan lead by 204. What did you make of how Rizwan played it last night, Hulk?
He's playing good shots this morning, isn't he? And that's always good to see them playing with positive intent. I thought he played well. You know, he had. I thought he played really well. You know, he's coming in. He's at a kind of a precarious time, really. But you know, he's up to build up that score, and now it'll be really important to see what he does now batting with the bowlers, because it's not that easy, because you're having to farm the strike really as well, aren't you? You're having to protect the bowlers.
Yes, indeed.
From the batting, so you know how much you know, if he's on the 4th or 5th ball, is it going to be as easy to take that strike?
Yes,
to take that single. So it brings a completely different element to it. But you know, we still have our Centurion still to come, don't we?
We've still got Yasir Shah, the Test Centurion, to come. Of course, we have. Yeah. Salam to Raheel. Welcome and thanks for getting up at 4:45 to watch Pakistan and to and of course to watch along with us guys. So really appreciate that, Raheel. And feel free to comment at any point that you like. We'll try and interact with yourself. We'll try and interact with Adil as well, of course. Assalamu alaikum, good morning, Adil. Welcome to the show. It's possibly day 4. It is day 4, possibly the final day of the test match. It'd be good to know from you guys if we think that today is going to be the final day, or whether you see this game going into day 5. So on that note, we'll see if we can get Riz involved. Get another guest on the watch along this morning. Didn't catch the score there. Well, still 133, so just at Rizwan boundary so far. We'll give Riz a second. How do you think Hassan Ali should play it this morning? It'd be good to know in the comments as well, guys. How do we think Hassan should go about things? Is it a get as many as you can and get the heck out of there, or is it a kind of let's take it nice and slow and there's still 2 days left in this game, no rush kind of thing?
Yeah, but I mean, also on that, for the people that are viewing, that have joined the stream, what score would you be happy with as a lead? You know, we started off with a 200-run lead with Rizwan's here, a beautiful boundary so far. But you know, what would you be happy with? 230, 250, 270, 300? Anything's possible. You know, what score would you be happy with going into the 4th innings? And you've got to bear in mind that South Africa are going to have to bat on this 4th day wicket, which Doc, as you were saying before we went on air from the pitch report, the wicket's going to start to play tricks.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we've got Keshav Maharaj coming on now, and so you almost want to see the ball spit and turn and bounce because you think, well, that will make it a little bit more comfortable for us. So England have been, thanks to Deal for getting in touch and letting us know. England have been bowled out for 578, so that's a decent score, isn't it? They should be in a position where they don't lose that game anyway. Hassan's gone for a swipe over mid wicket.
Oh.
This will be a boundary. This will be a 208 run lead. So we're eking our way up. Coming here from Raheel. Let's have a look. Should be a very interesting day's cricket. Inshallah, we get the win and wrap up the series. Inshallah, of course, that's what we're looking for, isn't it? My prediction, just out of interest for what it's worth, and obviously, I'm sure my prediction will change as the day goes on. But my prediction, when I was asked yesterday by my other half, actually, was I think we'll win this early on day 5.
Ooh, I think it's going to go day 5.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got a feeling that South Africa might go into their shells a little bit when they're coming out. Hassan.
Oh,
okay, maybe.
He's coming out to get the runs. He's coming out to get a century.
Yeah, maybe it won't go to day 5 if Hassan's going to run down the track for every ball. And yeah, as Hulk was saying, absolutely. Almost given his prediction in a second, and we'll come to that. So everyone who's commented, be good to know, as we say, what you're happy with as a lead. Salam Adam, good morning. Adam, I think you've been with us pretty much every day so far on this watch along. So thanks again for joining us, and feel free to comment and post whatever you like, whenever you like, about the game and other stuff. As you well know, we'll have our Ask Us Anything at lunch, but we'll come on to that in a little bit. Almost says if Pakistan play steady, they'll get out anyway. Need 250 plus. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from, because I think we'll probably play it right. If Rizwan maybe plays the sensible role and sticks around because he's got the defence for it, and Hassan and the tailenders go for it a little bit, I'm okay with that approach. Yeah, we'll see as time goes on. And we'll say hi to Riz hopefully in just a sec. Salam Riz, how are you?
Wa alaikum salam, brothers. How are you doing? Alhamdulillah, yourself?
Yes, all good. Good man.
Good.
Salam Riz, good to see you, bro. Love the flags in the background. True Pakistan, yeah.
Yeah, I can. I don't know if you can just make it out. Just see it's like maybe I should. Maybe
Looks perfect.
Like, yeah, okay. Can I put it up slightly a bit more?
Yeah, it looks good, man.
That's good. Anyway, assalamu alaikum everyone. Everyone watching in UK and of course in Pakistan. Right, so what we on, guys? Because Sky Sports over here is not showing it currently. It's 5 o'clock.
Oh no, if you put it onto Sky Sports 4, it's on there.
Oh, is it? All right, okay.
404.
4.
Yeah. Almost a run out there, but Rizwan made it back.
Okay, that's it. Got it on there. Good.
Good man.
So, we're on 138 for 6. Okay, that's good.
Welcome, Sam. Thanks for joining. Again, Ulman, I think we've had you on over the past few days at some point, so really, really good to see you again. And thanks for popping into the comments and saying hi. So yeah, walaikum salam. Riz, we were talking about what kind of lead we're happy with. When will you feel comfortable, or do you already feel that we've got a good target on board?
To be honest, the way we I think what 60 odd for 4, and then I was thinking that at that point maybe 200 probably be a good target to set. But then Fahim and Rizwan put another partnership yesterday, and then Fahim mostly went later on just the penultimate over before close. I'm looking at a set of target at 250, but anything else above 250 will be great. So they're about 250 should be sufficient.
Yeah, that one, that delivery that Hassan just got there, that just kind of looked like it held up in the surface a little bit. It kind of caught the toe end of the bat and almost kind of played on. So yeah, they like they said in the pitch report, it is going to be playing tricks. It's not going to be the easiest to bat on today. So like we were saying, we don't really mind if the pitch starts playing tricks while we're batting, because it bodes well for when we then bowl. Raheel thinks anything over 250 will see us win. Yeah, I think so. I think South Africa would have to bat extraordinarily well to get more than 250 on this pitch. And if you look at their scores in the series so far, they've not actually got past 250 yet. So this would be, it'd be something special for them to get their highest score in a fourth innings run chase of the final day. Don't you think, Hulk?
Yeah, definitely. You've got the series resting on it, so you've got all that kind of mental pressure on you as well. So it's going to be a very tough ask for South Africa. But you never know.
Mm.
It might be like a game of chess. Whoever crumbles first. If South Africa can get a couple of decent partnerships in, because we've got to bear in mind that this is only Babar's second test as a captain as well. Having to do the bowling changes, the field placements. He's still learning himself. So we're set up for a very interesting fourth innings here, and I'm hoping that the game finishes today, because these times are just absolutely killing me.
Absolutely. And also, I guess it's one thing waking up. Let's have a look. Sorry, they're looking at South Africa's successful run chases. I remember that 4-1-4 against Australia in Perth. That was JP Duminy, I think, that hit the winning runs in that game. It was back in 08 when they won down in Australia.
What's nice to see is that both Rizwan and Hassan have been middling the ball practically since the start of play. They've been middling the ball, so there's not been any loose edges or anything flying around. But it's also good to see them both come out with positive intent. And these are questions I'd just like to ask everyone. I saw last night on social media that we were playing a little bit slowly in our second innings here yesterday, and people started to blame Misbah for that. And it just makes you think that every time we play slowly, Misbah gets blamed. Every time we play with positive intent, Misbah's name's not mentioned. So which one is it? Is Misbah as a coach only involved whenever he tells them to play slow? Whenever they play with positive intent, or like they're playing this morning, for example, Misbah's not involved at all. You can't have it two ways. And the thing that really annoys me when people start calling Misbah Tuk Tuk. People who call him Tuk Tuk, from back in his playing days, in my mind, haven't got a clue about cricket at all. Because the amount of time that Misbah used to come in at 30 for 3, and then what did people expect him to do? Play a 56 ball 100 every single innings like he did against Australia? He can't do that. He had to rebuild the innings, no matter who he had with him, Yunus Khan, etc. Anyway, so what do people think? About that? When they play slow, Misbah's telling them, but when they play with positive intent, Misbah's name's not mentioned at all.
I think what it is, obviously Misbah used to play like this, and in his playing days, and that's how he's sort of known now, because that's how he's known now, and that sort of follows on for his management. Obviously that follows on from his management. Everyone will be like, okay, he's been telling the boys, obviously play like that, obviously consolidate your wicket, but then again we have to think about the boys need to play with positive intent. If you're trying to block, not lose your wicket, at least try and get that singles. You nudge the ball around, rotate the strike.
Yep.
That's positive cricket. That is.
Yeah. But just on that then, Riz, it's.
I think the players have to take some responsibility as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But whenever they play really, really slowly, we can't always just blame Misbah then. But whenever they play with positive intent, not saying anything about Misbah at all. You're right, Riz, that obviously the players are taking some responsibility. But whenever they play really slowly, we can't blame the players, and we have to blame Misbah. But when they start playing with positive intent, forget Misbah. We're gonna applaud the players on their own. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we can't have it both ways. You can't say it's Misbah's fault when it goes badly, and then say that it's the players when it's going well. I reckon yesterday the reason, and I mentioned this when we were on the obviously on the watch along, was we watched Maharaj bowl here, 139 for 6, defended by Hassan. I think yesterday, I don't think it was a Misbah thing. The reason why we came out and were so defensive at the start. I think, like we mentioned, we just had two very, very, very nervous openers for different reasons. One who's obviously at the very start of his Test career and hasn't. Throwing the kitchen sink at the wide. To be fair, that was there to be hit. It was a very wide ball from Maharaj. It's gone straight to the fielder though.
That's going to be disappointed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So we had one opener at the start of his career who hasn't yet made a substantial score and is feeling pretty nervous, and the one who probably knows that he's may well coming towards the end of his career, and is likely to be dropped if he doesn't make a substantial score. And I think that probably then what you get is two very nervous openers who don't know where their next run's coming from, coupled with the fact that Nortje and Rabada bowled really, really well yesterday. So yeah, I agree. I think that was more a player thing rather than you can't blame Misbah for that approach yesterday morning. It wasn't the right or yesterday afternoon. Sorry. So
it'd be interesting. So it'd just be interesting to read what our viewers think on that as well. Then about the whole Misbah coaching kind of conundrum, really, because we know that after this series is done and dusted, there'll be question asked. Has Misbah done well? Has he not done well, etc.? Just like they were after the New Zealand series as well. So yeah, it'll be interesting to know what our viewers think on that as well.
Yeah, no, guys, definitely. Please do keep your views coming in. Keep the comments going as well. Raheel says would be nice to get towards 300, which would be ambitious, but we do have Yasser to come. He has what we've done there, Raheel, is you brilliantly made your point, which is a very, very good point, but you said it without using the words Test century. So extra mark for Raheel for not using the phrase Test century. Thanks for that. India have just upped it up to 10 for none now. According to Adil, thanks very much, Adil, keeping us up to date. And Ellie, good morning, Ellie. Thanks for joining us again. I know again you were on with us yesterday and for a couple of days before as well. So it's really good to see some of the as much as we like to see new names, obviously in the comments all the time. It's really, really good to see some of the names that we've become accustomed to in the past few days on the watch-alongs tuning in again. So all response.
Gone to the boundary.
Yeah, he's edged up between the slips. And that's the boundary, so that's 143 for 6. Lead has gone up to 214, so 214 for 6. Suddenly looks a little bit. I think as soon as we got that 200, as soon as the lead became 200, I think I mentioned it yesterday on maybe on our little WhatsApp group. Just psychologically, that one run going from 199 to 200, it just seems to make such a difference, doesn't it? Kind of psychologically, once you've got that 200 lead. And again, even when the lead is 249, it's fine. But suddenly, when it gets to 250, just psychologically, that 250 mark, I think also will feel psychologically so much nicer. Inshallah, if we get up to a 250 lead. Adam says, just get that one up there. Adam says, what happened to give the coach some time? So reactionary. We've lost Riz, so I'm sure we'll get Riz back on in a second. He seems to have disappeared. I'll answer that one just very quickly. I agree, and I think coming from a football kind of football background, as it were, or football mentality, absolutely, the kind of the hiring and firing culture. Riz, we got you back?
Sorry, yeah, I'm back now. Sorry.
Good man.
Technical fault.
No, it's all right. No, we've all been there. Riz, what do you think about giving the coach some time? Are we a bit too reactionary generally in Pakistan cricket?
Yes, of course. That goes without saying. Look, I mean, the New Zealand series wasn't great. A lot of batting deficiencies. See, the fielding wasn't great. I mean, we still got problems with batting, especially top order. Sean wasn't working in the New Zealand series. Replace him with, but obviously he hasn't worked. And now obviously Abid Ali, he hasn't made a good contribution as well in the series. So it's a bit of a concern, to be honest with you. But in regards to management, I mean, people are going to raise questions, but it looks like we're going to hopefully win this series, inshallah. And then obviously the next series is against England. I can't really see any decision of removing in the management being made anytime sooner. So my guess is they probably will stay on, and they'll probably look at the England series and probably take it by series, I guess.
Yeah. I think so. I mean, the England series is certainly scheduled, so at least we've got some dates for that one. There might be a couple of things kind of shoehorned in between, the possible trip to Zimbabwe and something else, a trip to South Africa, as well for some white ball cricket. But you're right. At the moment, the only thing kind of confirmed in the diary with actual dates is that England series. And I mean, I think series by series, there's a danger with series by series that then people start feeling really kind of insecure in their roles, isn't it? But I take your point in that certainly, after a 2-0 win against South Africa, you would hope that would at least buy the coaching staff a little bit more time, if nothing else. Ali says, easy win for Pakistan. they had a graphic up actually. Speaking of easy win, the highest run chase by a non-Asian team against us in the subcontinent is 208, and that was England back in 1961, I think, or something. Well, that looks out. Yeah,
That's out.
Hassan Ali's gone sweeping.
I don't think he's going to review. Or is he?
8.
He is.
He's reviewed it, yeah.
That looked out to me. I think there'll be enough of that hitting, unless it pitched outside leg, which I don't think it did, unless it's going to go down leg. That looks pretty out.
Hitting middle and leg.
Yeah. So if he's out, this would be when 143 for 7. Aleem Dad was pretty confident in giving that out quite quickly.
Hang on.
Got a decent stride in. He's gone for the sweep. He's missed it by a mile, to be fair. Well, quite a bit.
Maybe the only thing that's going to save him is Snicker.
The only thing is, usually when they've, usually not always, but if they've hit it, they're usually pretty quick in reviewing that. He did take a moment to review. Let's have a look. So Ultra Edge says no bat involved, unfortunately.
You see, the last moment the ball sort of turned, so could be a case of maybe clipping leg stump.
Could we have a Saeed Ejmal Mahali moment where it just magically somehow goes past leg?
Oh, clipping leg stump. Clipping leg stump.
So he's gone. So we are now 143 for 7. I don't mind that from Hassan. It was a ball on Midland leg. It was there to be swept. He didn't hit it. It's fine. He didn't quite nail the shot, but no issues there is with that shot.
Sorry.
No issues with the shot there. I mean, he went.
No issues at all with the shot. Obviously, positive intent. He has to play with more or less. I don't know, every now and then, but yeah, no issues with the shot. He knows he needs to get a score to around 250. So yeah, it is what it is.
Wicket in Rawalpindi, wicket in Chennai. India 19 for 1 in response to England's 578. Archer has got Rohit Sharma, and let's have a look. Adil, our trusted correspondent, Adil, is letting us know as well. He's got Archer's got Rohit Sharma. And I guess when you've got 500 and something on the board, getting rid of Sharma is probably quite helpful, because he is a player who can take the game away from you, although maybe not so much in Test cricket. So. Yeah, that's a big wicket for England. Again, just going through these comments in the wicket break. Almost, sorry, I know you. There's a few comments actually we haven't got to. Sorry, guys, we'll get to your comments here. Let's have a look. Lee says it'd be nice to beat South Africa 2-0. They always used to beat us. Yes, of course. I mean, there's only ever one Test series that we beat them in. That was 03. We beat them 1-0. I don't remember that series very well at all. But I don't think that was one on Sky Sports. So that was one that was a while back anyway, good 20 years or so. Almost says Noman is no slouch with the bat. They've sent out Yasser ahead of him, but we'll try and not use the phrase Test century. But Yasser is now there on the crease at 143 for 7. India have opted for the light roll in between the innings. There, obviously, as we say, they are one wicket down. Hulk, what do you make of this then? Adam says, how can there even be a discussion of Misbah being sacked? We're likely to win this 2-0. It's insane. We've always got something to complain about.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Adam. I mean, over the past, year and a bit since Misbah's been the captain, it hasn't always been plain sailing. But we've played some tough series during those times as well. And I think if you look at the schedule over the next 2 years, we're playing. At home, we're going to be playing, I think, Zimbabwe, Bangladesh, West Indies, etc. And we're going to be playing them away. And at home, we're going to be playing the centre countries. You've got Australia, England, New Zealand, etc. coming over here for a tour. So slightly easier 2 years, I think, coming up now than we've just had. Regarding Misbah, people are just reacting emotionally. As I say, if we do well, no one mentions Misbah's name at all. As soon as we start doing bad, everyone starts putting Misbah's name forward, or we need to get rid of him. What's he been doing? Like Riz made the point, the players have to take some responsibility on this as well.
Oh, Yasser, good wicket for 4.
Shots.
96 to get.
Well, funny you should say that, because there's a question that's come in specifically for you from Raheel. Question for how many balls will it take Yasser to post to 50? So he's got 4 already.
I think give him 5 overs, 30 balls.
There's a 30 ball 50.
Yeah.
218.
Inshallah,
of course. Again, just going through some of the comments that are coming in. Thanks for all the comments, guys. I don't know. I think most people are in the UK. And I think yesterday mentioned being in the Emirates, but it's pretty early for everyone who's for most people in the comments. And so thanks for taking the time to not only watch but also share your thoughts. Appreciate that. Thank you. And keep them coming. Adam also says the umpire's call is so dumb. If it's hitting the wicket, it's out. Yeah, I think we touched on this yesterday, didn't we, in the watch long about umpire's call and how you've got to give that margin for error for the technology. Unfortunately, where they're saying, look, it could be out, it couldn't be out. We've not got the technology to know for sure whether the ball was going to hit the stumps or not. So let's just go with whatever the umpire said, which feels unsatisfactory, because you can have 2 different results from the same ball. So we've got a new poster there. I talk about Alistair Cook. Thanks very much. I guess I'm just missing my my tiny little cubby hole that they've got on Channel 4 and Rishi Prasad to ask me the questions. And also about 10,000 test runs. India are 20 for 1. Let's go back. There was an interesting comment from Ali about Fahim. Just wanted to, I like the intent from Fahim yesterday. He must have been watching our watch along. Yeah, I thought, well, that Fahim and Rizwan partnership, well, from one Riz to another. Riz, what did you make of that partnership yesterday? It was a quick 50-odd that they put on, wasn't it?
Yes, they know they had to play sort of positively, and with Fahim, obviously he's been in good nick. He played that well, a bit unfortunate to get out just before the close. But yeah, he's really come of age, especially with, as he's worked with Muhammad Yusuf. See, that's improved his batting. And now Steve Rizwan is doing it now here. So he's playing on 37. So hopefully he gets his 50. And then obviously gets Pakistan to that 250 mark we're looking at. But yeah, I'm really been pleased with Fahim. So see if he grasps his bowling. Slightly increases his pace. He could be up there with sort of Ben Stokes as one of very early days. Yeah, but you just never know. You just never know.
Well, obviously he does get that kind of the slight mocking sometimes about being Fahim Klusner and Fahim Stokes. Look, he can only be Fahim Ashraf, can't he? And at the moment, he is one of the real positives. As Yasser,
that's a boundary,
guides one down to the boundary for 4. They put on Rabada to replace Norkia. I feel like they're probably going to be doing quite a few kind of quick bowling changes this morning in the search for kind of quick wickets. The lead is now 200, and I think we're close to 220 now from a lead point of view. So if not more. So again, it's inching. The game is, from a South Africa point of view, I guess you would think the game is possibly just about inching away from them. Certainly, I think if this was.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to say that every single one of these runs is going to be hurting South Africa. It's going to be hurting Quinton de Kock. He's going to have in the back of mind, we're into the tail now. What does he have to do to get the next 3 wickets out? The lead's gone up to 224 now. Every single one of these runs is going to be hurting South Africa so much, because for all the bounce and the turn they get on the wicket, they know they're going to have to come in and start and face the Pakistan bowlers on this as well. So,
can I just chip in there? So South Africa's first innings. So what we noticed is the intent they were playing. So I think they were going around early stage of 5 runs and over, which is obviously a good positive until they lost to that wicket and then lost another wicket. But they sort of showed that positive intent. They lost that wicket, but I reckon that is how they're going to come out in the second innings. That's how they're going to play.
Yeah, definitely. To come out with a play like a positive intent, then see where they get to. They're not going to get anywhere just by trying to play I suppose a standard traditional test innings, to accumulate the runs. They're going to have to start to force the pace at some points because of the wicket. I don't think they'll be able to stick around for that long. But I might be wrong. One just nips back there.
I mean, Yeah, touching on that point, I mean, guys to Abid and but they should have, they had this. We had a 71 runs lead. So second innings, we got healthy lead. They should have come out with, trying to play their shots, rotate the strike. It's always as if they were like stuck on a crease. They didn't know what they wanted to do. And I mean, like I say, when we mentioned before, I don't think it's the coach that can't take all that responsibility. It has to be the players as well. So, they obviously but I think is it one season as he played in the domestic season and then he was picked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he had one good season in domestic.
One good season and he was picked.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't agree with that. You need to have a number of good seasons in domestic season, and then sort of if you're playing good, if forces management feel that you can be an established player in a test, then yeah, go for it. But I mean, I reckon it was really early days for him. So I hope and you've got, like I always keep mentioning the England series because that's also on my mind. We've got the England series coming up. Management will probably be looking at Imam or Haq. He'll probably take the opening slot. What do you say? What do you say, guys, about this? Pakistan opening slot.
Yeah, I think we mentioned yesterday. Imam's in and around the conversation probably to get a spot back in the team. Obviously, we've mentioned about Azhar being promoted to open, and then maybe bring one of the middle order players in, whether it's Saud Shakil or Kamran Ghulam. So there's a few options that they could go with, and I think putting Azhar to open will probably be maybe a slightly more defensive option because you're kind of going back to someone and there's maybe not any long-term value in that, but it will just let one of the new guys bed into the middle order. Just going to go through some of the comments here very quickly. Again, thanks for all the comments that are coming in, guys. I don't think I'm going to be getting a knighthood anytime soon, but it's very nice for it to be considered. And the change of pace, guys, I think they're mainly kind of audio-based, although they're very good at what they do. Do occasionally listen to change of pace as well. Let's have a look. Yasser, I'm going to go back to that. Yasser will get 6 wickets. I was a bit disappointed with Yasser with his first innings bowling. I thought Noman bowled quite well, and he picked up 1 wicket. Obviously, I know the seamers ended up getting probably 7 between them, I think, and then there were a couple of run-outs as well. What did you make of Yasser in the first innings? And I mean, he tends to bowl very well in second innings. So I'm not writing him off or anything, but I didn't think he did that well in the first.
No, I think that as he came on for one of his spells, we were saying that we expect him to give a few runs, but to put a few doubts into the batsman's mind as well. And I think, fortunately, he gave more runs than putting more doubts into the batsman's mind. So I had higher hopes for Yasser than he actually did in that first innings. But as you say, in the second innings, Yasser's hopefully going to come into his own on a wicket that's turning a lot more now. And I think sometimes, obviously he normally bowls with pace at the other end, doesn't he? It's a kind of a different thing for him really to start to be bowling with spin at the other end, because it must bring a different dimension to the game now as well, because both the spinners will be talking the same language effectively, won't they? So it'll be interesting to see what they both do in the fourth innings. But yeah, the first innings that we had, I would have expected a little bit more from him, as well as obviously him having being the more experienced spinner as well.
Yeah. And it's good to know, based on that first innings, it is good to know that the way that as the innings progressed, Hassan was getting it to reverse prodigiously. It's good to know that.
Oh, stop.
Was it dropped?
Yes, drop catch.
I think Yasser's got an edge on that, and
definitely an edge.
Put that down. Yeah. So.
Well, obviously he's going to get a century now. Then.
Yeah. You don't drop Yasser sharp with it.
Yeah, no.
So 155 for 7 at the end of that over. The lead is 226. From what you've seen in the first half an hour, is anything South Africa could have done different? They started with Norkir and Maharaj. They've then brought in Rabada. They've bowled to fairly attacking fields, I think, to the tail ender, but they're maybe slightly more defensive to Rizwan. I think South Africa have done what they can. Obviously, dropping catches doesn't help, but what do you make to their approach this morning?
Yeah, I mean, they'll come out. trying to bundle us out as quick as they can. But they got the wicket of Hassan Ali.
Yeah.
So I think generally they've done what they can. That obviously those drop catches, they'll probably end up costing South Africa the series. They dropped quite a few. But yeah.
The Fahim one yesterday could be a really big drop, couldn't it?
Oh yeah, Fahim one, yeah.
Because that cost them, a fair few runs. Interesting question here. I know at the moment we're watching our lower order bat, so kind of this was one that we didn't actually talk about yesterday, but I'm more than happy to talk about it now. What a shot from Rizwan for 1 run, 156 for 7. Hulk, I mean, I think this question is, this is not it's a very open-ended question, isn't it? There will be some people that will be thinking, oh my God, Babar Azam overrated, things like that, and we're not going to go down that road at all. But just generally, I think we can be analytical and we can be critical when needed. What do you make of his performance, Hulk, in the series of batsmen? And sorry, just before you answer, Umar, it'd be good to know what you think. In fact, actually, I think Umar, you have. We'll come on to your comment actually. So sorry, just before you answer, Hulk, Umar says he needs to start making hundreds on a regular basis if he wants to break into that Fab Four. What do you think?
So I think we've got to bear in mind that he's coming back from an injury that took him completely out of the New Zealand tour, didn't it? I think it was he fractured his thumb.
Yes.
Just coming back from that, and obviously playing a home series now. And I think 3 times out of 4 he's got out to Maharaj from left arm spin. So he's definitely shown, he's definitely shown us that the real Babar is still there with some of his exquisite cover drives that he's been playing still there. I just think that we need to give him time. We know that there's a huge amount of potential there, and he's already been spoken of in the terms of the Steve Smiths, the Joe Roos, the Ken Williamsons, etc. But I think that the future is bright, and one of the most, as narcissistic as it sounds, I think one of the most positive things from this series is that Babar has not been scoring the hundreds, but the team has still been pushing for the win. The team has still been on top, and that's brilliant. That's brilliant to see. I think in the first test where we made, was it around 370, 80 at one point. Babar didn't score many of those runs, but we were still able to get close to 400. I think regarding his performance, I think Babar himself, based on the high pedestal that he holds himself on, he will be disappointed with his performance in this series, but that's purely because he is that he's a legend in the making. He's by no means is he there yet. He's by no means there yet. He's still got a long way to go. But I agree with you that Omar, that he needs to start making not just hundreds, but he needs to start making the 50s and the hundreds on a more regular basis. And I think over the next 2 years, we've got some of the West Indies, the Bangladesh, etc., coming to home on a way towards the Senate teams coming home. I think we're going to see the making of him really, as long as we can be careful with the throwdowns to him in practice.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think I really like that point that you make about it's nice to perform without Babar, because we can't just depend on him. And to be fair, we missed him probably more in New Zealand, or we missed his runs and his output in New Zealand because, let's be honest, they're just tougher conditions to bat in. And it would have been, and I'm not saying the series would have been significantly different, but it would have been interesting to have had Babar in New Zealand, just to see if that would have just made, given the other batsmen a bit more confidence. Yeah, Umar, I think I agree. I might be getting my Umars confused here. So the original question might have come from a different Umar to Umar Hussain, who's just mentioned about he's broken to the Fab Four, so we can't just write off a player. Yes, I think no, and I think no one's writing him off. I think even the original post or comment wasn't about writing him off, but just a question as to how he's played, and he needs to address this. If we're calling it a weakness or whatever we're going to call it against left arm spin, I guess he just needs to think about that. And teams will do their research in international cricket, won't they? Teams will see that Babar has gone out to left arm spin a couple or 3 times in this series, and that as soon as he comes on, or soon after he comes into bat, they might go with a bit of left arm spin and see what happens.
It's kind of it's kind of similar to KP, isn't it? To Kevin Peterson, he was known to be susceptible to left arm spin as well, and you remember that teams would always bring on a left-arm spinner early on in his innings, and I don't think he ever really found a way to break past it, did he?
I think he made that. There was a tour to Sri Lanka. So it was a big thing for KP, definitely. And I think Pragyan Ojha was one of the Indian players that was getting him out quite a lot, and there may have been a Sri Lankan as well. I can't remember. But I think he consulted Rahul Dravid. I think he mentions it. I haven't read KP's book, but I will sweep from Rizwan for one probably. 157 for 7. Lead is up to 228. So I think he mentioned speaking to Rahul Dravid in his book about getting some tips on how to kind of combat the weakness against left arm spin, and I think he managed it quite well towards the end of his career. But yeah, no, obviously, like we're saying, teams are probably gonna start targeting Babar on that one. Again, we'll just stick to the Go on after you. I was going to say, well, just sticking to we'll come back to maybe Norman in a moment there. But thanks for your comment. I'm going to shorten the name here to K2K. Says, I think making Babar Test captain was premature. He's already by far the best batsman in the team, which is pressure enough. So it'd be interesting to know, Kay, who you would have made Test captain if it wasn't Babar then. And so, because it's a reasonable point, and I think a lot of people are saying that making Babar captain has come that's dropped short of slip. That making Babar captain was a little bit too early, and they wouldn't have done it. Riz, what do you make of Babar in general, based on the previous comments that came in, and what do you make of this, prematurity of making him captain?
I mean, to be honest with you, so far he's only had one Test match, and then this Test match as captain. Generally, he's done well. Obviously, left arm spin, we know he has a problem with left arm spin. Knowing how good a batsman he is, he will work on that, and I'm sure he will rectify that and come back stronger. But Babar's captain now. Give him time, see how it goes. Generally, I think he's done pretty good in the series. Hopefully, he will learn. He will learn quickly, hopefully. And hopefully can kick on and see what was missing as captain is that what can I say, when obviously Azhar Ali was captain, people probably say he was like in defensive mode, but now with Babar Azam's captain, he has to think on his own, think for himself, go with that positivity really, and just sort of attack, whenever he can attack. It's just Test is about
that is something we mentioned as well, the attacking, that we probably could have attacked a little bit more in some of the bowling kind of against South Africa in this series. But I think, like you say, it's going to take him time, isn't it, to nurture his captaincy. Interesting that he's not captain of Karachi Kings in PSL as well. I think Imad is their captain, isn't he, for this season? So you do think kind of where you don't want someone just to be learning on the job. Hulk, there's a thing here about, again, another comment from Kay about maybe Rizwan as captain, or it's a good shot from Rizwan for 1, lead now 229, or just let Azhar continue for a year or two. What do you make of that?
I wouldn't. I wasn't that impressed with Rizwan's captaincy in the New Zealand tour. Love him as a wicketkeeper. For those of you who've seen me on these shows before, I've gone on and on about him. I'd engrave his name onto the team list, but as a captain, I think he's got a lot to learn there. And there is the part of captaincy is being bold enough to take, not even just to take the risks, but just to try different things. And in the New Zealand tour, there were times when the slip cordon was too far back, there were catches that fell short. He didn't move the slip cordon forward. So I wouldn't go back to Rizwan personally. And I think with regards to Azhar continuing for a year or two, I've just never been kind of inspired by Azhar's captaincy, if that kind of makes sense. And again, I'm going back to that first Test against England last summer, when I think England were 100 and I can't remember what that fateful figure was, 117 or 117 for 4.
175.
For 5, sorry, yeah. Doc's got it engraved on his brain there. That he didn't do much to put more pressure onto Butler and Wokes. I think it was, Butler and Wokes. He didn't do much to put the pressure on there. So I've never really been inspired by Azhar, and I think the time was right for a change. And my concern always was that Babar's, is going to start affecting his batting. But we'll see. Babar, to be fair, he hasn't I don't think he's made any like big glaring errors during this series so far. Okay, yeah, he could have attacked a little bit more, put more fielders around the bat. I think you mentioned that a few times, haven't you, Doc? But yeah, give the guy time.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
And just as a follow up, yeah, I mean, they're not going to take him off. They're not going to take it off him anyway. And yeah, what's kind of done is done now. He's going to be our captain, inshallah, for the next few years. And then let's see where we go from there. So again, we're just going to go through some of these comments with the score at 158 for 7. 158. India made that, didn't they? Champions Trophy final, 158 all out.
Oh, correct.
Yeah. Just these random numbers coming into my head. I think we already had this one from Umar about him making hundreds on a regular basis. Yeah. The other Umar, or maybe a different Umar, same Umar, too many Umars. I think Maman might pick up a few wickets because of his control. Yeah, I think we've got good wicket-taking options, haven't we, for the fourth innings in this game? I think you've got Shaheen will ask questions with the new ball. We've got two spinners on a pitch that's taking a bit of turn. We've got Hassan Ali with reverse swing. Riz, you feeling pretty confident about our bowling options?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I was very, very pleased with Hassan Ali getting a father. He looks to be coming on now, which is really, really pleasing because see after Champions Trophy triumph, he's just lost it a bit. So obviously he's a local lad from Gujranwala, from Gujranwala. So yeah, I'm pleased for him. So hopefully he can get the wickets as well in the second innings. We have that. I'm obviously hoping for Yasser Shah to get into wickets as well. But yeah, I'm pretty good. Yeah,
pretty confident. Yeah, no, same here. Hulk, you apparently didn't mention the Indian number 4 in your list. I'm sure that was just an oversight. I mean, as much as there's that rivalry and obviously we're getting these score updates from Adil as well, which we appreciate. India are 37 for 1. I think we have to say Kohli's one of the best, isn't he? Unfortunately for.
Yeah. So I mean, when you look at Kohli, when you look at the limited over game, Kohli is absolutely brilliant. Okay, I don't think there's any denying that. When it comes to the white ball game, to the red ball game, he is good. It's tough to break into my test fab 4, unfortunately. And Kohli's knocking on the door, and I'm sure he'll get in there at some point in his career.
He keeps working hard. He might be one of the better players in the world. Adam makes a point about these ads. So ads in general. We've been talking about a fair amount on the watch-alongs, whether it's the Tapal tea ads or the Inverex Energy noughts and crosses that comes up every once in a while, or of course the ads that are, let's say, targeted more towards men during some of the overs on Sky Sports. It's certainly been an eye-opener for me. I wasn't aware of what comes on Sky Sports at 5 a.m, but there we go. Yeah, I don't know. Did we notice that earlier? Maharaj was doing. He was flicking the ball up.
With kick ups.
That's the one.
Yeah. What we want to see is two of them together and they're passing at each other.
Yeah, exactly. Today is a football-free zone.
So it's teasing them there.
159 for 7, lead of 230, football-free zone, and that's entirely because of Dominic Calvert-Lewin, and we're not saying that name again for the rest of the watch-along, however long it lasts today. All right, let's keep going. Is Imi joining later? I think we've got Imi coming in later, haven't we?
Yeah, I think he's coming on for session 2. I'll just double check now.
Nothing like feeling appreciated when the viewers are asking for the real stars to come on. But yeah, no, Imi I think will be on later. As Yasser squirts one away into the leg side for 160 for 7, lead of 231.
Imi will be on from 7:40 for the second session.
There we go. So salvation, Imi will come to save the day in a couple of hours' time. And we've got a question for you, Riz. Which Pakistan shirt is that? That looks suspiciously like.
Can you stand up, maybe?
Go on. Yeah, I thought so. That's one of the numbers you can get.
Guess the signature on there. Can you see it? Your signature?
Yes.
Yeah, we can see the signature.
Yeah. Have a guess who it is.
PM.
Any guesses?
Imran Khan.
No.
Yeah.
No, I wish he was.
Was she?
Misbah Haq.
Oh, Misbah.
Misbah, yeah.
When he did his signature, did he start really slow and then just finish it off quickly at the end, or was he?
Obviously, I was holding it properly. I was holding the t-shirt before him to sign it, so he asked me to give it a bit of stretch. So I gave it a bit of stretch, and yeah. Good
man. Where did that happen? Where did you meet Mr.?
When Pakistan played England. No, was it? I can't remember, honestly. When was it? 2000.
Well, I'm sure Misbah remembers, even if you don't.
2018, I think. Somewhere maybe 2018.
Right, fair enough. Good stuff, though. That's good to see. Let's have a look. Ali just made, we're talking about Babar's captaincy. Babar will be a good captain. Give him time. We need a young captain. I think I agree with that bit. I don't think it will affect his batting. Kohli, Root, Smith, and Williamson have scored 100. Yeah, I think Root, of those four, and I don't have the numbers to hand. Of those four, I think Root is the one that, until very recently, obviously at the moment Root's on fire with 300s in 3 games. But I think until recently, the captaincy probably affected Root more than those four. I think, look, gone are the days where you would be captain of the under-19s and then or under-16s, then captain of the under-19s, and then captain of your domestic team, and then you slowly become captain of the main 11. I think that just doesn't happen anymore. So you're seeing captains that aren't captaining in domestic cricket, just captaining. They're kind of learning on the job. It's just one of the ways of modern cricket. So yeah, I think Babar will be. I think Babar will be okay. I have to be honest, right? I don't look at Babar and think that he looks like a natural captain or a natural leader or an inspirational kind of leader of men, but it's something that can develop with time, and let's hope, inshallah, that it does. England have made an early change. Stokes into the attack. I think the spinners are going to do the bulk of the work there, aren't they, for England probably in those conditions. So just manages to squeeze one out there and get it onto the offside. So this might be controversial, so ignore, but we probably won't. I think it's a fair comment. We're just probably slightly ignorant living in England to know the finer details of the South African quota system. But do we think the quota system is necessary or ruining their cricket? I mean, I've been to South Africa. I've been very fortunate enough to go to South Africa. We spent a couple of weeks in Cape Town a few years ago. And obviously you're struck there by a level of inequality and obviously an appreciation of the history of what that country's kind of gone through. So it might be ruining their cricket, or it might be adversely affecting their cricket to have this system where you need a certain number of black Africans, a certain number of kind of coloured players of colour, so players like Keshav Maharaj, Tabraiz Shamsi, in the team. It might be affected.
No. It's not. They're going to appeal for that.
Oh, they reviewed it. They reviewed it straight away.
Looked like an edge. What's Rizwan's reaction?
Yeah, so we'll come back. Maybe we'll come back to that point about the quota system in a second. So yeah, I mean, Rizwan's cut that, and the fielders have gone up straight away. Let's have a look with the naked eye. It looks like he may.
No. I don't know, you can't tell. If it wasn't edge, it was with the bottom of the bat, wasn't it?
It's an under edge, isn't it? Yeah,
yeah.
Maybe they got Snicker.
I mean, this will be 4 for Linda. I have to be honest, I didn't expect Linda with his damaged finger that Babar tried his best to smash it.
There you go.
Oh, no.
No, nothing.
I think.
Review lost.
I heard something. I mean, I did hear something, but yeah.
So I haven't got the audio here, obviously, because us guys are talking. So I'm sure that will be given out there, right? Or staying.
Yeah, there was no spike at all there. And just while we're doing a review here, which is obviously going in our favour, it looks like India have lost another wicket, and they're now 44 for 2.
Oh.
Archer has 2 for 24. Gill's gone for 29.
Oh, excellent! And that's
who just got out?
Shubman Gill. Shubman Gill's out.
Shubman Gill.
So we're just going to go through some comments.
Still there.
Sorry?
Kohli's still there.
Yes, the 9th best player in the world will be joining Pujara at the crease. So we'll go through some of the comments, and we'll try and maybe go through the comments a bit quickly because they're coming through thick and fast, which is really good to see, guys. As I say, it's only 20 to 6 in the morning for most of us, so we do appreciate all these comments coming in, and we're happy to kind of debate and have a bit of a conversation. Oh, sweet. None. Are we talking for lunch? Because I'm a happy Liverpool fan. Yeah, okay, Ali. Thanks very much. We'll come back to that. Maybe if you behave yourself, it might be 2 minutes on football at some point later. Captain Tuk Tuk.
Nah, man. How can you call him Captain Tuk Tuk? Yeah, if it wasn't for Misbah, yeah, have people got short-term memories where they've forgotten what happened in 2016, where for the first time in Pakistan history we were #1 of the test rankings, where we had the Mace. Misbah took over from 2010, that whole spot fixing fiasco. What would you do, Omar, if you kept coming in at 30 for 3 or 20 for 3?
I think that might have been tongue in cheek, and it might have been in response to the question of whose signature is on the shirt. So yeah, deep breaths, Hal, deep breaths.
Yeah, but even still, just coming out with that tuk tuk, yeah, it just riles me up sometimes.
I believe triggered is a phrase that kids use these days.
Yeah.
All right. Did Mr. make you do press up? Oh, that was a good day, wasn't it? For the whole press up. The summer of 2016 will be the.
Amazing. You guys were there. I think you were. You guys were there.
I was there. I was there day 4 at Lords that Sunday that we won that test match. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I didn't fit the persona of the kind of fan that they wanted in the ground that day.
As soon as I got to the stadium, this chill was like, easy England win. England going to World Pakistan over. I was like, yeah, we will see.
Yeah.
Rest is obviously history.
Yeah, no, but we, as always, of course, we although we got a few wickets at the top of the order that day, didn't we? And we got England kind of 5 down, and then I think it was Bairstow and someone who Bairstow and I think Bairstow and I'm trying to think now. So Bairstow and someone anyway got a fairly good partnership going, and they got England fairly close, about 200 for 5, chasing 270 odd or 280 odd. I think Yasser got one to go through Bairstow, and then we managed to clean up the tail pretty quickly. Who started the Stani Army? Suffice to say, none of us started the Stani Army. Imi will be a good person to answer that question when Imi's on a bit later. We'll maybe give Imi 5 minutes to talk about where the Stani Army kind of originated from, where it's going, and what we're kind of hoping to achieve with all of this, which essentially, in a nutshell, is to get as many Pakistan fans at Pakistan games, especially in this country, and all around the world, as many as we can, so that we can support the team from afar and in the stadiums when we're allowed back in again.
Sorry, just answer one quick point on that. Yeah, we were on the Sky Cricket AM a few years ago now, wasn't it, Riz? Where there were a number of us there, and that was brilliant. It was a brilliant day to go to the Sky Studios, be on the show for them. But yeah, essentially, Stani Army is for the fans, by the fans. Full stop. Absolutely, and that's the thing, isn't it? As much as we appreciate the comments coming in and the questions and all that kind of stuff, look, we are just fans. We're as fans, just like you guys. You guys have woken up at 4 something to watch Pakistan, just as we do. So we certainly would never see ourselves as any kind of authority or anything like that when it comes to the game. It's just we ask as many questions as we.
Ooh, is that an edge?
I don't think so.
It's
spitting up though, isn't it?
It's been given as buys, I think. So yeah. So the league goes to 236, I think now. The score is 165 for 7. Or maybe they've
163.
I don't know. I think
164. They only ran a single, so it's 164 for 7. And it's a 235 run lead.
Yeah, so 235 is the lead, which is encouraging. And yeah, well, as I say, we'll get Imi to talk about the Stani Army a bit more when we get him on. But yeah, sorry, just to finish off that point. Yeah, we don't. It's just us 3 talking about cricket, or 4 of us sometimes, and we are fans, just like the rest of you. And yes, thanks very much for clearing out Wokes. That's one. How could I forget Chris Wokes? He turns into Don Bradman every time he plays us. Value of the shirt, Riz. Apparently, it's gone down after you after it was signed. I'm sure that's a tongue-in-cheek comment from earlier there.
It's priceless.
Oh, of course, absolutely.
Priceless.
Faisal asked a question. Now, I have to be honest, I only had a very, very cursory listen to the PSL 6 anthem yesterday. So, Faisal, first of all, it'd be good to get your view on the anthem. I heard it, and on first listen, I wasn't overly impressed, and I think a lot of the feedback on the PSL on the PSL anthem was not particularly positive. Hands up, who managed to have a listen to that yesterday?
I listened to it.
Oh, you can be our music expert then.
So I was impressed by the videography on it, what they did with the graphics and everything. But the actual song itself, what was the tagline? Mera Groove? Mera Groove or Groove Mera. I'd just love to have been in that meeting where they were throwing around, what can we have as a tagline, and how they actually came up with a groove, and what else is in the mix as well. Why choose the word groove? It just sounds like something about from the 1980s, or something, groovy.
To be honest, I cringe a little bit sometimes when cricket, and this is not just in the PSL. Generally, when cricket and music meet, it usually results in some pretty cringeworthy efforts, and that can be PSL. That can be. I mean, I'm sorry, but you go down these kind of YouTube rabbit holes, and you can't. There'll be a video that comes up, be some IPL music related Bollywood nonsense, or it'll be an official song for the England World Cup team, and rarely are the results any good. So I wasn't a massive fan, to be honest. Groovy sounds like my dad trying to sound.
Yeah, exactly.
My dad trying to sound cool. Yeah, I would agree. Umar thinks it's cringeworthy. Umar says, or another Umar, or maybe a third or fourth Umar says, Tim Bresnan moaning on Twitter. Is he moaning about the PSL 6 anthem? Probably not. Umar, what's he moaning about? Let us know what Tim Bresnan is moaning about. Just a quick one about leadership skills. So I was reading yesterday a question from Umar, or comment from Umar, about Pakistan players lacking leadership. So I think if you look back to the 90s, we had so many different captains in, and obviously you think hopefully if there were great leadership skills there, we would only need kind of one captain every once in a while. And I read yesterday that there was a coaching seminar, or level 1 kind of coaching session happening at the Performance Centre in Multan. Now, obviously, that's a coaching thing, and then maybe you can say you can't coach leadership, but I think generally things like coaching, communication, leadership, these things have been slightly lacking in Pakistan cricket. We've been a bit more happy just to kind of go with the flow and see what happens on the day. So a little bit more of a textbook approach, I think, would be a good idea, and I agree. Some of our cricketing leaders over the past few years, Misbah maybe accepted, haven't been quite what we want. Rizwan coming down the track and getting none. Still 160.
Sorry, I was just going to say that he's not afraid to come down the wicket, is he? Which is good to see. To use his feet to get to the pitch of the ball, really.
No, absolutely, and he's on 43 of 97, which, given his first innings performance and dismissal, which wasn't a very Rizwan innings. I think we mentioned he kept on finding the fielders in that first innings, and then he got out. He was out caught hooking, I think, to Rabada. Just a quick one from Adam about, so we're talking about the quota stuff. Obviously, look, we're not experts. I mentioned I've been to South Africa, and kind of you learn a little bit about the history. I think it's probably a necessary thing to have some kind of quota. It probably is holding their cricket back a touch, but there are some things, as we have our first Tapal tea break of the morning, there's probably something to be said for a cricket team being representative of the population. So I think there are bigger things in cricket out there, and hopefully if that quota system helps and encourages young Black Africans and players of colour to take up cricket, then that's only a good thing. Whether they've got the facilities or not is another matter. And I think one thing you realise when you kind of look into the South African team is just how many of them come from quite privileged backgrounds and private education, which obviously isn't always available to a lot of that country.
It'd be interesting to know that obviously, there's a quota system for the national team, but I wonder if there's a quota system for any of the lower teams, in the domestic leagues, or even the smaller, like if they have Sunday leagues, for example, kind of building up to the as the players start to go through the ranks. I just wonder if they have quotas for those setups as well, or is it just for the national team? But yeah, as you said, Doc, it's a difficult question for us to answer, being sat here over in England.
Yeah, no, of course. So just as an aside, very quickly, I know we're talking about other games that are going on as well. West Indies are playing Bangladesh at the moment over in Bangladesh, and they're chasing 395. Okay, is the target, and they need another 198 in 2 sessions. So 100 runs per session, only 3 wickets down. That could be an interesting run chase out in Bangladesh as well.
It's day 5 as well, isn't it? I think
it is day 5. So they've got 2 sessions to get 200 runs.
Yeah.
Bangladesh needs 7 wickets. So a decent game going on there. So Kohli's in Chennai, and India are 52 for 2. Riz, what do you make of some of the umpiring in this game?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll come back to you in a second. Right. So, I'll come to you then, just very quickly on that one. Umpiring.
I don't think it's been that poor. I don't think it's been to the level that we can say it's been very poor. I think they've made it I think from memory they made a couple of mistakes. I might be wrong on that they made more, but I don't think that we can say that it's been very poor at all, really. Omar, so it'd be interesting to know, are you referring to anything particular in the game that you thought that hasn't been up to the standard? But for me personally, I don't think that there's been any massive glaring issues really with the umpiring in either of the test matches.
Yeah, I think there has been the odd, as you say, there's been the odd kind of poor decision from Aleem Dar and Hassan Raza, and obviously there's been a couple that have been. I think there've been a couple of outs that have been given that have then been overturned. So yeah, look, it's people will say that home umpires, and obviously it's a bit of a necessary evil at the moment with COVID, isn't it? That you need kind of two home umpires because of the travel restrictions. There is obviously a comment about, why can't they get neutral umpires to be part of the bubble? So they are doing that. I think Richard Illingworth is currently standing in the Bangladesh West Indies game, and he is part of that kind of.
Is he?
I think so.
Oh.
So I think they've got a foreign umpire there. I think the Indian umpires the umpires in the India-England game are 2 home umpires. Sorry, I should have just said with all these. It's really great that you guys are commenting, guys. What's happening is that we kind of lost my view on the game there. So I think we're at drinks, aren't we? At 167.
Yeah, we're at drinks.
So we're at drinks. It's 167 for 7. I think this morning has gone. Just we have a quick chat about the game. I think the morning has gone pretty much how Pakistan would have wanted. We started the day with a 200 lead. The lead is now 238. So we've added 38 runs in that first kind of hour or so. Pretty happy with that, Hulk?
Definitely. I mean, you can think we've been playing for an hour and 10 minutes now, and you can think that you just know that South Africa would have been hoping to have made more inroads into the Pakistan tail than just the solitary wicket. I know they had a review as well that was turned on for the caught behind, but still, I think that South Africa are going to be very disappointed at the way that the game is going at the moment. And even though they've only conceded 38 runs so far this morning, that is 38 big runs that are going to come back to hurt them towards the end of this day. I mean, you never know. We've made it through the first half of the session. Could we still be batting going into lunch?
We could do. We could be batting going into lunch, which would make it an interesting lunch. And it actually brings me very nicely onto what I was going to say, which is that halfway through the session, obviously we've got the drinks break. So at 7 o'clock, it's lunch. And for those who are watching, who haven't been part of the watch-alongs before, and those who have, obviously will know the score. 7 o'clock to 7:40 is lunch break, and that is your chance to ask us anything. So for 40 minutes, we'll just talk about anything that you guys want to. Some of the topics have been what we talked about. Travel, we've spoken about life goals, we've given life advice, we've had questions about love that we answered very, very poorly. Imran Khan as PM in Pakistan, football, of course, football's been a big one. So for 40 minutes between 7 and 7:40, just anything you like, we'll try and answer it as best we can. Players are back from drinks, and I think we got a single there, didn't we? I think the score's gone 168 for 168 for 7, lead of 239. So for 40 minutes between 7 and 7:40, within reason, of course, we'll answer anything that you guys want to talk about. So feel free to stick around for that, and it'd be good to get some thoughts. So just going back, we were talking about Misbah and that 2016 series. The press ups. I think Joe Root, when Yasser down the track.
Ooh, dropped it then, didn't he? He had the umpire falling over as well.
He did. So poor Linda, I think, had a ball absolutely fired.
Yeah.
We've already broken or nearly broken a finger on his left hand. He went at it with, I think, with his right this time.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the most convincing effort. I don't think and I fully understand why he didn't want to get his body behind this one. Let's have a look.
Let's see. Well, no, he did try for it. He tried for it.
To be fair.
Yeah. Whoa.
Now, I'm very open to being corrected, but SN Raza, I believe, was unfortunately one of the umpires that was caught up in the Lahore attack, wasn't he? I think in 2009. He was very good at taking evasive action, shall we say, when that ball was coming towards him. But I'm sure SN Raza was involved in that. So the press up, apparently Tim Bresnan is moaning about, we'll just get to this comment here. I don't know why. I have to have some context as to why Tim Bresnan has woken up on a cold February morning in 2021, moaning about Pakistan celebration. He's saying back
when it happened in 2016, he was moaning about it then.
Sorry, that makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? I was wondering why Tim Bresnan was moaning about it now. I remember Joe Root in the next game. I think Root was captain, or Cook. Whoever was captain, must have been Cook actually back then. Came out for the toss in the second game. And was kind of slightly passive aggressive about the press ups and how it was noted by the England team. And their own celebrations. Yes, so Umar mentions about the sprinkler dance, which I think we saw in the Ashes series in 2010-11, and urinating on the pitch. So I think that was after they won their 2013. There were two Ashes series in 2013. There was the one in England that England won 3-0, I think, and that was a very. Yasser just gets one past leg slip for 4 boundary.
4.
Yeah. This lead is swelling to a good size now. 245 is the lead. I think the England team were caught by some eagle-eyed pressmen kind of urinating on the pitch. After the game, they kind of had their little the team huddle. Everyone's kind of gone home. Journalists have gone home. Just the kind of players and maybe immediate family. And I think there was some drunken celebrations that didn't go down too well. That was quite a difficult England team to like. I don't think they were particularly liked even within the dressing room. I think there were lots of little factions with kind of Broad and Anderson and Bresnan and KP and Strauss. I think was still around at that time, or possibly Cook was captain, but I think Strauss was kind of in a leadership position, maybe in the ECB. But it wasn't a particularly easy England team to like amongst themselves, all the fans. And I think we would see that when they then went to Australia in that winter. It all imploded pretty quickly, and Swan retired, and KP never had anything. KP came back into the team after that. Andy Flower was gotten rid of as coach. So the writing was on the wall. Let's have a look.
Just the press ups here, they were absolutely fine. I remember that time when Misbah did them when he got his century. I remember Bumble, was laughing and saying it was brilliant to see. And then the press up celebration that they did at the end when they won, I think they won on day 4 over at Lords. I honestly do not understand what anyone's problem is with that. They didn't delay the game. There was nothing kind of derogatory about it or anything. But it was just so funny just to see England basically, get their tails up about it. Still don't understand what their problem about that was. I think that part of what played into it was that England never expected to be rolled over like that by Pakistan at Lords, and I thought it was brilliant.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and having been, as I say, kind of fortunate enough to be there, I thought it seemed like it was quite well received by England fans as well who were there.
Yeah.
It was just a really good I say spontaneous. Obviously, it all stemmed from the kind of the training camp that they had. I think with the military guys before they came to this country for the series. So obviously, maybe not spontaneous, but because Misbah had done it earlier in the Test match. But just a moment that I don't think anyone was expecting, and one of the great moments at Lords when you kind of that photographs still there of all the Pakistan players and on the outfield and doing their press ups. One of the great moments. One of the more memorable moments, certainly, of recent Pakistan cricket.
You look at that, and then you look at some teams, just opening up a bottle of champagne and spraying everyone with it. Teams celebrate in their own fashion, in their own way.
Yes.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with it, and it's also something that kids were doing afterwards as well. I remember after that after that game, I was playing badminton with a few friends. We were playing doubles. You win the game, let's do press-ups to celebrate.
Yeah.
And there were kids doing it all over as well. So it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, no, it was really good to see, and a really, really memorable series as well, wasn't it? Finished 2-2. We should have won that 2-1. It still annoys me that we lost at Birmingham in that series. We should never have lost that series. So Kay is in Toronto. Okay, so 1:00 in the morning in Toronto. So fair play for you for sticking around, watching along with us and watching us. So what are you watching on in Canada then? What channel is that? Obviously we've got it. I know they have the graphics on there. Is it Willow over in Canada maybe? Be good to know what you're watching on and oh, that's gone right. But that's another boundary. That's 50 for Rizwan if he's got some bat on it. Boundary.
Well, either way, it's a 250-run lead.
I don't have given it as runs just yet.
Oh no, they're going. It's 51.
Whatever is one. Excellent. Just the kind of innings that was needed, considering the position and the situation he came in. That's a really, really, really important 50. So yeah, so we've got.
Sorry, just a quick one on Toronto there. I went over to Canada once a few years ago. I was over in America for work down in Michigan, and we did a day trip over to Niagara Falls. I regret not going to Toronto as well that day, unfortunately. But yeah, so Canada, Toronto Falls, beautiful place.
No, absolutely.
Niagara Falls, yeah.
Yeah, well, also known as Toronto Falls. Why not? So it's actually, so my wife and I pre-COVID, I think I mentioned our last trip to was Mexico just before kind of COVID hit, and absolutely next on our list of countries to hit was Canada. Definitely Canada. We're really keen to get across. In fact, it would be good to know. I know I'm getting a bit of travel advice here on the job, but it'd be good to know when the best time is to go to Canada when you're not going to absolutely freeze to death, but equally it's just cold enough to be comfortable. So if you could let me know what month of the year would be good to come to Canada and see a bit of snow but not freeze, that would be lovely.
So just that the last comment by Canada, where it says Niagara Falls looks way better from the Canadian side. 100%. I saw it from the Canadian side as well. You could see what the view would be like from the American side, and it's nowhere near as good as it is from the Canadian side. But you've seen pictures of it where it looks like when it's freezing in winter and what it's like in summer. I went during winter around, I think it was end of November, early December. They're just showing the pictures of some of the food being cooked over in Pindi. That looks beautiful. I can't wait to go to a game in Pakistan.
Oh, I know, right? Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. That's certainly one of the things. Again, I'm sure Amy will come on and mention it from a Stani. Oh gosh, it's making me really hungry now. From a Stani Army point of view as well, I think getting across to a game in Pakistan will be absolutely brilliant.
Sorry, just gonna say you've got to give credit. Oh no, it wasn't his 50. They gave it as buys. They did put the score up to 51, and they've taken it down to 47 now.
Oh dear, yeah, it definitely went to 51, didn't it?
Yeah. They must have given it as buys or leg buys.
Inshallah, he'll get it in a moment. Yes, Cook was captain. You're absolutely right. Cook was captain. Sorry, in that 2016 series. One of the things that the lead that we've got, the lead now is 250. Is it on to 251 now or 250? 250 is the lead. So the target at the moment will be 251. So essentially 250 for 7. South Africa haven't made 250 yet, I think, in the series. I think the lead is getting to a point now where, look, I'm not even going to mention the word declare, but if we were out, even if we lost kind of, and God forbid this doesn't happen, if we lost 3 for 10 right now, I think we wouldn't be too sad about the innings coming to an end. So let's have a bit more Canada chat whilst we're here. How cold is too cold? -5 in December. That's too cold. I can confirm that's too cold. Around that temperature in March. I'm thinking I want to come to Canada, if you don't mind, when it's 0 to 5. I can take 0 above freezing. Would be okay. So let's have a look. Best time to visit, of course, in the summer. Yeah, okay. Thanks very much. Appreciate that travel advice here. That's something we could have done in our Ask Us Anything lunch break. Although, to be fair, it's me doing the asking this time, isn't it? So thanks for the travel tips. Personal note: if you guys ever played cricket for a local team or any leagues, Hulk, I'll let you take that one first.
So mainly played when a few years ago at work. We used to play in T20 league at work, where it was me as the sole Pakistan player, and everyone else was Indian. And so obviously they used to turn up with a brilliant bunch of guys. They turn up, some of them turn up in all white, some of them turn up with their Indian tops. And I'd be there dressed from head to toe in Pakistan gear. It was brilliant though. It was really good. Thursday evenings, play for about 3.5, 4 overs. Very good.
Excellent. And was it all kind of, this is all kind of pretty good natured stuff as well?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Some of the interesting stuff, because obviously with the Indians coming from different parts of India, and there's so many different languages that they play there, so many different languages that they speak there. When there was an argument, didn't have a clue what they were arguing about, couldn't understand the languages at all where they were speaking. I think Marathi sometimes. But yeah, it was just good just to kind of stand back and watch the fun, really. But yeah, it was all good natured, very good, very good. Before that, when I was growing up, I used to play a little bit for some of the local teams in the town where I was growing up. But unfortunately, missed my calling to break into the national scene.
It'd be good to hear again from you guys as well. If you guys have played, the comment I think was from Zizou there, who I'm presuming is a Zinedine Zidane fan, or maybe Zinedine Zidane is watching Pakistan, South Africa. Who knows? He's not having a great time of it in Spain at the moment. I know that. Speaking of good-natured, we've got a bit of the well-known Dover-Toronto rivalry is rearing its ugly head on the Stani Army Watchalong. White Cliffs greater than Niagara Falls, apparently. I wouldn't like to say either way, to be honest. Let's have a look. So again, just a few more comments we'll go through. We'll just finish up.
Sorry, can I just say that they just showed Wasim Akram and Mike Hazeman commentating there, and I'm just surprised that there's no kind of social distancing kind of thing, because some of the commentators we've seen in some of the other games, especially over the England series last summer, you saw the commentators, they were quite distant, weren't they? And they had maybe a sheet of perspex in between them. But here, if anything, they've crammed them even more closer together in like a little broom cupboard for some reason. So I'm surprised at that.
That is odd, because you think even in a biosecure bubble where people are kind of testing negative, you would expect there to be an element of kind of social distancing. So I have to say that does surprise me. I mean, these guys probably would have maybe returned negative tests maybe 24, 48 hours ago, something like that. But again, even then, you can return a negative test and you can still pick something up in the meantime. So that was, you're absolutely right. That does surprise me that there isn't that level of kind of social distancing there. This would be a good one to ask Riz when he's back, but I'll ask you as well. Are England your second team? Obviously, this is cut away for 1, 2.
That should be his 50.
4.
No, 4. 50. That's his 50.
Well done, Riz. 1.
Yeah. He's doing a brilliant job of batting with the tail, really, as well.
Yes.
And I think part of now being batting with Yasser is that he doesn't want to be, he doesn't want to be done over by the Test Centurion on the other side. So obviously he's stepping up his game.
Absolutely. Are England your second team?
So this is a funny one for me, because Pakistan's my first team, and whenever England play anyone else, he obviously grown up in England. I've watched England play everyone here, Australia, South Africa, New Zealand, India, etc. And yes, I support them, but there's no way I support England or any other team to the same level that I do Pakistan. So I'll watch them. If England win, good. If they lose, I don't lose any sleep over it. It is always good to see England win. It was good to see England win the World Cup in 2019. But yeah, it's for me, the word second team doesn't really compute. Really, I'm not really fussed about it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, that's the same. To be honest, again, I know you're not a huge football fan, but just coming from a very much kind of a football fan point of view as well, in football you just don't do second teams. You can't change your team.
Rivalries.
You can't have a second team, and you can't ever change your team. So, swept fine for 4.
They've got both Rizwan and Yasser have got quite a few runs there, haven't they?
Yes, indeed.
Fine.
Absolutely hasn't, and it hasn't quite gone to the boundary, I think. So it will be 3. So yeah, the notion of having a kind of second team is is difficult. But I certainly like yourself. I would want England to win against pretty much everyone else. And you can't help but kind of soak it up, even just by osmosis. Even if you're not kind of hugely into cricket, England cricket will be on the news. It'll be on Sky Sports News. Obviously Sky Sports show most of the England games, although I know they're not today. Of course, you grow up with it on the BBC. So maybe not second team, but you want England to do well. And I think it goes in cycles. I think the England team that I grew up watching, with Ian Botham and Alan Lamb and kind of some of those kind of players, that was quite a difficult team to like, as it were. Let's have a look. No, I'm sorry. There's a comment I've noticed about second team. Yeah, I think Man City is my second team. Is very unlikely to happen. Thanks, Shazam, for that very unhelpful comment. But no, I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in.
What all the viewers are forgetting about is the die-hard rivalries that exist in football.
Absolutely. Oh, you've got Manchester United, Liverpool, Manchester United, Man City,
Burnley,
Man United, anyone. So, excuse me, sorry guys. So growing up with that England team was quite a difficult team to like. I obviously it was my birthday when we won the game last week. So thanks for that comment. And I do remember that England team of the 90s. Be good to know some of the ages, by the way, of some of the people that are commenting, and whether you guys, how far you guys go back. I know we've had Shazad, who's been brilliant on the watch-alongs. Kind of in his early 20s, I think myself and you hope we're in our kind of mid 30s ish, so I kind of remember similar things. But so just to quickly finish off, and whereas the England team at the moment, or certainly some of the England teams that have had kind of Kirk and Root, are a bit more likable, and you identify with them a little bit more, and it helps, of course, when they've got players like Moeen Ali and Adil Rashid and things like that, and you see people who look like you, as it were, and you see that kind of pathway is possible for players. That makes that England team a little bit more likable. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, just to give a bit of an insight into the 90s to that England team there, so I grew up in the 90s watching cricket, and that was the year where obviously in 92 we beat England in the final, and then we came over here for a 5-test series, and it was also the summer of the Wasim and Waqar, reverse swinging the ball. So there was a lot of Pakistan, England, and the kind of rivalry there, and that's kind of deep rooted. Anyway, that went back to the 50s, 60s, which I'm not gonna go into now. But there was also stuff in the media. Are they actually how can they reverse swing the ball when we can't do it? And then I remember Jeffrey Boycott used to say that they can do it because they're magicians. They could swing an orange around a corner, basically. But the majority of the media, there was a kind of a witch hunt for how were they doing it. And I remember when we went to New Zealand afterwards, towards the end of 92, there was actually a reward offered for $1,000, so that if you can get a picture of Pakistan scuffing the ball, tampering with the ball, you'll get a reward there. So shot there by Rizwan 56 as the lead goes up. But then there was also the libel case there, wasn't there, where I think Ian Botham and Alan Lamb had accused Imran Khan of tampering with the ball, and that went to the court case as well. So there was a deep-rooted rivalry, shall we say, in the 90s between Pakistan and England. And obviously, as Doc mentioned about, would Pakistani fans actually support the England team back then? I think it would be, most would know from my experience back then, but obviously things are changing now. But yeah, Pakistan's number one. Anyone else, England, West Indies, Sri Lanka, whatever, love to see them play. But they're not really that fussed if they win or lose, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I think the way England cricket presented itself in the 90s, kind of growing up as well. Even watching on TV, and you look at the faces in the crowd as well. And plus, you've got some of that anti-Pakistan stuff that was happening in the 90s, kind of with regards to match fixing and ball tampering. And the '92 World Cup final, I think, left quite a bitter taste in quite a lot of people's mouth in England, because I think England, if it's funny, you watch these documentaries, to this day, Ian Botham will say, "Oh, we were the better team, and we were the best team in that World Cup." They found it very difficult.
He says it in that exact accent as well.
My Ian Botham, more impressions at lunchtime. No impressions at lunchtime. So to this day, they refuse to kind of, or certainly some of them anyway, refuse to give us any credit for winning that '92 World Cup. And it just seemed in the '90s, it just seemed like cricket was a sport for kind of, with respect, old white guys. That's the way cricket kind of presented itself. in England, I think in this country, and obviously a lot of that's changing now. You've only got to look at the way England cricket's presented on kind of Sky Sports and things like that to see that it's a lot more diverse, and there's room for women and children and people of color to make it into the team. So it's just a lot more friendly, I think, than it used to be. We got Riz back. Riz, you with us?
Yes, so guys, I'm back. Yeah, sorry, there was bit of technical issues on my side, unfortunately.
No, that's quite all right, Riz. Good to see you. Let's have a look. So, in terms of any, you might just want to turn your volume down a touch there, Riz, maybe. In terms of any conflicts, certainly going to the games has always been a pleasurable experience, and I think Adam makes a point as well about the Tebet test concept and whether you should support England or whether you should support Pakistan. Certainly, whenever I've been to games in this country, I've never had to put up with anyone saying, why are you supporting Pakistan or shouldn't you supporting England? Never an issue at all. Riz, remind me, Riz, where are you based? Where did you grow up? And thoughts on kind of supporting Pakistan but living in England?
Well, yeah, obviously born and bred here, East London. Small parts of Walthamstow. I've been here for a while. Basically, I sort of Walthamstow. Before I was sort of on the. Have you heard of Hans Park area? Not Hans Park area anyway. So East London side. So around them side. So yeah. So
and
educated over there. Used to play cricket for my school. I was only Asian guy in the team. So yeah, it was difficult because you had that feeling. That's close. It was difficult because going to school back in them days. Cricket was mostly like played. It wasn't diverse at all. So I had people sort of talking behind my back and saying, what's this guy sort of doing in the team, and but no, cricket has changed now. So yeah. But yeah,
East London area as well. Obviously, there's kind of quite a large kind of Pakistani Bangladeshi community. If I'm not wrong.
Yes. But growing up, it was like basically I went to sort of like mostly white school. There weren't really many Asians around in my school, to be honest with you. But then sort of, as I left school, shifted to college, and I moved area. So only now I'm living sort of an Asian area, but growing up at school, it was mostly a white area. So it was difficult. I was in and around of the team at that time, mostly bowler. I won't say fast bowler, medium sort of bowler.
Just to interrupt, it's funny because so there was another question earlier about to what level we've played, and I didn't play to any level. I'm rubbish at cricket. I can talk about it, but I'm not very good at playing it.
Did you not? So hang on, Doc. Did you not win the World Cup in your back garden?
Yeah. Well, we've all won the World Cup. I used to bowl to myself in my back garden.
I won it 10 times in a row. I had a record.
I'd still play and miss though. But it's funny because when I got to school, I think every teacher presumed that because I was kind of quite tall for my age and Asian, that I'd be a fast bowler.
Yes, that's gone.
Oh, yes, that's gone.
196 for 8, lead of 267, and Yasser Shah's just edged one from Linda through to Cobb. He's not even going to review this, is he? He's just walking off.
Yeah.
I think Yasser can be very pleased with his contribution there. 23. He batted sensibly with Rizwan.
He's done more than the top order.
Absolutely, he stuck around. And the lead is 267. So very quickly, it was presumed that because I'm tall and Asian that I would be a fast bowler, and no one could kind of quite accept that kind of tall brown guys sometimes can't bowl fast. But it's that kind of slight stereotype that kind of that comes across. But sorry, Riz, you were saying you were a bowler?
Yes, I was a bowler. Yeah. So yeah, I was sort of playing for the school, in and out of the team. But yeah, I mean, enjoyed my time playing with the school.
Yeah.
But yeah, quite enjoyable. But I'm retired now officially.
Breaking news. So you're no longer available to play for Pakistan. You've announced your retirement this morning.
Or is it like Shahid Afridi and he's going to come out of retirement at some point?
Yeah.
You just never know.
We'll just get through these comments. There's a few people on their last warnings here. Almost second team. No, my second team wouldn't be Liverpool. You're on your last warning. Shazeb. Second team Man City. You're on your last warning. People obviously bit of a wind up this morning. Let's have a look. So are we going to watch? Yeah. So if anyone is interested in the England India highlights, because obviously we're watching this game live. They are on the All 4 app, and I think they go up about 3 o'clock. I didn't know that they were on at 7, so maybe that's on Channel 4. So I might have that wrong. Umar is a relative kid compared to some of us. He's 23. Thanks for that. So again, yeah, it's just good to know kind of demographics of people that are watching, and just to know kind of what you guys will remember or not remember, or how far your memories go back with regards to Pakistan cricket. Ali has got a soft spot for New Zealand. Everyone seems to have a bit of a soft spot for New Zealand. I find when you've been getting up or staying awake all night watching them absolutely batter you all winter, that soft spot kind of hardens slightly. Yeah, New Zealand seems to be kind of the nice guys of world cricket. Everyone seems to like. Riz, you weren't around when we were talking about kind of second teams or teams that you've got a soft spot for. Anyone in particular for you?
Not really, to be honest with you.
Good.
But yeah, I mean, so when England play, yeah, always rooting for England.
Yeah. Good. Let's have a look. Shazeb says a lot of the England team is made up, players with different origins. I mean, a lot of the England players, of course, as we know, when we have Nav on, Nav likes to remind everyone that most of the England team is made up of players that were born abroad. But of course, you've got players like Archer and Owen Ellie and Adil Rashid. You've had Awais Shah, Ravi Bopara in the past. So it's
sorry to cut you off, Doc. There was a tweet that the Lord sent out a couple of days ago where they were about New Zealand, and they said the question was, who's your favorite New Zealand player? I was tempted to reply to that, Ben Stokes.
Yeah, that would be a good one, wouldn't it? Adam, I think like some of us, kind of, I myself, certainly in primary school anyway, was one of the very few kind of Asian kids. So that again, there's that kind of, I find a lot of kind of white English kids, certainly around my area, had absolutely no interest in cricket at all. So be kind of blank faces when I'd come in on a Monday morning and say that I spent my weekend watching Pakistan beat Sri Lanka. No response at all. Indeed, we've got Noman at the crease. It is Normania is running.
Normania.
Forget Hulkamania.
What you gonna do when Normania runs wild on you?
196 for 8. The lead is 267. In the comments, I'm sorry, I've just spilled a lot of water here, but don't worry. In the comments, it would be good to know: are we safe? Are we safe now at 268 with the lead? You guys, Riz, are you happy now?
Yes.
If we were bowled out now, would you be happy?
Yeah. I'd be happy, absolutely. No, that's obviously you want to get one 267. Obviously, you want to get to 300, but I mean, no man can bat. You can hold a bat. So, obviously hopefully these two can put on a little bit of partnership. Yeah, get to that 300 mark.
Yeah, indeed, that would be good. Hulk, you happy?
I'm not happy until we get more than 272. I'm still scarred by that.
Yeah, the old Trafford.
Yeah. The other thing to remember, is that it's 74.3 overs, so they have just 5.5 overs left till the new ball. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll take it. I mean, they're not getting. It's not turning miles, and they've got the tail enders in, or certainly one tail ender in. Anyway, they're not number 9, I guess. They've got. It's not reversing. I haven't seen much reverse from any of the seamers. So, I do think they'll probably take that new ball, don't we think?
Yeah. Oof.
Ooh, sharp.
Quite a bit of sharp turn there from Maharaj. Yeah, I'd imagine that they wouldn't stay. They're not going to leave the new ball for much longer than a couple of overs. Once they can actually take it from the 80th over, really. So I'd imagine they can take it, and you never know, that might play into our favour.
Yes,
a couple of wild flashes by the tail.
Indeed. This is always an interesting one. So I don't have kids. Riz and Hulk. I know certainly at least one of you does. How weird would it be if your child was playing for England against Pakistan?
Well, for a start, yeah, I'd get free tickets, so that's always a plus. That's always a positive.
Like a true funny.
Yeah. I don't think that it would be weird. I mean, at the end of the day, when you have kids, you want your kid to do well. You know, it's just the same from a football perspective. If you support Man U like you do, Doc, you know, I'm sure that if your kid went to play for Liverpool, okay, there'd be a bit of like, you know, family rivalry there, yeah. But I'm sure you'd be happy if your kid, you know, scored the winning goal against Man U in the Champions League final.
Absolutely.
But no, I'd be absolutely fine. I'd still wear my Pakistan top, but underneath it, I just may have an England T-shirt on. That's all I can say.
And I guess it's kind of win-win, right? Because either Pakistan win or your child wins.
Yeah.
And so, I guess there's one maybe slightly optimistic way of looking at it.
I remember that you remember Sajid Mahmood?
Yes.
The England fastballer. He was saying that when he was playing at one point, there was a group of Pakistan fans that were just like kind of calling out to him a bit of banter and stuff. And he said that his dad was one of the ringleaders for that crowd as well.
I think I was at that. I was at one of the games when England came here in 2006. Sajid Mahmood was in their team. There was a one-day game up at Birmingham, and I'm not especially proud to say I wasn't involved, but he got a lot of abuse that day, and some of it was good-natured, some of it probably crossed the line. To be honest, I don't think you should be abusing someone for playing for the country that they were kind of born in, as it were, as Taj did. And so he took a lot of pleasure in, and it's a shame because then he took a lot of pleasure in taking wickets or whatever. And I know he gave a few kind of shush signals to the fans, and you don't really want some of that stuff to kind of cross a line. Riz, are you a father? Sorry, I don't know.
No. I'm still single.
Okay. So, but hypothetically, if kids were going to be against Pakistan, what would your thoughts be?
Honestly, I'd leave it up to them. It's their choice at the end of the day. Whatever they want to do, whatever makes them happy.
Yeah, fair enough. So we've got fellow geriatrics here. So a few lads in their 30s, a few lads in their 20s here.
Sorry. Just one last quick thing on the kids thing. So my kids have got Pakistan tops, and they both know the Dil Dil Pakistan song, yeah, from top to bottom, yeah. So they're waiting to sing that to the heart's content at the games this summer. If inshallah we're allowed to go.
Excellent, inshallah. Yes, of course. Good stuff. Pakistan never stayed for the lead. Adam, I think you're being pessimistic beyond your years. You haven't seen some of this. You haven't got some of the war stories that we have, and some of the scars. But I take your point. Obviously, some of us are still thinking back to Old Trafford this summer. I think different circumstances, different opposition, slightly different bowling attack, maybe more suited to the conditions. I think we'll be okay. I'd be very, very surprised if South Africa were to pull this off. We are 270.
I think that what would be good, is that when we come onto ball, I would like it if we were put under a bit of pressure. I don't want it to be an easy win because I think it would be a really good test for Barber as well and for the rest of the team too. You're playing in home conditions. You've got a good amount of runs behind you. Yeah, I'd like us to be put under a little bit of pressure because it's always good to build that up. Oh, Doc's coming in here.
What were you saying about waking up at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning? No, absolutely don't want it to be going into lunch on day 5. Let's wrap this up today.
Doc, regardless of whatever I said, if the game goes on to day 5, you know we're all going to be up anyway. Whether we want to or not, we're all going to be up.
So for the sake of our body clocks, if Pakistan could possibly wrap this up, and the guys who are watching in Canada and all around the world, if Pakistan could possibly just wrap this up in 2 sessions today, that would be tremendously helpful.
Noman off the mark.
Noman, Namania running wild. Noman gets his first run, 98 for 8, lead to 269. Adil, who's our resident wrestling fan and Pakistan fan, of course. PSL are allowed to have 20% of stadiums to be filled in PSL matches. Yes, indeed. And we have come across that. And did you see Edge's return to SmackDown? So I'll take the Edge one very quickly. Yes, I saw Edge on SmackDown last night. I think the show ended with Kevin Owens giving Roman Reigns a stunner. So obviously Kevin Owens is still in the title mix as well. And I guess they're going to make us wait a few more weeks before Edge decides who he's going to face at WrestleMania. Riz, have you watched the game in Pakistan? Oh, Riz, can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. Have you managed to watch a game in Pakistan before?
Have I, sorry?
Have you managed to watch a game in Pakistan, like the PSL or Pakistan game?
No, unfortunately, no. Always wanted to, but yeah.
Who knows? Well, something that we may well be able to do, I guess, as time goes on. But it will be good to have some fans in. Oh, Rizwan.
We went for that one.
We went for that.
Is walked across. Mirage has kind of then bowled it a lot wider, and Rizwan has missed it. Keeper's missed it, and it's gone for 4 byes. 200's up, so that's 202 for 8. Lead of 277. They're very slow at updating this scorecard, unfortunately, on the TV.
I wonder what the extras is. So, they've only given 11 extras. I thought they would have given more. You know, from some of the stuff we've seen this on the scoreboard. Someone's holding out a sign that says "Love you, love you." That says "Love you, Ramiz Raja."
Yes.
Yeah. It's funny that you always get those signs that say, you know, thank you PTV for bringing the game to Pakistan. Thank you Sky Sports. Thank you.
Yeah.
A very appreciative crowd that we have in Pakistan.
Sorry, they've just updated. It's 15 extras so far.
15 extras. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Pakistan South Africa scored 201 in the first innings, so they'll obviously have to play better in their last innings on a day 5 pitch.
Indeed, and I think that's probably what the likes of our other Umar, and thanks for the ongoing comments, guys, are saying that we're safe, because 273 on this wicket in the 4th innings is going to be one heck of a chase. The only kind of, I remember South Africa, they put the graphic up of successful chases, and I remember South Africa chasing 280 odd against England. I think it was Headingley or Edgbaston in 2008, and it was a typical Graham Smith. And, you know, Graham Smith, what a player he was! Proper, and I say this in the nicest possible way, but proper man. You know, proper man's man. Graham Smith, big bloke, didn't take any nonsense, and was just brilliant in 4th innings chases for South Africa. And I just don't see, and you compare him to Quinton de Kock, and they're just, you know, in terms of their outward appearance, I mean, Quinton de Kock is a brilliant talent, but in terms of their outward appearance, and I suspect their leadership, they just seem like chalk and cheese. You know, the likes of Graham Smith and Hansi Cronje, and obviously for all his other misgivings, you know, South Africa have had some great captains over the years, and I'm not surprised that de Kock's giving, you know, being having the captaincy taken away from him at the end of this series. 202 for 8, 273 is the lead.
Is that another drop?
I wonder if Naman got an edge on that. To be fair, de Kock looks like he's on the point of tears, as we said most of the time anyway, so you wouldn't be able to tell from his body language whether he's dropped it or not. Let's have a look. Did this take an edge?
Didn't look like it.
Probably not. But it hasn't.
But you just don't want to be dropping, you know, another one.
Another one.
What is going on?
I hope they were both edges now.
What's going on?
Bit of bounce there as well. Bit of bounce.
Yeah. So the lead's gone to the lead's at 273. So we've gone past the 272 now.
Yes. So we're safe. Now we've got past the Old Trafford target. What's the old? I think the Old Trafford. Yes, you're right. The Old Trafford target was 273. So this
he was around there. Yeah.
Finally, he caught that.
Yes, he caught one, but yeah, unfortunately, didn't edge. Shazeb, who's been on the, I believe it'll be the shout out, our Shazeb from the Watchalongs. Heart can't take us chasing the game or chasing anything. You just want us to win it with no pressure. Absolutely agree. No pressure.
Come on, Shazeb. This is what kind of makes you need to have a chat to your dad about some of the heartaches that he's gone through. Yeah, but come on, a little bit of an emotional roller coaster makes the victory all the more sweeter.
Absolutely not. Well, no, you're right. No, you're right. Tell a lie. But let's forget about our sleep for a moment.
Sorry, Dr. Cut you off there, but how many times do Pakistan coast a win anyway?
Yes, no. Yeah. Very, very rarely. Even that chase of 80 the other day in the first Test match, I think when we lost a couple of wickets, we were all surely not. Right? Yes, indeed, Edge was injured for 9 years and he's back. So yeah, Edge is back in WWE. Keep the comments coming, guys. Really, really fun interacting with anything that you guys are kind of saying and coming with. As I say, we've got lunch break at 6 o'clock. That's the chance to ask anything or comment about anything that you want to, not necessarily kind of cricket related. I know we've had a bit of wrestling chat this morning as well, but that's the time to comment on anything you want, and we'll give our thoughts on whatever you like. So Ellie says, I like Pakistani Urdu commentary on the radio. It's really good, reminds me of the early 90s. I think that's what I've missed out on, to be honest. I've not really obviously living in this country. I've never come across Urdu commentary with Pakistan play. I don't know if you guys have listened to Pakistan on the radio with Urdu commentary at all.
Not really. I mean, growing up, I remember my dad used to listen to it on the old radio, but I never really used to listen to that much myself, to be honest with you.
Riz, yourself, are you listening to Pakistan much on the radio? No, same. I think we've all probably had an experience of TMS or whatever over the years, but not necessarily so much Urdu commentary or anything like that. Milan's got 1 of 14, which is absolutely fine. He's played and missed, so he's got another run there. It's 2 of 15, so 204, and the lead is 274. We're now 8 wickets down. Riz, would you change your approach at this point? Do you think maybe we should just go for quick runs, or are you happy just to eke out as many as we can?
We got 25 minutes before lunch.
Yep.
I'd say probably we'll take the strike, make sure we don't lose a wicket, and then come out after lunch, and then if we can maybe probably get another 15, 20 more runs, it's close to 300, and then once we get close to 300, and then after lunch, when we start hitting it out a bit more.
Yeah. What about you folks in the comments as well? What would you do with regards to that? I mean, I think either way, it's fine. This is not a make or break thing. I think it's interesting to see how we're kind of going about it. Hulk, would you similarly just kind of shut down kind of until lunch, and then maybe come out afterwards?
I think it's going to be difficult to shut down because the new ball's due in about 5-6 minutes, and the way that they're playing at the moment, they're rotating the strike. I wouldn't want them to change anything from the way that they're playing. I'd want them to carry on rotating the strike, getting the odd single here and there, and I wouldn't shut down. I think it's going to be, if you start to shut down now, it's going to be very difficult, especially for Noman too. So I'll just carry on playing the way they are and trying to get to lunch with our innings still intact. And I'd just like to take a second here just to give a shout out to Rizwan. He's played absolutely brilliantly all morning, batting with the tail, because he just knows that a wicket or two here and there, and the innings is going to be completely over. And it takes a lot of maturity to play at a time like this, and having to farm most of the strike himself as well. Yeah, shout out to Riz, brilliant. And how long have people been crying out for a wicket keeper who can bat? And a test batting is the hardest form of the game, and he's doing it brilliantly. Amazing.
Exceptionally well. Yeah. My namesake Riz. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have to say, I echo that completely. I think you're absolutely right. I think he's been brilliant now. He was brilliant in the England series over here. He was fantastic in New Zealand, as kind of with captaincy, I guess you would say, forced upon him. And then we've settled back into this kind of home series, and he's been excellent. Apart from one slightly odd innings in the first innings and of this game, and you look at the way that he's kind of returned, and he's 69 off 141. He really came in at such a difficult time yesterday when South Africa had their tails up and would have been looking to try and pull off something a bit special. He's been fantastic. Before we go on with the comments, we must quickly come to this one. Shout out to Hulk's beard, looking fantastic as always. So yeah, good work.
Thank you very much, Adam.
And just going back to Graham Smith, yeah, we talked about Smith and obviously some of the great players South Africa have had over the years, and a very good record they've had against us. I was watching the 2007 game from Lahore yesterday, just seeing some of the highlights. It was the one that we drew, but we lost the series 1-0. And just seeing Smith as their captain, really good player, excellent batsman, really kind of got the most out of what was quite a limited technique. And as you say, Kay, yes, he did. He had Hussain in 2003, Vaughan in 2008, Strauss in 2012 were 3 England captains who saw their kind of tenure come to an end with South Africa coming in. I mean, that was part of the amazing run that South Africa had. I think from about 2006 in Sri Lanka, something like 2015, I think South Africa didn't lose a single away series, and that included a trip to Pakistan, a trip to the Emirates as well. They were just a brilliant team away from home at a time where teams were finding it difficult away from home. That South Africa team were going everywhere, going to the Caribbean, to Australia even twice, and winning series. So, what do you remember of that South African team? Where it's kind of Amler, De Villiers, Smith, I guess as well for a time, Dale Steyn. If you can hear me there, no?
Yeah, sorry, I speak. Hang on, sorry, 1 second.
That's okay, no worries. We'll just go through some.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. What do you remember of that South African team?
So say again, sorry.
The South African team that was kind of De Villiers and Amler and Graham Smith and Dale Steyn. It was a really good team.
Exceptionally very good team, yeah. Exceptionally very good team. But now South Africa obviously they're trying to develop a new team. It will take time. It will take time. New ball has been taken. Yes, it has. Yes,
Indeed.
New ball has been taken. Yeah.
They're giving the new ball to Maharaj, and they just had a graphic up as well that Maharaj was leading wicket taker in the series. So he's got 10. He'll be looking to obviously to add to that. Spin with the very first ball of the new ball.
That's a bit of turn there.
And it's turning as well, so that's interesting.
That's interesting.
Yeah, so 206 for 8. Lead is 277. Maharaj has got the new ball with Rizwan on strike. We've got about 20 minutes till lunch, at which point, obviously...
last thing we want to run out.
Yeah, maybe keep an eye on that England game, and also it'd be good to get any comments from the viewers on anything that you want us to talk about. Let's have a look. Shazayeb was saying that I think this goes back to a comment that Hulk made, that for a bit of experience and to get that Pakistani feeling, if we could have a close one and maybe win just by 2 runs, that would be part of the learning process as a fan. Let's have a look. Further comments.
Yeah,
go on, Riz.
Yeah, I mean that just reminded me of my first ever match I ever watched. Pakistan against England, 2001 at Lords. An ODI match, Pakistan actually won by 2 runs. So there you go.
Yes, so that was the ODI, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah. Marcus Trescothick hit a century. Freddie running in, taking a blinder catch.
Afridi and Malik collision, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Both of them collided together. We thought he dropped the catch. All of a sudden he gets up and he just throws the ball in the air.
Yes, yeah. A lot of Pakistanis at Lords that day. Actually, I seem to remember. I was at school back then, actually. I think I was 2001, so I would have been 15. So I watched, missed some of that game, obviously being at school. Came home and saw that Trescothick was in control of the chase. But just such a if ever there was one way to kind of stereotype Pakistan in the 90s, that was such a stereotypical Pakistan performance. I think we lost early wickets. I think that we, middle order saved us. Possibly not easy that.
Mohammed Yusuf, yeah.
But
I think he made 81.
Possibly easy then, yeah.
Yeah, 81. And then Trescothick and Awad Shah had a bit of a partnership. And then Awad Shah got run out with, I think, maybe 60 or 70 odd needed. And they were like 5 down, 4 or 5 down, my memory serves me right.
Yes.
And then a collapse, a typical England collapse.
Yeah. And then again, it came down to the last over, and Saqlain bowled that lovely. I think he bowled a deuce to Andy Caddick, who came down the track. I just very quickly mentioned this on a deal. Prediction: Edge against Reigns, made a Jason, Paul Heyman in the Reigns corner. Edge. Are you a wrestling fan, Riz?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay, sorry. WWE bringing Stone Cold for Edge's backup because of the Stunner versus Stunner. That is some expert booking there, deal. If that happens, I don't make my money to watch that. If that happens, I don't know if it will, but that's a heck of a fantasy booking you've done there. Good work. Let's have a look. So we also lost 2000. Oh God, Ali, you reminded me of that game in 2000.
Ali was there.
Yeah, good shout. Good shout for being there, Ali. I remember that game again. Just you kind of remember Pakistan games from where you were in your life. So at that point, I watched that game in a university library, which obviously when you're training to be a doctor, the university library is not really the place to be watching Pakistan cricket. But obviously I wasn't going to miss the Pakistan game, so I was watching that game in the library, and just wicket after wicket was falling. I think correct me if I'm wrong, Ali, but was that not the game that we needed 40 to win? The atmosphere, I imagine it was amazing, especially with us only needing, 40 or 30 or 40 to win with 8 or 9 wickets in hand. And we still managed to mess that one up. And we lost the game. We lost the series 3-2. I think that was the decider in that series. So yeah, more heartbreak over the years. So we've got Anderson bowling to Kohli, I think, over in Chennai with India 61 for 2.
Yes.
Going.
That would be a good big wicket. Hit Kohli out.
Indeed, yeah, no, and Trescothick, absolutely. Trescothick was a really good player. He seemed to have a bit of a weakness, I guess, like most openers, a little bit of a weakness outside of stump. He's an interesting pick because I think they didn't worry too much about his technique. Trescothick, he was kind of very footwork. He wasn't known very well for his footwork. He was kind of just stand there, there, almost a bit like kind of Sehwag a little bit, where it wasn't technically the best, but he would get the runs, and he was a really good player for England over the years. Unfortunately, his career was cut short with some of the mental health stuff, unfortunately, that we know doesn't exist in cricket. So we're still on 206 for 8. Nomana lead 2 off 20, 277 the lead. Single for Noman there, I think. Yeah, squeeze up onto the onside, and they go through for 1, I think.
Have they declined the single? Oh, they did. They took the single.
The single there, indeed, yes. So yeah, Ellie's bringing back painful memories. Yeah, for how on earth do you need 46 with 7 wickets in hand, and we still lost? And the thing is, I mean, I'm sure Ellie's on his phone or something or on his computer. Ellie, have a look at that game. I think, despite needing 46, I reckon we still lost by 10 or 8 or 9. It's not like we even lost by a single run. I think at the end, we didn't even get that close from that position. But that was a real heartbreaker. That deciding game. So, Rizwan has flashed at one outside off stump. Goes through, thankfully.
Sorry, have you taken a new ball?
Yes.
Yes.
No ball has been taken, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Shazeb says if Rizwan makes 100, he's going to deliver the ding-dongs by himself. In case anyone's wondering why Shazeb might come and deliver ding-dongs to me in my house, we were having a chat about that, because that could be taken in any number of ways, of course. I was unaware. I was completely ignorant of ding-dong. Shot Rizwan for 1.
It's for 1. Is it 2? No.
Now, is that not slightly naive by South Africa, where Rizwan has got the opportunity to take a single off the 5th ball of the over? Noman will probably just, defend this for no run, and then Rizwan will be back on strike again. I mean, surely you've got to cut off the singles if you're trying to bowl it.
Yeah, you'd want them to start bringing the field in, because that's just standard, though, isn't it? When you've got 2 or 3 balls left of the over, bring the field in to put a bit of pressure on Rizwan, make him work for that single. But yeah, so De Kock's missing a trick here. I think from a De Kock's perspective, I think South Africa just deflated. 10 minutes left to lunch. They're still batting. I think they're just playing for the lunch break, really, so they can regroup.
Absolutely. Hopefully, that's the idea there. So
208 for 8. Lead is 279.
So guys, give me 2 minutes. I'll be back in.
No worries, Tories. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right. So, sorry for a little bit of background there noise, guys, but it should be good to go now. So what are we? 6:49 is what I made. By the way, Shazeb, you're absolutely, just to say, you are more than welcome to come and deliver some ding-dongs to me whenever you like. It doesn't even need Rizwan to make 100. So invitation on the table there for whenever you want to. Hulk, you've got another incredible Hulk reference that I don't understand there, but I'll thanks very much for that, Adam.
I'm assuming that's one of my enemies, Emil Blonsky. I think you mentioned him before, haven't you? Yeah, sorted him out with the Hulk smash. back here now to sort South Africa out.
Just very quickly, Hulk. Where did the idea for Hulk come? Why?
So the first game I went to, as I said yesterday, was in 1992, and from that first game, I'd always just paint my, maybe even if I didn't paint my face, I'd wear something, and bandana or something just to look a bit different. And it kind of then I started painting my face, painting my hair, etc. And the whole Hulk idea actually came from when I was at my sister's house. She was throwing away some of the toys from my son, from my nephew, and she had two Hulk smash hands that she was throwing away. I saw they were green. I thought, I'll take them. They'll come in useful at some point.
Right.
And it all just came on from there.
Oh wow! Oh, good stuff.
Yeah. So I've got my sister to thank for the whole Hulk thing, because before that it was just kind of the paint and the hair and stuff. Yeah, but the whole Hulk thing kind of took on just by a twist of fate, really. When I saw those, she was chucking those Hulk hands out.
It's funny you should say twist of fate, because that's actually a very, very famous wrestling move. But I don't know if you've done that on purpose or not. But anyway, Jeff Hardy's twist of fate, I think. Sorry, there's been far too much wrestling chat, but I me and Adil got our little private wrestling conversation going on here. Intergender match at the Elimination Chamber: Randy Orton versus Alexa Bliss. I say the ring the bell. Randy walks or Alexa lights go off. I don't know if that will happen, but what I would say, what if you had Adil? What if you had Randy Orton plus someone versus the Fiend and Alexa? But I don't know who the female on Randy Orton's team would be. But anyway, we'll maybe come back to that during the lunch break. Hard-hitting wrestling chat. Ali got halal McDonald's. Okay, halal McDonald's delivered to us in our seats.
What kind of VIP seats were you sitting in, Ali, where they come and deliver your food to you at your seats? I think this is how the other half truly live.
I know, right? Exactly. This is the fifth ODI between Pakistan and South Africa in Lahore back in 2007 that we're talking about. And, yeah, clearly VIP. That would be.
Oh, is that a chance?
I think he got that on that.
Yeah.
So yes,
6 minutes.
6 minutes till lunch. Oh,
280 lead.
280 lead. Play to South Africa. I mean, they kept going this morning. They've created a few chances, but I think they'll be feeling a little bit deflated, won't they?
Definitely. The mood in the South African camp is not going to be good at all over lunch. They're going to be thinking, what can they do to get rid of No Mania?
Let's have a look.
Oh, shot
for one, possibly.
It's the single ball.
Did he take the single?
No. Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Yes.
That's interesting. So he took the single, so he's going to have to face from his ball one, then, isn't he?
Yeah, no man. He can hold a bat. He can play.
To be fair, he's lasted 27 balls, and he's looked okay. So I guess that's not bad strategy. Let's have a look. Obviously, Cal do a YouTube vlog of being PA first class. That would be good. That would be very interesting.
So Adam, forget doing a review. We want to see a watch along of a vlog of him actually going on it. I do remember when I was a kid and I went onto a PIA plane, and you actually, obviously, I turned right, went into economy, but then on the left hand side you see the PIA first class seats, and they didn't look okay. They looked a bit bigger and wider, but I don't know. They didn't look all that, but that was years ago. Obviously, it's changed since then.
Yes. Yeah. Rhea Ripley, Adil. Good shout, Adil, for Rhea Ripley and Randy Orton versus Alexa Bliss and The Fiend. Liking this booking. Where do you want that? WrestleMania or Fastlane or Elimination Chamber, something like that? Maybe that'd be a good match for WrestleMania. Let's have a look. Oh, yes, done that one. Or Nikki Cross, Adil, good shout again. It's funny because whenever one of the wrestling comments come, I just see kind of the other two just kind of squinting and thinking, hold on, which team does Rhea Ripley play for? It's all very much a wrestling-based chat, I'm afraid. So here we are with 5 minutes to go till lunch. We're 2:10 for 8, showing us the Imran Khan enclosure at the Pindi Stadium. I quite enjoyed the coverage, by the way. I know a lot of us have missed a lot of the coverage by talking with you guys kind of over on the watch-along, which has been, of course, even more fun. But I quite like the presentation, but the from the PCB with these games.
Oh, sure. No one there.
Played off his hips, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Over the boundary.
Yeah.
Check that out. That was Nomania. See, that it's changed now. Noman is protecting Riz.
Yeah,
that's what's happening.
Absolutely.
That's what you want your tail to do. You want to protect him, yeah. So you go into the lunch period with Riz safe.
So in Pakistan, Ali says, if you're, I don't know if this is the case. Well, let's have a look. Oh no, I think
no way he's gonna get to that one.
There's some interesting dance moves there by the guy of short leg. So in Pakistan, if you're Ali anyway, and only if you're Ali, in Pakistan, you always get VIP service. Just give them your seat number, seat stand and seat number, and they bring food to your seat. You get the tip to go.
Yeah. I figure that's it.
See, the problem with that, yeah, is that you have to stay in that same seat.
Yeah.
That's an old one.
It
was just out. Have they tried many bounces to Noman for the Pacers?
There's been a few that he's ducked under fairly comfortably.
Okay.
Not many.
Guys, I'll be back with you very, very shortly.
Yeah, that's fine.
We've got 3 minutes now coming up to lunch. Another bouncer there. So we've got a couple of minutes now. I'm not sure whether we're actually going to get another over in now.
One more over after this.
Yeah, we've got 2 balls left with Notia bowling. So it'll be interesting to see. I just want them just to get to lunch now. I think they played absolutely fantastic this session. 2 hours and 15 minutes, and we've only lost 2 wickets. And we've put on 85 runs so far. Been a brilliant session for us. This has.
South Africa probably thinking the pitches eased up a bit. It's be looking at the back here.
Yeah, but South Africa weren't thinking that they were going to have to be chasing close to around 300 and hopefully, inshallah, more when they were going to bat in the 4th innings. But this is going to be seriously have deflated them.
Absolutely.
Just go to a question here we got from Adam. What tickets do you have for the summer? So, if inshallah the games go ahead and we are able to go to them, we have tickets to all of them except for Lords. And I think there was a question that was posed yesterday as well about what stand we're going to be sitting in. We'll let you know, Adam, if you can follow us on our Twitter, we'll let everyone know on there what stands we're going to be sitting in for the games this summer, and it would be absolutely brilliant to see some of you guys and meet some of you guys as well. So the viewers that are listening, the ones that are based in the UK or even the ones from abroad, if you're planning to come over here for the summer, do you guys have any tickets for the games this summer? So we're playing 3 ODIs and 3 2020s, aren't we, Riz?
320.
So we're playing 3 ODIs and 3 T20s, aren't we? So the only ones that we don't have tickets for is Lords. So I don't personally. I think there are a few of the Stani Army members who do have the tickets have tickets for Lords. Oh, have you got tickets for Lords?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't fit the persona for Lords, so I'm not going to be going for that. Adam, we're going to miss each other. You've only got Lords tickets, so inshallah, down the road at some point we'll meet. Omar goes, I bought all tickets apart from the Cardiff game. Okay, hopefully, inshallah, we can catch up at some point during one of the games. And Omar, during then. Okay.
It's the last over before lunch.
Yeah. Has to be this has to be the last over now.
So hopefully, you can get in a lunch. Just 8 down.
Omar saying that I only hope will give me a week off now. Hopefully, inshallah. Okay.
Trust the process. No.
Chill out. The last thing we want to do is get a run out in the last over before lunch. We're not going to win the game this over. Calm down.
Guys, don't forget we are doing our usual kind of lunchtime ask us anything stuff. So anything you want to talk about, whether it's a ticket, I know there's a few comments there about the tickets, so we go into a bit more detail on some of that stuff. I've got tickets for everything apart from Cardiff. So Ahmed, I'm the same as yourself there, Ahmed, in terms of having tickets for everything apart from Cardiff. So really looking forward to that. And all that's not.
No.
Oh, it looked like it.
No.
It looked like it.
No.
Well, fair enough. Let's have a look.
No.
Hard, isn't it?
That's
So managed to. So certainly where I work, it's very much people who have got school-age children tend to get the priority for time off during July and August, because obviously they want to be spending summer holidays with their children. But I made a special point of telling everyone that although I don't have children of school age, I do have 11 children of non-school age who play for Pakistan who I need to see in the summer. Without me, they'll do silly, stupid, irresponsible things.
Well, to be fair to them, they do act like kids sometimes, don't they?
Exactly. So yesterday, right? So yesterday, session 3. Okay, you're thinking Pakistan is just gonna, the lead of 71. Pakistan is just gonna comfortably increase the lead, and we'll just ease into a lead of about 400 over the course of the next day and a half. And so I was lying there, kind of not just hoping that if we can bat nice and sensibly, maybe I might even be able to get a 15-minute nap, having since
two runs. Yeah.
But absolutely no chance, because we just kept losing wickets. Just can't let these guys do anything without watching them.
Is that not lunch? That is lunch.
Yes.
It must be lunch.
It's lunch, yes.
So we'll come on to these comments in just a second. We'll just wrap up that morning session. So we are 217 for 8. The lead is 288. So at the moment, the target for South Africa will be 289. I think we've batted so well in that session. That's really, really good work, guys, isn't it?
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, very, very pleasing. I didn't expect us to bat the whole of first session, but I'm very, very pleased. That's very, very good. South Africa will be deflated. We'll come out after lunch looking to get to 300, and anything after that will be a bonus. Great. Okay, guys, it's been nice. I've got to shoot off now, so hopefully another time.
Thanks,
All the best, everyone. Thank you.
Shakal hell, Riz. Really appreciate you joining us.
Yeah. Take care now, guys. Thank you. Bye now.
Okay. So yeah, 288 is the lead. Holt, what do you make of the morning session?
I think it's just been brilliant. I've already said, a massive shout out to Rizwan for holding the innings together. I think we said 88 runs, didn't we? We put on in the first in this first session. I just want to say for everyone that's actually waking up now, that's gonna check the score. I bet they're in for a shock of their lives. I bet they didn't expect us to still be batting, with still 2 wickets still intact and Rizwan still there. So absolutely brilliantly. And we did talk yesterday about how we'd want to at the start of our innings, how we'd want to have a lead of 300. We'd ideally want something like 300. And at the end of yesterday, we were thinking, are we even going to get to 220, 230? And now it looks like we're so close to that 300, and hopefully, inshallah, we can actually go beyond there. Yeah, South Africa have got to do some crazy thinking over lunch about how are they going to get Rizwan out, how are they going to get Nomania out. I think it's going to be very difficult, even if we're out to the first 2 balls after lunch, which you know what happens, a drinks break or an interval sometimes brings a wicket. Yeah, I still think that it's the ball is definitely in our court. We're definitely in the driving seat with this game now.
Do you think that the pitch has played easier than you'd expect, and therefore is that slightly concerning that it's not? You almost don't mind it playing tricks.
Yeah, it had a few kind of gremlins in it, shall we say, at the start of the day, but they've kind of died down now, haven't they? I mean, there's been the odd one that Maharaj has got to turn around the corner or has got to spit up. Really, there's not been too much in there, but yeah, I think from a Pakistan perspective, our bowlers looking at it, we know that even if we come in now, we will still be bowling on it probably we'll still be bowling on it on day 5. And the wicket's only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. The cracks are going to widen as well.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing I would say is that let's not forget scoreboard pressure as well. So it's amazing what happens when one team is batting, quite well. Archer has nearly got Virat Kohli there. It's amazing what happens when one team can make a pitch look, so quite comfortable to bat on because they've got runs on the board and because the other team is maybe a little bit more defensive. And then suddenly when there's a change of innings and you're chasing 280, 290 in the 4th innings in conditions you're not used to, it's amazing that the pitch suddenly, could Kohli get run out? No. It's amazing how the pitch suddenly looks different and it starts playing tricks and it starts, the board suddenly starts turning and spitting and turning square. So I think that's one of the reasons why I'm pretty confident is that I think psychologically and based on the attack that we've got and based on the conditions, I think we're in a very, very, very strong position here to win this game.
Do you want me to take this one? But the MCC member one?
Sorry. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
I know you're dying to get to the wrestling questions.
Yeah. Sorry.
So to become an MCC member, Adam, you need to get onto the waiting list. And I think at the moment, the waiting list is something silly like 25 odd years plus. There's a massive waiting list. I think even if you know an existing MCC member, to get onto the waiting list, you need to be nominated and seconded, I think, by an existing MCC member. And then once you're on there, then there's a 20-25 plus a year wait for that before you get your membership. And all that the membership gets you is you basically get to watch the games from the Lord's Pavilion, isn't it, Doc? That they call it. Yeah, you get to watch there, and it is
a couple of stands that are kind of for members and members areas. Yeah.
It is the most absolutely boring stand in the whole world of cricket. I'm telling you, if all you literally want to do is you just want to go in there, sit down, and do this, then I think you'll have the time of your life there. If you want to do anything else, I think you'll be kicked out, basically.
So
it's just more of a prestige thing to say that, look, I've got an MCC member. I mean, when I got my MCC membership back in 2019, it was just one of those things.
Yeah. My friend got when Pakistan came here in 2006, my friend got tickets for the members' families area. Okay, so obviously the members have certain tickets they can give to their families and things as well. And so it wasn't quite pavilion, but it's a stand that's kind of just next to it on the left. I forget what that stand's called now. It wasn't Compton or Edridge because they're at the other end, so I genuinely can't remember now. And there obviously there's a dress code, and the dress code was, I think for gentlemen, it was kind of formal, no chinos, no jeans, no trainers. So I went in trousers and a shirt. Obviously, it was I'd rather go than not go personally. So obviously, I wasn't gonna not go. But it's amazing when you get there. Everyone bought a newspaper. So me and my friend have just gone, to kind of watch every single ball, and we're invested in every single ball. I think there was a day Yusuf got 100, and certainly the Test match in which he got a double 100. And it was just amazing watching everyone else not watching the game. And we're kind of sitting there, like looking at all these people having conversations and talking about their kids and one middle class family talking to another middle class family, and the kids kind of talking about schools and stuff. And we're like, guys, there's like a test match going on, and Mohammad Yusuf's batting, and Pakistan are 150 behind, and maybe if they can get ahead and put pressure on, and we're actually thinking about the game, and just no one else was. It was just the most surreal kind of way I've watched cricket, and thankfully I've been back to Lords a number of times, but never been in that stand. And I like you say, I don't think I'd want to. Very, very, very sterile atmosphere, and just totally alien to how I think I watch sport, or people I know watch sport anyway. Okay, so we'll do a quick resting one. So guys, you can just feel free to ask anything you want. We'll talk about anything you like for the next kind of half an hour or so, any aspect of life, sport, whatever you like. And we'll try and give some kind of answer. What are you eating there? What have you got?
I'm eating melon.
Oh, okay. I thought you
nice and healthy for Sunday morning.
Absolutely. And is it snowing where you are just yet? I thought we were expecting.
No, unfortunately, it's not. I've been looking and the ground's wet, but there's no snow. And I think my kids are going to wake up so disappointed now. The forecast still says it's going to snow throughout the day, but I don't think that there's not going to be enough snow for them to build a snowman today anyway. So I don't know. We'll see.
Snowmanelli. Right, Randy and Nikki versus Alexa and Fiend at Mania. This could happen because of Alexa and Nikki Cross's friendship. Absolutely right. What about Strowman interferes? Gosh, Adil, how many people do you want in this wrestling match? Oh, Coley almost got out again to Don Bess. How many people do you want in this wrestling match, Adil? That's quite a few now. I reckon I quite like the first idea of Randy Orton and Rhea Ripley against Alexa Bliss and the Fiend at WrestleMania. That would be really good. And Nikki Cross works as well. Doc, where am I sitting at Lords? I have got, fortunately, I spent a morning at work not seeing patients really, and just on the waiting list for the Lords tickets to go on sale.
Can I just say, if any of the Doc's patients are watching it, I apologize for his behavior that morning on his behalf.
Yeah, I don't think I was the most engaging clinician that morning, but I've certainly got the bare minimum done. So where am I sitting? I am going to be in the grandstand at Lords. So that's kind of a bit of a side-on view. Tickets are absolutely ridiculous prices. Absolutely ridiculous prices. I know that put a lot of people off, understandably. But hey, I live about 35 minutes from Lords on a good day, so it's a nice, easy game to get to, as opposed to the rest of them where I've got to start planning how we're going to be going from Leeds to Nottingham to Manchester or whatever it is in the summer. Adil mentions the score as well, 65-2. Adil has now become 69-2, but Virat Kohli's had a couple of near things. So we will get to all the comments, guys. Keep them coming in, and we'll get to them. We're just kind of going to go through them in chronological order. For the moment, let's have a look. Hulk, I'll let you take this one. Do you look at life differently now compared to when you were 18?
Yep, I turn into the Hulk less now. Basically, I think back then, you've got all that that youthfulness and the enthusiasm, all that the energy, whereas now you're kind of more reflective on life, more reflective on things as you've matured over time. So yeah, I think Adam, you're obviously on this. I think you said over the past couple of days that you were around 18. It says about 17, kind of late teens, really. So you kind of at that point, things have just changed. Yeah, just matured. Life lessons, life experiences, etc. So yeah, things different. I think as you would have seen if you were when you were seeing yesterday with Cal, for example, when Rizwan didn't review that caught behind and how Cal kind of went off on one. Just kind of used to it, just take things in a stride. There's less things that set me off, Cameron Akmal and Lords being two of them.
I would say, I think, to be honest, as I've got older, and we're being very mature about these answers. I appreciate family a lot more than I used to be honest. I think as you're growing up, and certainly as a teenager or what have you, you just think your parents are going to be around forever. You think your siblings or your cousins or whatever, or your friends are going to be around forever, and nothing's ever going to change. But obviously, as time goes on, unfortunately, that does change. And so a lot more appreciative of the people around me, I think, as your parents and other family members kind of get older, and you realize that you are very much a product of your upbringing and kind of some of the values that they instilled in you. So that's one thing. And the other thing is I probably didn't appreciate the travel and how much travel can kind of broaden the mind. I wasn't a huge one on travel growing up, but now managed to get to kind of a few different countries and stuff. And you appreciate, how much you can learn by visiting other cultures and meeting other people from other cultures as well, from a historical point of view as well. So yeah, that's one thing I would say there. Pakistan session, agreed on it. Definitely Pakistan session. 217 for 8 is the score. Lead is 288. Rizwan is on 73. Who thinks Rizwan can get 100? Me too. I think it's very doable, isn't it? He needs another 27. If the tails stick around with him, then absolutely no reason why he can't. Shazeb says, good session that. Any extra runs and we'll take it. Absolutely. I think we've already got the lead to a point where we're kind of pretty happy with it, and we think it's probably enough to certainly challenge South Africa, and probably enough to win the game and win the series. I think the only thing I would say is that, I made that prediction at the start of the day about the game probably going into day 5. What do you reckon, Hulk? Any chance of wrapping this up today?
I hope so. I think it just depends on whether we can find any demons or gremlins in the wicket to stop South Africa getting those big long partnerships, really. But also, on the other hand, it depends how long we actually carry on batting for. How much time are we going to take out the game today? I think that it's probably leaning towards that is going to go over to day 5. So we are going to have to be back here at 4:45 in the morning tomorrow. But in an ideal world, to think that, we'd love to wrap it up in the last session today.
Yeah, absolutely. What approach do you think South Africa should take? They need to win the game. So obviously they're 1-0 down in the series. Let's say the target is 300. Do you just take it as a normal kind of just a normal run chase as you would, where you look to accumulate and you try and bat out as long as you can to try and get to the target, or do you take the Quinton de Kock approach, where he was just thought, I'm just going to hit as many as I can before I get out?
The thing with the de Kock approach is that he only did that in 1 innings. I don't remember him doing that in the first game, did he? So you can't just kind of say that, or the de Kock game based on that 1 innings that he did, where he was just smashing it to all corners of the ground. I'd say that.
Didn't you start? I mean, I think some of us anyway started getting a little bit kind of twitchy when that started happening, because you're thinking, for some people,
no, okay. Some people would start getting twitchy, when de Kock, defended the ball. Doom and gloom is always around Pakistan fans sometimes, but they get a few 4s, a few 6s. That's just part of the game, isn't it?
But will Pakistan get twitchy? Let's say, for example, South Africa do come out and Markram and Elgar probably wouldn't. But to be fair, we haven't actually bowled that well with the new ball. So let's say we give a few loose balls and they race to something like 40 or 50 for none. Barwood will start getting twitchy, won't he?
Definitely. I think that's what I mentioned, that I hope that it's not a walkover for us. I hope that there is a little bit of drama. It's really going to help Babar with his captaincy, and it will also help the team as well to how to deal with this and how to deal with it on home wickets when you're expected to win. It's all different having to do this away from home, but at home you're expected to be in the driving seat, really. No matter what most situations of the game are, really. I think that's, from a South African perspective, their approach is going to be to accumulate. Don't go out to get 36 every single over, but don't basically go there to look to get, to go out and run a ball. Yeah, they will be looking to start building up the runs, and then to see if it goes to day 5, we'll see. They'll see where they are to see how fast that they want to go then.
Apparently you also get good lunch if you're an MCC member, so that, as we all know, that is the most important thing of going to a cricket match. Obviously, no, of course it's not, but yes, go on. What do you reckon?
Yes, so you do see on the Lord's Twitter account, sometimes they actually post a picture of what the lunch menu is for the players, or possibly the members there as well. And I think it all depends on what you actually what you classify as a good lunch, really. Me personally, I'd just rather go to my local desi restaurant, really, rather than have, I don't know, cottage pie or whatever it is that they're going to be serving there. But that's just me personally. I don't do bland food.
Well, so there was a question yesterday. I don't know if we got onto it, because I know we were having just a couple of technical issues yesterday around lunchtime. But there was a question about which ground has got the best food. Did you get round to answering that one, Hulk, yesterday?
Yeah. So I answered it by saying I've never ever bought any food at a ground ever, because I'm not going to waste my time standing in a queue. I'll always either get something from homemade, or I'll pick something up on the way to the ground. So my son's just come down, and the first thing he's done is open the blinds. He's opened the blinds to have a look outside, and he's a bit disappointed.
Oh no! How old is he?
4.
And no snowman today then, at the moment?
No, I don't know. No, I don't think so.
What's your lad's name, Hamza? I'm seeing the comment. What's your lad's name?
Yusuf.
Ah, Yusuf. Okay. Yeah. I don't suppose he wants to make a guest appearance, does he?
No. Okay. He'll make a guest appearance at the games.
Oh, good man. Okay, I was going to say, sorry. I know this goes against slightly what Hulk was saying, but I have had the odd kind of bit of food at these games, and it is a nightmare. Like we mentioned yesterday, it's a nightmare having to kind of queue up, and almost certainly, unless you go before the end of one innings, you're going to miss the start of the next innings. But what I would say is that the chips at Lords are overpriced, but really, really nice. Really, really, really nice, the chips that they serve you. The other stuff, not quite so much, and the bottle of water costs about £2.50, but the chips at Lords are brilliant. So anyone who's going to Lords this summer, get involved with that. Hamza, morning. How good is Riz? How good is Riz?
Absolutely amazing. From his keeping, from his batting, holding the innings together. Like I said, if you rewind back about a couple of years, and we were going into we were coming into day 4 here with the position that we were at. I don't think many people would have said that we were still going to be batting at the start of the second session, and that just shows a testament to how Riz is batted today, especially with the tail. It's just that confidence that he brings into the team. We talk about the confidence that we missed in New Zealand with Barber not being in the side. Now let's look at the confidence that Riz brings in from a batting perspective. We've been crying out for so long for a keeper who can bat, who you can have confidence in that he's going to stick there for a long time, and he's not going to be afraid or anything. And he's positive intent. He's not just there block or anything. He keeps rotating the strike. How many times have we said, why can't we just rotate the strike? Everyone else can do it. You don't need to score, a boundary over in cow corner every over. You just need to 1, 2 singles, doubles, etc. So absolutely brilliant. Yeah, he does have some flaws that people picked out. From a review perspective, etc. There are things, but he's at the start of his journey. Give him time on that yet. But Hamza, absolutely brilliant. Riz is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it'd be good to get comments from Hamza and any of the guys as well who are in the comments about thoughts on Riz and how well he's playing at the moment. I think we've probably got. Don't you think we've got maybe 6 players at the moment, 5 or 6 players who are not kind of undroppable, but who are very, very kind of. I feel like we've got 5 or 6 players who are very, very secure and almost undroppable at the moment. Okay, so Babar is a figure. Yeah. Okay, so. Azhar, Babar,
okay, yeah,
Rizwan,
yeah,
Fahim at the moment, Shaheen,
yeah, okay,
Hassan Ali.
I don't think you can say Hassan Ali. But when you say fixed in the team, as in whose names are going to be engraved in stone on there, yeah, and I don't think you're going to put Hassan Ali on a par with what like Babar and Riza.
Don't you think Hassan Ali is going to play the next 5 Test matches? Definitely, almost regardless.
I think he might do, but I don't think I'd say that I'm going to have him. I'm going to have his name engraved in stone on that list. Definitely not. He's not going to be penned in for me at all. No. I don't think how you can put. If you had a team sheet, yeah, and you can have a blank 11 spaces, yeah. What you're saying, Doc, is that basically you're going to have that sheet printed out, and you're going to have 5 or 6 names already on there that you're not going to be able to move at all. I wouldn't have Hassan on there. That's going to be his name is going to be printed out. I'd be writing his name in. The only bowler that I would have on there that's printed out is Shaheen Afridi. Anyone else, yeah. Hassan's, to be fair to me, he's only played. He's only just come back from his injury. So this is. So I just don't see how you can do that.
I feel like he will. I feel like he'll play.
He probably will. He probably will, but I don't see how you can actually have him on the same pedestal as Babar and Riz, basically.
I just having made such a fuss of the fact that I think, or me personally, having made such a fuss of the fact that all of our Test bowlers are either too young or too old. I just love the fact that we've actually got this bowler who is technically, should be approaching his peak years, and has, bowled so fantastically yesterday. And this is not just because of yesterday. But he bowled so well yesterday, and in spurts in that first Test as well. Maybe I'm saying that more in hope rather than expectation. But the point the point I'm coming back to is that Riz, for me, he's in that core group of kind of almost undroppables in terms of, if Riz fails in the next game, you pick him. If he fails in the game after that, you pick him. If he fails in the game after that, you pick him. And you can't say that about everyone else. So, and that to me is just testament to how well he's been doing recently. Comment from Shazam, right? Okay, so thoughts on
let me take this one first as a non-footy fan.
Go on.
I put the game on for a couple of minutes yesterday, right at the end, and that's when he scored. So everyone, you've got me to thank for that.
Thanks very much. It was, yeah, obviously it was horrible yesterday. As a United fan, it was one of those moments where, there are sometimes, if you do something, if you feel that your player's done something stupid, you get angry and you shout and you swear and you kick stuff. But yesterday was one of those where I just didn't want to talk or see or look at anyone or do anything for like a good 45 minutes after the game. That was a real kick in the stomach. That last minute equaliser, and I have said before, I don't think United are kind of equipped to win the title this season. It is an odd season though, so if ever there was a year for someone to kind of sneak in and win it unexpectedly, it would probably be this year. The only thing is, I'm not sure we're going to win a title with Lindelof and Maguire at centre back. I just don't think that pairing is good enough. I think they get too exposed by pace. Gone. Coley's gone. 71 for 3.
And that's my answer to everyone who said, why is Coley not in my top 4? Dangerous, Dom, eh?
Barbara's arm wouldn't get out to Dom Bess. That's a huge wicket. And he's got that to I'm just going to watch that again. I think he got it to turn quite a lot. It was caught at his short leg. Let's have a look. So it was Dom Bess bowling. India 71 for 2 in response to England's 10 million. And he's got one to turn. And it's gone straight to short leg. That's a huge.
Is that Ollie Pope there, I think?
I didn't see the catcher, I'm afraid. So that's a distraction from having to talk about football. But essentially, yes, Lindelof and Maguire, I don't think are a title-winning defence. And I think either unless Eric Bailly can stop injuring himself, or until Twanzebe is kind of first choice, or until we buy a quicker centre-back, I think we're always going to be exposed. And that's a real shame. Adil mentioned Strowman involvement because they could have had a leader of Retribution. Retribution, Adil, I'm really struggling to buy Retribution as any kind of a threat at the moment. I think they've booked them so badly. Same as the Fiend, Alexa Costa-Randy saying, you remind me of Wyatt. Yeah, no, it makes sense. I guess it makes sense to have Braun Strowman involved. I guess Braun Strowman and Bray Wyatt are always going to have that history to go back to. So yeah, that's not a bad shout at all from a wrestling point of view. And if people must be wondering, they tuned in to watch a Pakistan game and they see this comment, but that's very much wrestling based, guys. Okay, the game will go to day 5. We'll win it before lunch. Does that make sense to you, Hog? Does to me.
Yeah, I think probably, yeah, most likely. But you never know. But you never know. So basically, the answer is yes or no. Right, let's have a look. Okay, what's on your bucket list? What's on my bucket list? Yeah, so for me, it's I got the traveling bug quite a few years ago now, and my bucket list is basically just to carry on the whole traveling thing. I'd love to go down to South America. Love to explore more of. I've loved going to Southeast Asia. I want to carry on around there, and it's to basically see Pakistan play in different foreign countries. For example, such as the West Indies. What I really want to do is I want to have a World Cup in somewhere like the West Indies, for example. Yeah, that would be absolutely amazing to go out there for 2-3 weeks. For that would just be absolutely brilliant. That's on my bucket list. What about you, Doc?
Yeah, so I was going to say this. I in terms of bucket, I don't necessarily like the concept of a bucket list, because I feel like sometimes having ambition is good. It's brilliant to have ambition, but sometimes people get a little bit kind of caught up in kind of, I must do this and I must tick this off and I must tick this off. And obviously sometimes if you don't quite achieve those goals, because life can, throw some nonsense at you sometimes, then it makes it difficult. You don't want to kind of put undue pressure on yourself, like I must do this by 25, I must do this by 30. However, in terms of things that I would really, really, really like to do without them being absolute must, I would love to watch WrestleMania in the States. So one of the big things I want to do is watch WrestleMania in America. And one of my kind of post-retirement plans, if I can, is just to follow Pakistan around the world and just go to, like you say, a World Cup in the Caribbean and be, inshallah, from a professional and a personal point of view, and probably, to be honest, from a financial point of view, if I could be comfortable enough to be able to not work and just watch Pakistan all year round, wouldn't that be lovely? That probably won't happen until I've done a lot of work for a lot of years. But that's a kind of a post-retirement plan. I don't know if any of you guys have got bucket lists or things that you want to do, but it would be good to know. In fact, I'll tell you what, why don't we get a thought from Imi, and why don't we get a thought from Cal? If both you guys are ready to come on. Imi, on your bucket list? What's on your to-do list?
On my bucket list.
Welcome, sorry. Assalamu alaikum and welcome, sorry.
Welcome, Sam. Watch a game in Pakistan. A test match in Pakistan. Still hasn't happened. That's one of my bucket lists. And then there's a few countries to travel to, so let's see.
Cal, what's on your bucket list?
Bucket list.
Cal, just thought you might.
Cal, microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Right. Bucket list.
To make a bucket list, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I've not really thought, to be honest with you. I just.
Cal, it's for us to go to the West Indies World Cup, man. How can you forget that?
Oh yeah, that's it. That's it. You got it. Yeah. No. As in, are you know when you say bucket list, do you mean like as in for the game of cricket, or as in
anything? No, in life. This is
anything.
This is life, Cal. So anything you want to do in life.
I've not really thought about it.
All right, thanks very much, Cal. Thanks for that. Right, moving on. Imi, do you believe in other dimensions and parallel universe? Where are we going with that? Not for me. I don't think. No, good to know if you do and what your thoughts are on parallel universes.
I can answer that. There's a lot more to the world than meets the eye. Full stop.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Do you guys collect your tickets or throw them away? So I used to collect my tickets. I used to have this is before I got married, obviously, because it's a bit sad. But I used to have a wall in my bedroom, and I used to pin up all my tickets with blue tack. I used to come home and do that. But I think I stopped doing it a couple of times, and then I forgot. And now, I don't know where a lot of my tickets are. Amy, you must have a few tickets that you've.
I used to collect them, and then just one day they all disappeared. I haven't got any.
Okay.
Don't know what happened to them, but yeah, I used to put them in one of my wardrobes, get a little corner. So I had quite a few, but they've all gone. The one that I'm really gutted about is the 2017 District Trophy one, because my plan was to get that autographed by the team, but it never happened.
The final.
So
I would say the same for my 2007 Champions Trophy final ticket, but my ticket doesn't have my name on it. It has someone else's name on it, so I can't do that.
Well, my one actually has a English name on there.
Yes,
and it says a child that was £5.
Right. So that's interesting story to tell the grandkids. So you got that ticket. Cal, do you keep the tickets or do you chuck them?
I've still got my Champions Trophy final one, and I think I've got the World Cup games. I think I've got them tickets as well. But the rest of it, I don't know where they go.
Fine. So we were talking about players that are undroppable, and I have to admit, maybe I got a little bit excited, and I started naming the whole team as undroppable. So I'll retract that because we probably don't have 9 undroppable players. Ali thinks that Barber, Riz, and Azhar are the only 3 that are undroppable. Are they the 3 that did you mention those, Hulk?
Yeah, so I think you do Barber, Riz, and Azhar as well. Yeah, but I would put Shaheen into there as well. If he's fit, I'd put Shaheen in there as well.
Yeah. I think that makes sense. Not about Yasser. No one's mentioned Yasser.
No, he's not engraved on there, is he?
He plays pretty much every game, doesn't he?
He's not undroppable, though, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, you're right. And also, if he's probably a bit more conditions based, because I guess he didn't play that game in New Zealand, did he?
Yeah.
Almost said, will United be fighting Chelsea for the Europa? That's a bit cheeky, isn't it, Ahmed? Imi, what do you reckon?
No, you don't fight. Nah, I think we'll be comfortable.
Comfortable in the Champions League?
Yeah, I think we'll be comfortable. I think we're going to finish in the top 4, top 2 this season. I think we'll be comfortable. I mean, we're going to get disappointing results like yesterday. The league is unpredictable, isn't it? So, and it comes a long way, when we think now, under Jose, if we conceded 3 at home, we would end up losing that game 3-0. Under Moyes, we would have lost that 3-1 with about 50 crosses. Under LVG, we wouldn't have lost at 3-0. We would have lost that with 1-0 with 95% possession. And we would be saying, they only attacked once. Oh, yeah, we never attacked in the whole game, but we had 95% possession. So I'm absolutely satisfied at the moment. Absolutely satisfied. And you know what? Today, the only gutting part from yesterday is that today with them two playing today, and you know what? I don't want to say their names at the moment. It's too early in the day. One of them was going to drop points, if not both of them were going to drop points. It was such an ideal time just to capitalize on it. But these things happen. I mean, like a bit of uncertainty, a bit of bad defending, a bit of bad keeping, and it just cost us 2 points. But we've come a long way if we're disappointed on a draw as bad as that, yeah, because we're thinking it's costing us the title race, rather than us thinking, well, being lost and saying, you know what, it's costing us 10th place at the moment.
I'm just trying to think what the most disappointing game was this season. And I was thinking last night, Leipzig, Sheffield United and Everton are probably the three that really, really, really hurt this season. Probably Leipzig for me is what was I'd struggled to recover from the Leipzig one. That was a real kick in the teeth.
Do you know what? There was one worse than that, I think. Istanbul.
Oh yeah, but the thing is, that doesn't see Istanbul at the time didn't feel
didn't hurt as much.
No.
You look back at it, and I think that cost us more than the Leipzig game, especially when we got hit on the break with no defenders at the back of a corner.
Yeah.
But again, you live and learn, I guess.
Right, absolutely right. Gone. So yeah, Adil, that was the Coley wicket. So Coley's gone. Don Bess, Dangerous Don, as he's been called by Hulk, has taken the wicket there. We've got Rizwan or Rishabh Pant. I think
no contest.
We're probably a bit biased, aren't we?
Contest.
Not in the slightest. What gives you that impression?
Absolutely. I think Pant is probably the slightly more explosive player. Although Rizwan can, we've seen in T20s can hit a fairly big ball. Obviously, you ask most people around the world, and they'll say Rishabh Pant, but that's mainly because
Really?
I think so, because every India game just means so much more to everyone around the world. India are box office, and Pakistan are hidden away until now on Sky Sports. Pakistan are hidden away on some random channel that no one sees. So I think that's probably just why generally people will probably, if the ICC did a poll or Quick Info did a poll, I bet you Pant would win.
That's more.
Another one down.
Like
India 4 down.
Oh, 4 down.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
Bess has just got Ronnie out.
Oh wow.
Dangerous Tom.
That's a lot to do with the population as well, though, isn't it? If you have a vote, all of a sudden you've got 200 million in Pakistan versus 1 billion over there. And out of the 200 million, 180 million of them, can't even be bothered to even get up and get a glass of water. They tell their children to go and get it. So there's a massive difference in population. Yeah.
Yep. Moving on. So, Cal, what's your favourite life quote? Good question from Adam. Thanks very much for that, Adam. And feel free to answer some of these guys in the comments as well. It'd be good to know what you guys think. Cal?
Chalo.
That's inspirational stuff. Hulk?
Well, other than Chalo, which is my new favorite quote, I think I have to go a bit religious on this one. Is that I can't remember the hadith, but it's like, no matter what happens, put your trust in Allah. And if it's written, Allah is the best of planners. If it's written for you, it will happen. And if it doesn't happen for you, then maybe Allah's protecting you from it.
Very wise words. Imi, life quote? Anything you can think of?
Life quote.
Yeah.
It's mostly religious.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's mostly religious ones. It's just believing in yourselves, believing in what Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala said and the teachings of the Prophet. That's really it.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say if I will go with one religious one, which is they say that Allah tests those who He loves. which I think is something to think about from time to time. And also, did anyone used to watch The Office?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So if you want the rainbow, you got to put up with the rain. So I do think about that from time to time, because if you do, well, it's self-explanatory, isn't it? Got to put up with the rain if you want that rainbow at the end of it. Go on.
Good old David Brent.
Absolutely. Oh, there's so much, I could reel about 50 David Brent quotes.
I've got a different version of that. If you want it snow, it shouldn't rain before that.
Well, exactly. Yes. Well, yeah.
You know what, Amy? Before you joined, Yusuf woke up. He came into the living room. First thing he did was, he opened the blinds to have a look outside. Not a speck of snow at all. Heartbroken, mate. I'm blaming you, Amy, for that.
Sorry, I didn't tell you that I'm going to get it cancelled.
Kept it for yourself, Carl.
I looked at the forecast and I went, nah. With this much rain, it's just not going to happen.
Right, so we're gonna get through these really quickly now, because the players are coming back out. And thanks, guys, for all your comments. So we're just going to be quick. Cal, your bucket list is for Pakistan to use DRS properly. That's a good shout. Cal's will be making Cal, that's the second time we've asked now. We need a blog, a vlog, or whatever they're called, for when you go first class on PIA. Okay, so take your phone with you, take some videos for us. Okay.
PIA is banned, I think, now from the UK.
Cal, tell me what's on your bucket list, Cal, is to move your mic when you talk.
I think PIA is banned now from the UK. I'm sure. I don't know if the flight's been lifted for them or not.
Oh, okay, but when we're back on, Doc, we say
wait. Cal goes first class.
No, don't. They just no.
He does. Yes, yeah, can't deny it now.
I'm just wondering what the experience must be like.
Winner take all for WWE: Reigns versus Balor versus Edge McIntyre. Winner gets to go to Raw. Adil, I tell you, man, some of these ideas you're coming out with. Do you work for WWE? That's a brilliant idea. I don't think they'll do it, because I don't know if they like that kind of one person winning everything, or one brand to be superior at a WrestleMania type thing. They often do that at Survivor Series, I know, but good shout. Adil's coming up with some really good wrestling ideas this morning. Cal doesn't need a bucket list. Once you've flown first class on PA, you've completed life. There you go. Ali, right.
So if Carl doesn't get a sponsorship from PIA after this year, I don't know what he has to do.
I know. First ball, Nokia to Rizwan. One run if he takes it. Will he take it if he's taking the single? No. Why not? Why isn't he taking the single? I think Norman Ali can deal with Nokia, but anyway, okay, let's get through this quickly, because people have taken the time to message, so we should talk about the Man United will be in the Champions League, will get knocked out in the group stages. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Well, it wouldn't surprise me though, because this is the thing that annoys me about top four and the race for top four every year. People get so worked up about getting in the Champions League, and then unless you've got a decent chance of winning it, I just feel like it's a bit pointless. And at the moment, I don't think United are one of the challengers for the Champions League. Liverpool to win the league again? Absolutely not. I'm not even going to say that one. Sorry, Kohli gone for 11. Yes, indeed he has. And now Rahane's gone as well. Let's have a look. Let's keep going with these messages. Message from Mo. Oh, no, not him. No, Mo, thanks for commenting. I know we had a bit of an interaction on Twitter last night. Something Del Trapper, this is Mo, Evertonian. Yeah, I know all about you. I hope last night doesn't reduce my chances of joining you. No, we want as many people involved as possible, Mo. So
you know what? We did mention it last night, innit? That how under Ancelotti, he's transformed that club. They've got, if they win their 2 games in hand right now, they're 2 points behind us in third. Best club in Merseyside right now. Any other local fans hearing it again? Best club in Merseyside.
Everton.
Give it 5 minutes, Imi.
Yeah.
When Umar's on.
Is he on?
He will be. Everton following Pakistan, fight like cornered tigers. Yeah, thanks very much. That's quite enough, Mo. But appreciate it. Thanks for getting in touch, Mo. Appreciate that. Thank you. And stay in touch and tweet us and comment during this game. Rahane's gone indeed. Adam Miners, get your application in for the ballot. That's a very good quote. Yeah, I think if we all adhered to that. There we go. India 73 for 4. Tail Camel and Reliant. I love my favourite quote. Yeah, thanks for that, Ali. Yeah, enjoyed some of the quotes coming in. Yes, Good. Yes, that's from Mo. Yeah, Mo, we'd love to have you along for one of these watch-alongs. I know we're going to be doing the 2020s, and I'm sure we'll be doing the tour to Zimbabwe later on in the year as well. Obviously, some of that depends upon timings with work. Rizwan picks up one that time, so on the 5th ball of the over. See, this is a thing from South Africa. I don't understand that from South Africa. They've given Rizwan a single on the 5th ball of the over. That doesn't make sense to me. You want to be stopping the single, otherwise you're only going to get a ball at Norman. So that makes no sense. Almost on his way, so I'm sure we'll balance out this Liverpool-Everton chat. So that'll be interesting. And he also thought VS Bowers offered his resignation because of the Nicham. So yeah, he didn't want. Is it the right decision? So interesting, isn't it? I think back in the day when managers kind of, were at the very top of a football club and everything trickled downwards from the manager, I think you could get away with saying that, the club has bought a player that you didn't want and not a lot would happen. I think now the way certain football clubs are run, where they have a philosophy or they have a director of football, and actually the manager comes in and is only a very, very small part of the overall kind of coaching staff and management group, then actually managers will just come and go. So I don't think it's the right decision. I'm quite old school. I think the manager should be kind of overseeing everything from the top down. But unfortunately, modern football isn't really working that way. So I can see why things like that would happen. So I think that's all the comments for now from the Ask Us Anything stuff at lunch. I really appreciate everyone kind of sending those comments in. It hopefully you find it something. It's we try and talk about cricket when the cricket comes. I don't know where that's coming from. Is that Yusuf in the background? So yeah, it does keep us entertained during the lunch break whilst there's no cricket. So yeah, thanks for all those comments, and I'm sure we'll do another one of those tomorrow if there is a lunch break. Imi, where do you reckon this game's going?
I think we're in a commanding position. I mean, like yesterday, say, just about 2 hours away from this, or 3 hours away from where we are right now. So, say around 11 o'clock our time yesterday, we were told that we'll be 280 odd or 290 odd ahead, and still have Rizwan in the crease with Noman. So what? So definitely take this, and I think it puts us really in a commanding position because it was gripping and turning as well. So it's a massive advantage, and we should make this game 2-0 now.
Shouldn't it? Yeah, we should really be wrapping up this series. If not today, then you would think tomorrow. I think it probably is a bit of a stretch to ask us to bowl South Africa in 2 sessions. I mean, funny things happen from time to time. They're just showing Rizwan's top scores in Test cricket, and all of them have come in kind of this season-ish, 1920 really. He's never made 100 though. He's never made a Test 100, so that's inshallah today might be the day for Rizwan to get his first Test 100.
Omar is saying that he's on his way. I mean, like, he's got to just realise all he's got to do is pick his phone up, or pick up his laptop, not exactly walk. Yeah. So, we're not in the studio.
Shazab says, Cal, has Rizwan made up for his DRS mistakes yesterday? Are you now happy with him, or are you still? Is he just neutral? Is he only just made up for it, or is he kind of in the good books?
Well, it all depends if you win the match now, innit?
Okay.
Ooh.
How can you say that? I'm not having you put Riz down like that, yeah. He made mistakes yesterday, definitely, 100% he made mistakes, yeah. But what he's done today, yeah, he's more than made up for it.
But you can't justify making mistakes, yeah, and then making runs to justify it. It's two different things, isn't it?
They're two different things, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But
you can't justify it for it. But what I'm saying is what he did yesterday, that was a mistake. He needs to rectify that. You can't rectify that by making runs.
You can't rectify a mistake. Is a mistake is done. The only way you can rectify it, yeah, is when it happens again. Is to have learned from the mistake.
Yeah.
Naman, slog sweep for 6. What a
No
shot.
mania.
Mhm.
No mania.
He's a batsman. He can make. I'm sure he scored a few
Do you know-
first class 50s. I don't know about 100.
Is he? I'm not sure.
Yeah, certainly 50s. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, The thing that frustrates me at the moment is, which Rizwan's a lot better than this, is I think he's dropped 4 catches in the last 3 or 4 tests, including New Zealand series. So that's a bit worrying for a person of his quality.
Amy, 4 drops in 4 matches. That's like 1 a game. That's not that bad, is it? Surely not.
No, but the standard of the keeping that he's got, we expect better. And number 2, again, it just comes back to what we've enjoyed before. If this was Akamara Nakamura, we'd be saying get him out right now. So it's that standard that we want to set. Yeah.
I think it's just been a lot more frustration in this game for him. Obviously, when he was first inning batting, he wasn't being able to get the ball in the gaps and that. I think then it just overlapped in his fielding and wickets.
Yeah, it probably that first inning was probably the poorest I've seen him bat in for us since he's come in. So, but I mean, all credit to him here.
Umar says time will tell. Pakistan need to win for Umar to be happy and to forgive Rizwan. Some very harsh judges this morning.
All I'll say is I wonder if the judges are harsh now. I wonder how harsh they were about 10, 15 years ago when Cameron Akmal was playing. Yeah, I'm kicking you off this stream right now, Carl.
No, he was too bad.
Sorry, I'm gonna jump off now. Jazakallah khair, everyone, for joining at the silly o'clock time of 4:45. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe on our YouTube. And inshallah, we might see you again tomorrow. Allah Hafiz, everyone.
Allah Hafiz, take care. Umar, Assalamu alaikum, morning. How are you?
Wa alaikum salam, Kamal. I don't want to see you tomorrow.
I'm gonna wrap this up in 2 sessions.
As much as I like you, yes, we want to finish this off today and have a.
That's a new face message in there.
Pardon?
That's a new face message in there.
Yeah, it's a little child. Yeah, Rizwan is great. He's ours. Khushi Karoi. What's Karoi?
Khushi Karo.
Khushi Karo. Okay.
Maybe it's that.
So yeah, we'll move on. You know what? Another 300 lead.
I think he's going to try getting his century, isn't he? Maybe possible, I think.
He's so if we just looked at it right now, the way it's going, Umar, I guess we would have taken this at that point we were collapsing yesterday, innit?
100%. I was thinking to myself last night that.
Do you think, guys, that it might have gone a little bit easier to bat or something? Because when you think they would have wrapped it up by now, especially with our tail being out there.
Or have we just batted well?
I think I said that yesterday, that once Fahim and Rizwan started making that partnership, they got rattled. They went a bit wayward, South Africa. Every run was hurting them because they were thinking this game might go away from us. And I think Rizwan's batting's probably done the same to them. They just got rattled. I don't think the spinners have got the experience of being patient enough, to work out wickets. They're looking for wickets every ball, which does not help.
Their bowling attack is similar to ours, though, isn't it?
We've got a lead of 302 runs now. What do you think? I think Rizwan's gonna go for his century if he can get it, and then maybe declare, won't they? Or do you think just go out?
No, we're gonna bat all the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because to be honest, we should be able to bowl them out in 4 or 5 sessions.
Yeah. I mean, you know what?
So
the whole day. Oh, you know what? We've got what you call it, a whole day tomorrow. So
Exactly.
I don't think we should wait till tomorrow to get him in. I think if we survive this session.
I don't think we're. I don't think we're.
No, I don't think
anyhow. But what I'm trying to say, we've got plenty of time. There's a whole day tomorrow as well, so you bat on until It'll be at some point. I think this session they will come in because I can't see Lamont and Shane lasting the whole session.
4 runs.
Hence why I think they've come out with a more aggressive approach.
Yeah, cheers. Huh?
Make that 306 run. Make that 306 run lead now.
So if Rizwan gets another 15, that'll be 321 lead, won't it? I think.
So would you just declare, Cal?
No, I don't think it would, because I just think it's gone a little bit easier to bat off something. So I think as many runs as we can get is better. So I think this session, if we don't get out, this session, just get as many runs as you can possible, and then I'd maybe get them in. If we're not out by the end of this session, then I think I'll put them in the last session. So give ourselves at least, what is it, 3 sessions tomorrow and then 1 session today. So that's 4 sessions to get them out.
The middle order and the low order saved us again.
Earlier, just saying that dropping one catch can cost you a game. It just depends on who you dropped. That's just the thing, isn't it? I mean, if we end up like dropping, I don't know. In World Cricket, I always talk about it as 4 again. In World Cricket, I always say, imagine dropping a Coley or a Root or a Williamson. It's going to cost you massively, isn't it? A Smith in South Africa. If you drop a Duplessis, for example, even though he's not doing great, but
let's just give an example.
It will.
If it's not a test match, any game, if you drop someone, you give them a second chance. That's it, and they go on to make a century or something like that. It make a big difference in the game. Even with this game, obviously we've had 1 drop catch, a couple of decisions what have gone wrong our way, where we could have had a maybe over 100 run lead coming to the second innings.
This is Pac team better than the one that toured England in 2018.
No.
It's very similar. It's very similar.
I think that team knew how to win. That team knew how to win games. No, sorry, 2018. Sorry, I thought it said 2016. Oh, sorry.
No, the 2018 one. The 2018 one. I mean, what's the difference? The openers.
Yeah.
We had Shafiq instead of Fawad. Safraz ahead of Rizwan. We were playing Shadab at the time. I don't think there's a lot of difference. And to be honest, he hasn't had the greatest series, unfortunately, but
that's 6.
Much more mature now.
Good stop now.
That's 4, isn't it?
Was it a 4?
Looks like it.
I think I might have saved it. No, that's 4. That's 4. Yeah, legs touching the rope. 100%. You clearly see it's touching. Yeah, it's 4.
Just give it, man. For God's.
I mean, that's such a clear. It's such a clear.
I know other people doing worse things. It's clear for.
I mean, his legs are nearly in Islamabad at the end of it. He's still touching the ball.
Just get some Barney once again, boys.
We did not want to dock. Wish Bobbard. Let the team say what immediately Stani Army. Stand Army. I leave the Stand Army perfectly. No, I don't need the Stani Army either. I really don't. It's a collective unit. Everyone does it. Maybe a question that was asked before: how did Stani Army start off? Stani Army started off as a blog, so we used to just blog on the website, and it started off with Tabriz, who was in the comments a little while ago, and then gradually we make this supporters club back in 2010 after the spot fixing fiasco, and then we sort of gradually got the name going a bit more here, there, and there's 2013 Champions Trophy where it really kicked off, where people started noticing that there was a fan group, and the fan group it's not just for us, it's not just 10 people or 15 people and that's it. It's designed for everyone. It's designed as it's designed for Pakistan cricket fans to have a voice. So at the moment, when we started now, the YouTubing and everything else, we've only started with, 6, 7 of us, maybe 10 of us at the moment, doing it. But gradually, we're looking to bring more people on, give guests airtime. As you've seen, like this test here, we've added Shazib and Riz on there. So gradually, as we go along, we'll have more people on as well. It's just about getting the right people on and getting the right context on, because the building a reputation is quite easy. Losing it's very, very quick. You can lose it very quickly. So it only takes one person to say something, one thing bad, and that's it. So gradually, and as we get to know more people, we'll have more people on. Do you know what, Doc? They've come on, yeah. They've come on with this approach, knowing that it's only 2 wickets to go. There's no reason to just stand there and back time. So they're just looking to accelerate and get as many runs as they possibly can. So what's that? Nearly 30 odd runs, 29 runs so far.
Rizwan
20 minutes.
So we're 248 for 8. Rizwan is just batting like an absolute dream. This is perfect. This is exactly what we would have won. I think the fact is, obviously we are 1-0 up in the series, so there's no need for us to, do any kind of aggressive declaration if we don't need to. Psychologically as well, the longer we keep South Africa out there, the harder, the more their openers right now are probably thinking, I'm flipping out. We've got a bat on this in about 20 minutes or half an hour. This is not easy.
No, that's not.
It just could be a run out. No. Ooh, there's a direct hit at Rizwan's end. I think he's okay though. I think he's fine. There was a comment earlier. I mean, there was a comment
behind. I'm a ball behind because I'm actually on Sky Go.
Oh, okay, fair enough. There was a comment about a watch along for the India game, and whoever it was that messaged, I think it might have been Adil. There is this thing, Adil, called sleep, and I haven't had very much of it in the past 4 days. So I don't think I'm going to be doing any kind of India watch along, I'm afraid. Actually, it would be quite fun because England are in a really good position, but not for me. Not for me.
I'm not going to lie, Doc. After I left here yesterday, I did have about 3 hours.
3 hours to sleep. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I was going to stay and watch that Villa Arsenal game, especially when Villa scored. But I thought, you know what, I'll leave this first half. I'll get a little bit of sleep, and then see if we can catch up with Burnley Brighton later, which obviously was the better game. There's a question about how did I hear about the Stani Army? I think I heard about Stani Army on the. I'm not sure actually. I think maybe one of the games. I think I saw some of you guys. I know we had maybe you don't remember it. We had a quick chat at Bristol in the World Cup last year.
In the rain.
What was that?
In the rain, he said. In
the rain, yeah. Gosh, yeah. The pouring rain of Bristol. I think probably social media, probably Twitter.
Mind you. I remember when you and me had a chat because Obed had just arrived at the ground. He was quite late with his friends, and it's actually snowing outside now. It's not going to settle because it's so wet. But he's Obed basically had just arrived, so I went to give him his tickets because I had his tickets, And I remember coming. I remember spending about 10 minutes with you.
Yeah.
Time. And the funny thing is that it had stopped raining by then because a bird had come from as it stopped raining. I found the bird. It stopped raining, and the sun's coming out. Not much, but yeah, we might have something here. So a bird's travelled from Wickham to Bristol in that time.
Wow.
I've met you, and it never rained after that for the next 3 hours.
Yeah.
And we still never got a game. And we still never got a game.
That was ridiculous. And we could have done with those. We could have done with those 2 points, couldn't we?
Oh,
It's absolutely. It's quite heavy right now, the snow. But it's melting as soon as it's coming down.
get one of your sledges out, you mean?
They're at my shop. Do you know what? It's I'm actually I'm in my bedroom right now, but it's my bedroom that's just been renovated. So there's basically a brand new bed, wallpaper, and loads of rubbish everywhere because we're still, as we're renovating the rest of the house, we've kept this room as the one with the storage in there at the moment. And I've already had texts from my wife saying that you're speaking loudly, but I think because there's no furniture in the room, my voice is echoing around the whole house.
Tell you what, without jinxing it, how good does Noman look, and how comfortable does Noman look against the seamers and the spinners?
That's what I was saying. Is it gone easier to bat, or is it just our players are playing good?
No, I don't think it's that easy to bat. I think it is still turning a fair amount, the odd ball. You don't need every ball to turn. In fact, to be honest, it probably confuses a batsman more, and it's in the back of their mind if just one ball in 5 or one ball in 6 turns, because then you think which one's it going to be. So I just think we've batted. I think Rizwan has been brilliant. He's on 91, and we're 251 leading by 322.
Every ball starts turning, Cal. Then the problem is, as a batsman, I'll say, okay, if the 2 left arm spinners were bowling to Rizwan, and every ball was spinning away from him, then he would know, right, I've got to play according to that spin. But if only the odd ball is spinning away from him, say after every 5, 6, 10 balls, that keeps the batsman more in doubt because you just never know when that ball's going to come. That has their name on it.
You can see all 4 of us are just trying.
I think it says Barf Laksi
par gali jasi barish. No, I don't know what that last word is.
Basically, snow.
The last one that got me.
Snow, but then it's going to melt, and then something else after that.
No, a deal, man. It's not. India aren't 108 for 6. It's 108 for 4, isn't it?
Yeah, 108 for 4.
Yeah. 4.
That's a deal. I have to be honest, for some of the guys who haven't been around on the watch along since the very morning, Adil has been our excellent and very faithful correspondent, texting or messaging the score. It's been really helpful, actually, Adil. Thanks a lot, man. It's really good that you would have an eye on that game and also be watching us and, of course, watching the Pakistan game. So appreciate it, man. Thank you, and keep it up. I'm sure we'll be doing some of these for the.
We'll call Adil our England correspondent. We don't want an Indian correspondent.
Yeah. Our world. I tell you what. Speaking of world cricket, okay. So, West Indies are chasing 395. Okay, to win in Bangladesh on day 5. They've still got 35 overs. They only need another 130. They're 264 for 3, chasing 395.
Wow.
So what do you do here?
Oh, big 6, Noman. What a shot!
I think Noman's going to get his 50 before Rizwan gets it.
You know, as West Indies are batting, I just thought about ourselves there, and that would be us batting right now, and we're thinking, yes. And then all of a sudden,
bang.
90 minutes to go, we lose 3 on the trot, and then we sit there all doom and gloom, and then we end up losing by 35 runs.
Pointless as the Shafiq 100.
So what do you reckon here? If you're the West Indies coach, are you going for it or are you going for the draw?
I think 30. So yeah, the minimum overs is 33.5, and the runs needed are 131. In their last 10 overs, they've been going at 3 and over. They need about 3 and over to win the game. So
I think they. Oh yeah, I think if they bat the overs out, they win the game. Especially it's the West Indies. They've got this mindset. They're not going to be the sort of team that's going to die wondering. You know, they would. They've got this natural instinct here of you either win or you lose sort of thing. Adam's asking me how many Pakistan tops do I have. I'm not sure, you know, but yeah, there's quite a few. I would say between 15 and 20. So we're ranging between that. Once I've got my room back, maybe some point, once the shops reopen, I can order a wardrobe and I can get my room sorted out properly. We'll do a small blog on our tops and everything we've all got, and we'll put it up in the blog, and you can have a look at it, and along with all the other memorabilia that we've got. One of my favourite one is a cricket bat signed by Wasim Akram. Absolutely love it.
Oh yeah.
Or Imran Khan's autobiography signed by him. Funny enough, I don't know if you guys know it well. Cal's been, I know Cal's travelled down here quite a bit because of work. I don't know, Doctor, if you know Ilford.
I know bits of Ilford, yeah.
Imran, I think it was in 2013. He popped down to Ilford Town Hall. The most oddest place to come, but he come here and he did a little thing. It was his book signing, and plus he was just talking about where he wants to take Pakistan. And because if people did find out, I mean, that place would be rammed. I mean, it was quite full. It's 200 people there still. But I would say out of the 200, probably about 100 of them were English. So there was a lot of English people there.
So obviously we're not watching that game, but Rashad Pant has come out and hit 3 sixes. He's 33 off 21.
I was just going to mention that.
Yeah. That what's his game there? Without watching it, is he just trying to get rid of some men around the bat? Do you reckon, or is he just? Is that just going to be a pointless 40 off 25?
Well, we're chasing 555. I mean, even if he gets a 70 odd right now, it's not going to hurt England much, is it?
You just buy the wicket, don't you? You buy the wicket for 70, take it.
Yeah. They're just saying, well, you know what?
Ooh.
Just speed it up. He's going to give his wicket away eventually.
Cal, did you say that you would go for a declaration today, or are you happy just batting until the end?
If we're still batting by end of this session, then I think the last session I'll get them in. Just to give ourselves plenty of time to get them out.
But even though we don't need to win the game because we're winning the series 1-0.
I think we should go for
2-0 than 1-0.
Sorry?
I'd rather be win the series 2-0 than we win it 1-0.
I guess it does get you some World Test Championship points as well, so that's.
Plus, it'll give you the extra boosters, wouldn't it? Obviously, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Whitewashing it.
I guess so. Is that why you're looking so content?
No, I just think it's got. I don't know. It's just gone a little bit. Maybe I don't know. I might be wrong, but I just think it maybe gone a little bit easier to battle some. So we've got plenty enough time just to get them out.
Well, don't forget these bowlers. These bowlers have been bowling for 93 overs. We've had kind of back-to-back Test matches. The last game only finished.
Sorry, guys.
The last game only finished about 5-6 days ago. So maybe there's, and also just generally, I think South Africa look a bit flat because they know this game is probably beyond them now. I bet you, I honestly think when Pakistan come out to bowl, we'll see that this pitch has still got is playing some tricks and is going to be difficult to bat on. I think a lot of it is mindset.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed, Doc.
Go on.
Well, if you
Just
think
seems
about
too easy.
Yeah, I know. Where's the danger? Well, this is what I was saying. We were talking to Shazeb earlier on the comments as well. He just mentioned something about just let's have a look. What's he written here? Keep batting. I think we have plenty of time. No need to rush it. But Shazeb was saying, obviously, to earn his fan stripes as a young kid, like a 2-run win, with 5 overs to go tomorrow evening might be the way forward. But at the moment, it all does look remarkably straightforward.
No, Shazib, no.
we're on 3:30 now. We've got another.
Do you know what? We've had enough heart attacks in our lives here to go through another one like that.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about that, yeah. What was your reactions here when in the last test that Miss Judas played? So our first ever win in West Indies, but it looked like West Indies had just about done enough, and then we get that wicket with 6 balls to go. Incredible! Yeah, it's not good for our heart, though, isn't it? It just shows that we are pretty strong.
So that was that 2017? I'm sure it was 2017.
Yeah.
So that was the first. Yeah. That was the first time. That was the first series, I think, or first proper series on Sky that I watched after I got married. And so up until then, my wife hadn't really seen me kind of watch cricket. And so she's seen me watch football, so she knows what I'm capable of. But that was in the nicest way possible. So, but that was the first time she'd seen me watch cricket, and obviously that wicket. I'm sure all of you did. And again, it was just a little bit of an eye opener as to what she's got in store for the rest of her life. Yeah, and I always just remember what a brilliant series that was. 2-1, wasn't it? I think we won it. We won the first test, and then they won one, and then I think we won the final game.
It's funny you say that, Doc. The same thing happened to me earlier in the season when we played Spurs.
Oh yeah.
And we scored when Firmino scored in the last. It's the first time.
Oh really?
Yeah. I was just like.
And the funny thing is, right? That's just a random midweek Premier League win as well.
You went on the most random thing. When I got married, which is an awfully long time ago. And I didn't say like the wedding was awful. It was an awfully long time ago. I've got married in Pakistan at the time, and so there's me arriving in Pakistan about 4 days before my wedding, 5 days before my wedding. Sat down first day. I went to my dad. When's the wedding? The exact date, because I remember the thing. I had something in my head straight away. And he went, Friday. I go, Dad, it can't be Friday. He goes, why? I go, Pakistan are playing. Are you being serious? I actually persuaded him to delay it to Saturday.
Oh, well done.
So basically, but that was the game where Hafiz and Umar Gul actually made a debut.
Blimey.
Which game was that?
I think it was Pakistan versus Sri Lanka.
Okay.
But Hafiz and Umar Gul actually made a debut. It was an ODI debut.
Right. Rabada's back into the attack.
But I actually got him to delay the win. I was like, come on, Dad, I can't be doing this. Gotta watch the cricket.
I just put on the India game, and Pants has moved on to 42 of like 28.
Oh wow!
And the funny thing is, I was watching the cricket game in Pakistan on this like. I was watching the game on a 14-inch TV, and like with quality of like we used to have the old VHS tapes that were like 20 years old so they just like started that. It was the most weirdest experience ever, but you just gradually used to it.
Hello.
I'm pretty sure it's Sri Lanka, if I remember right.
Hello.
Oh, we weren't able to translate what Adil wrote.
Nimi.
I said it's gonna snow, but it's not because of the rain. Come on, guys. You need to improve your reading skills. We're gonna need it, got there.
Sorry, Adil.
Thanks,
Do
Eddie.
you know that guy who just came out with drinks for our players? I've never seen him before. Do you know anybody know what's his name?
I didn't see him. I'll put the India game on quickly.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that one as well. Cal, apologies.
I've not seen him before. I think he's someone new.
Is it Imran? Not Sajid Khan?
No. I've seen him. He's bald.
Dabish.
He's built like me. It wasn't him.
Or like me.
Yeah. No, it wasn't him. Someone different. I don't know.
Dabish?
Yeah, it might be.
Is supporting Pakistan more stressful than supporting your football teams?
Oh, sport in Pakistan is really stressful. I think it's one of the stressful jobs you can have.
I think I get more affected by a Man United defeat than I get affected by Pakistan defeat.
Oh, shot, 98. Come on.
The Pakistan one is sort of like it happened, and I say, okay, I'm a bit used to this in my life.
Really?
Yeah, but the when United lose or draw, yeah, it absolutely like ruins my time until the next game. I don't talk to people. I don't socialize. I have a grump. It seriously affects me. I mean, yesterday,
Rizwan's on 98. It's the last ball of the over, so I wonder if they're going to bring the field up so that he can't get a single. And if they bring the field up, that means he's got boundary opportunities. So let's see if he can get his 100 here. Go on, Riz. Oh, he's gone for the pull shot. He's got one. Oh, he's on strike again. Okay, he's hooked it for one. 99.
Why does it feel like so easy, and then as soon as it gets to 99, you're like,
I know. I tell you, Misbah was the worst in the 90s.
Yeah, he got out a few times, didn't he?
There was one that he caught down the leg side. There was a run out, I'm sure. It's absolute disaster class. And the thing is, all of the players come out onto the balcony as they are now as well. And I feel like our players do it more than other teams. And then so many times they all get disappointed and just kind of turn around and go back in again.
Asim Kamal was the other one.
Oh,
4 times he got out in the 90s, Bichara. Never got 100.
He should have played more.
He should definitely play more.
Right, it's Linda bowling. Come on, Riz. Come on, lad.
Oh, I don't know if you guys seen it or not. I can't remember. They were showing it the other day. Some player was on 98 or something. Yeah, and he. Needed,
James Vince.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he needed 2 runs to get his century, but they only needed 1 run to win, and the bowler bowled wide.
Yeah. Right, come on, Riz. Just the one. Oh, he comes down the wicket. Oof, don't do that.
The other one that I remember is England, and was it
Atherton slipping?
Yeah, no. This was a declaration. Was it Graham Hick on 98?
Atherton declared on Graham Hick, yeah.
When he was on 98 at the Ashes, he declared on him. He's like, "Bruv, come back."
Go on. Quick single. Yes. Well done, Riz. What a boy. What a boy.
That's his first 100.
Well done. Brilliant.
They can declare now.
Coming in, what was it, 50 for 5? He came in? 60 for 5?
Top innings. Top innings under circumstances of where this game was.
Oh, good lad. Well done, Riz. Well done. It's good to see hard work paying off, isn't it, in domestics and waiting your chance, and you get your chance and you take it. It's a good life lesson.
Yeah. And the good thing about Riz is, I mean, he saw Safraz ahead of him as captain. A lot of people would be dejected and they would have given up, sort of thing. Just kept plugging away, kept doing his thing. Eventually he's got his chance. And he's doing his thing. He's doing it.
Well played, Rizzy boy.
I love how we listen to one person's commentary, whoever's commentary that is.
Sorry?
I can hear Rumble.
He's
I
doing
can hear
really well.
Rumble in one of our streams.
That might be me. Sorry, I turned it up when he got his 100. Apologies.
Right, I can hear Rumble.
Who was the last? Let's have a look. Anyone watching Liverpool Man City today? Also known as Evil versus Evil. You'll be watching that, won't you?
That was on last night.
Oh, really? Yeah, you would. So you would say that.
Oh yeah, the best club in Manchester versus the best club in Merseyside.
I tell you
Yeah,
what,
that's today.
I tell you what.
Oh, yesterday.
If only there were fans. I bet you if there were fans around and Sky could, that would be one heck of a super duper Super Sunday, wouldn't it? That would have been to sit and watch. But oh well. Someone almost thinks Liverpool are going to win 1-0. Fair enough. Never know.
Is that you writing?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, is that you?
The thing is, I think City.
Oh, Lamar again. Slog sweep 4-4. He's got his iron here.
You know what?
37 not out.
I hope he gets his 50.
His batting's better than his bowling.
If you're on Sky Sports main event, they're going off here.
Okay.
Go to Sky Sports.
What they're going to put on main event? Live netball or something? No, golf.
I don't know. I don't know, but they just put it on that golf. So they
how good would we be? Well, how good would we be if we had openers, huh?
How good would we be
if we had openers?
Oh, well, how long you got?
Yeah, but you know, if Rizwan can come in not 60 for 4, but 210 for 4 or 250 for 4, you know, it's just make a huge difference.
We'll be getting 400-500 every test, every innings we play.
And also, it would just take the pressure off the lower order. You can't keep asking the lower order to do it like every single time. Ooh, almost played on, but instead gets a boundary. 276 for 8.
So we've got a lead.
The lead is 347, guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I just don't know how that's happened.
Yeah.
If we're still batting by the end of this session, I think we'll have a lead of at least 380.
Oh, it's already
350, Carl.
Yeah, so, no, actually, we should have a lead of about 400. Don't you think that'll be enough for us to send them in get them in, declare and get them in on the?
Interesting. It depends how aggressive Barbara wants to be. I guess.
Yeah, but they're not making 400 on the last day, are they? That's what I'm saying. So we've got more than enough, I think.
I don't know if Barbara is naturally attacking as a captain to do that. I'm not sure.
Let's wait and see.
Well, if you think about it, they've not scored like
another boundary.
God.
None of the teams, even Pakistan, hasn't scored 400 in a day. So they're not making 400 in one day. So I think it makes it more logic for us to get them in on the last session, and then this gives us more time to get them out.
So boys, when do we declare?
That's what I'm saying. If it was up to me, if we're still batting by the end of this session, I won't come back out batting the last session. I'll get them in.
I think they're just going to wait for Riz to get out. I thought they would have batted all the way, but I reckon when Riz gets out, they'll declare. Or if he gets out.
That's the unfair on thingy, isn't it? If he can get his 50 as well.
I'll charge a 50 now.
Makes a difference.
So let's win the game.
Well, I mean, Shazad mentions about T20 mode, so...
I think they've been in T20 mode since last night.
Yeah.
You know what just happened? My dad just walked inside the room because
that's
we
partnership, that 80-run partnership between them. 84, sorry.
Yeah.
84-run partnership.
What are you saying, Amy?
My dad just walked into the room, because we put the rad up yesterday. The rad that we put up before the radiator wasn't working, so it's a new room, and we fixed a new radiator. So he's just come to check up on it if it's heating up. And he's walked in, he's gone, come downstairs and watch it. I go, I'm on a call. He goes, no man, what a player. I walked straight back out of the room. I was like, oh.
The man has major Zulfi vibes. Zulfikar Bhabar vibes.
Absolutely.
Do you know what? He's 33,
No,
he can give us...
Even if we get 2 to 3 years out of him, I think that'll be okay.
was just going to say, we're going to get 2 years out of him. Yeah, you know what? He could be very handy. No, he's not.
After
I'm
he's
35, right? Because I've just turned 35, so I've got a bit of a bee in my bonnet about getting to my mid-30s. Okay, so how am I 35? I'm 34. Anyway, look, all power to him.
especially after his 2 fielding mishaps yesterday.
Yes,
He looked
exactly.
about 63.
Yeah. He got a bit of vertigo, didn't he? Kind of just to spin it. No, may he have a long and successful career and life ahead of him, of course.
I mean, if the guy's 29.
Yeah. He's just had a really, really stressful life. That's the only way to explain 50 being 29.
Had a hard paper round.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one, exactly.
We know with our team, we've always had players either come really, really early or really, really late.
Yeah, there's nobody that's coming.
Yeah.
Does he really want me to take my cap off? The barbers are closed. They have been closed for the last 6 weeks. I had a haircut 2 weeks before that. That's 2 months.
See, that's the thing in it down south. That's the problem you guys have got. We get appointment service here.
How do you?
I just had one. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, but you're not allowed, are you? Unless you look there.
Carl,
Oh, sorry.
tell them that off air.
Stani Army would like to distance itself from comments made by Cal.
No, it's all right if you got it in the house.
Cal, just stop. You're just extending the sentence now.
I think I might actually have a haircut because my dad's an ex-barber, so you can still cut.
Oh, you're chilling then?
Sorry, guys. You know what? Go on. Calm down with the cold. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
8 just.
I think it's pretty good. Yeah, Riz should just go into complete 2020 mode. Obviously, the next match is going to be a 2020 anyway, so we'll give him a bit of match practice. Got nothing to lose now anyway.
Yeah, no.
Well, they've scored 55 runs in the last 10 overs.
Yeah, which is still a bit slow for 2020, but it's okay. No, if we're talking in a 2020 perspective, innit?
No, we're not.
No, I'm just saying on a 2020 perspective.
Let's have a look. Cal, did you admit to breaking the law? No, Cal didn't.
No, he didn't.
No, he's only kidding.
I was only joking about it.
Of course. Let's have a look.
Omar Hussein wants to know where do I get my haircut from? Tony and Guy.
Yeah, they used to be quite well known back in the days, but I don't know if it's going to be low down now, isn't it?
They use the razor in the shower every morning.
Naman, I think, has shouldered one to the keeper there, literally off his shoulder as opposed to the shoulder of the bat. So he's okay. What Cal meant to say, this is from John, as a big United fan, big shout out to the old school Reds. What Cal meant to say is he cuts his own hair by an appointment service. Yes, indeed. Yes, he makes an appointment with himself. Imi, who's just gone off for a moment. Imi, get the barber to come down to your house, give you a haircut.
No.
Imi's cousin's a barber, I'm sure is it Jank?
I don't know. Imi's just off for a second.
I'm sure Jank's a barber.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, and my dad's an ex-barber.
Oh, Naman Ali, what a shot! He's that was like a no-look hook for 6. What's this? You'll see that on the replay.
It's not great. What's that today?
The players are the players in the dressing room are like falling about laughing because of his batting because it's so good. Watch this shot.
Well, he deserves a 50 now.
Oh, that is when you see the replay. He's like taking evasive action and
Singing.
I just saw it. Wonderful.
You know what? It feels good. Yeah. You know, like now even our bowlers can battle it. We've got even our tail can bat. Normally before when we used to get into the ball, we thought that's it, right? It's going to be game or finish, quick time. But now we can.
Uppercut for 4 from Naman Ali. He is taking absolute mick now.
Get him in the T20 side. Innovation at its best.
Misbah and Fawad Alam are just laughing so much at this. It's brilliant. That
You
is,
know what?
oh, that is brilliant.
We find an opener. Get him up there. Oof.
Proper 360 player.
Bring Kendallker out. Bring Kohli out. Come on, man. We got the one.
40. What's Naman got now?
47?
47, I think. Yeah.
45.
Oh, is it?
Anyone know the India score? Oh, I think it's up 143 for 4.
Just
147 for 4.
Just ask our correspondent. At the
India's 147 for 4 at the moment.
There we go. What's this? Oh. Yeah, that's what happens when you make admissions like that, isn't it? Yes. Well, they're certainly playing with a lot more confidence, aren't they? Or they seem like they're playing with a lot more confidence than the openers. Oh, of course, Shazab. This is from the morning. Shazab said he's going to hand deliver me a packet of ding dongs if Rizwan made his 100, and he did. That's why I was so happy when he got it. Yeah, Shazab, I'll message you my address. I want to see you down here, and we'll have a socially distant ding dong. Move on to the next comment, I reckon. After that, right?
4 runs again.
Another boundary. Oh, this is. We are. Well, I think we're just rubbing their noses in it now, aren't we? Barbara doesn't look like a captain who's about to declare in any way.
I think South Africa seem to be already on the plane.
Yeah, and which is ironic because most of their players are going to go home after this, aren't they? Because the replacement squad is coming for the T20s. That's a real shame, actually. If
they've already arrived, haven't they?
If Australia hadn't stood them up, so if Australia had stood them up a little bit earlier, we could have kept a lot of these players out here, and it would have been a bit more of a headline T20 series. I'm not saying we're going to batter them, but it just means more when if you beat a full strength team. Or if you lose a full strength team, it tells you more.
Why is there not a full strength team?
Only like Henrik Larsson is probably.
So why can't they extend any of these players to be?
Because they've already come over, so it's not really fair on them, is it?
If they knew beforehand, then they would have kept the Duplessis and the Cox and the Ranaduce and the Rabada to the world here, but because they announced a squad and the team had already travelled, well, they're not going to tell them, no, you know what, you're not our first choice, go back. Which is a shame because Australia should have actually put more professionally on this. And talking about Australia, I mean, we're looking at that graphic the other day, or stat the other day of the series they've been playing. It's ridiculous amount of games they play against England and India, and the rest of the games get cancelled. Absolutely ridiculous.
Naman going up, yeah. Naman going wild. Just like Hogan, what you going to do, brother, when pneumonia runs wild on you? It's funny when you mentioned Henrik Larsson. It sounded like you said Henrik Larsson. He reminded me of the old Sweden player. He used to play for Celtic. Had a year at United. Well, 6 months at United as well.
That was a masterstroke, wasn't it, for Fergie?
I think it stopped Louis Saha playing a bit that season, and I think I remember a few games. It seemed like we started going direct to Larsson, whereas Saha, although he had a lot of injuries. It just took the wind out of Saha's sails. Saha and Rooney was a really good partnership. Oh, the man is out. He's been caught at the wicket. Wow, just as we put that comment up about Romania running wild. Yeah, it's a short ball. He's kind of probably maybe caught the tail end of the bat, and it's just kind of locked him mid wicket.
It doesn't look like we're declaring.
No. It's funny. He's walking off the pitch now, practicing how he should have known it. Like a top order batsman does. Like, I can do this. This is my game. Come on.
This is what I do.
Yeah.
It was, you know what? The difference was this was a bit more. It was a bit more higher. So it was above his head high. And he's gone for this one.
Brilliant stuff, though. Really good. Well played. Well played, Norman. No.
And I love how he just walked off here with his butt up here, reached the gallery with no fans there yet, bro. I've got this.
He can milk it. He's allowed to milk it. Underpants is on 54-44.
Now wrap him in cotton wool because we're going to need him to
That would have been nice if he got his 50, but I don't think he went fully with his shot. If he went with his shot, I think he would have gone over that player's head.
Probably that extra. Yeah.
He didn't go fully on with his shot, innit? He just it was a half a shot.
Because
yeah, they've declared. Have they declared? No, they're not declared.
No.
Oh, West Indies have lost a wicket, so they're now 277 for 4, chasing 395. They need another 118.
It's just a long way to go, isn't it? It's a long way away yet.
It is.
India 154 for 4.
The only thing I would say is that they've got a Centurion at the crease. So Kyle Mayers, who I believe must be one of their new players, I've not come across him, is 121 not out. And Jermaine Blackwood has just come to the crease, and he can give it a biff. So half an hour of Blackwood could get the target right down.
I remember I tweeted that once, the exact same words. I said, when England lost their wicket in Manchester, and I went, this score, I can't remember the exact score now, I said, it's a long way away. And 2 hours later, I feel like killing myself.
And the really annoying thing about that one is obviously at the time you think, okay, we're 1-0 down, we've got a couple of test matches to go, maybe we can draw the series or whatever. But obviously, with hindsight, knowing now that the next 2 test matches were pretty much completely washed out, how annoying is it that we didn't get that win at Old Trafford and we could have stolen a series 1-0? So frustrating. Adam, I think the answer to this question is money, because money, basically.
Moolah.
Yeah, pretty much the only reason, let's be honest. And probably just trying to maintain good ties with the BCCI, which again also comes back to money. It's a shame, but it's just the way things are in the world.
Yeah. A shame with South Africa as well. I mean, like, from the standard that we know South Africa at, the present team looks below that standard, which is a shame because cricket, we've only like 9, 10, 11, big nations. I mean, you could say 9 big nations, and you've got a couple of others. Ideally, you want 9 nations to be as strong as possible because it makes competitive cricket. South Africa at the moment, I think there are a few players short.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they can be strong when they play everyone else. I know what you mean, right? But I just think back the number of times we've lost to teams because we've had a fast bowler injured, a fast bowler banned, a player that's fallen out with management, and we get beaten. I don't think anyone has sympathy for us. So I know what you mean. Obviously, having a strong South Africa and a strong West Indies and a strong everyone else does mean that the game is in better hands. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like no one really has sympathy for us when we have played so many series with one hand tied behind our back because of injuries and other stuff. So yeah, they don't get that much sympathy from me. I want South Africa to do well as a nation, but not against us.
Well, we've seen it all. We've seen players beat each other at bats and come back home from the World Cup. Yeah. We've seen all sorts.
Well, are you going to say something? Sorry, man. I think I cut you off.
No, that's okay. Let's give me this one. Watch this ball. I forgot what I was going to say.
Okay. South Africa being strong. I don't know.
They've literally now just spread the whole field out. 2-1. So they're not giving him the boundary. They're saying to him, "Well, you want to hit the singles, up to you."
Yeah.
Something's got to give. Either he's gonna, really help one, or he's gonna end up giving his own wicket away because he doesn't want Shane to be on strike.
Come on, Riz, nail it. No, not bad.
Inzi was one of the best, wasn't he, in this situation?
Yeah.
Playing with the
Right
towel.
at the end, he was
Always
so
felt
good.
comfortable with him. He was felt so comfortable that he just knew how to manipulate the strike. He knew how to keep it. It was very good.
If I'm not wrong, and I'm going to be really optimistic here, Barber can have a really good start to his Test career. If he wins 2-0 here, we play Zimbabwe next, don't we?
In tests, yeah.
In Test, yeah, and then we've got another home. Do you play West Indies later on in the summer?
Away in August, September, I think.
Yeah, and they're as unpredictable as us. So you could have a
Oh,
good
the
start.
away series has now gone to BT Sports. So
Yeah.
no longer on Sky after 32 years, which is such a shame. We all grew up with Sky showing the West Indies.
Yeah, I mean, Sky have lost so much. They lost Australia's home games, which they had.
New Zealand.
They lost New Zealand. They've lost West Indies. The South African.
I mean, all they had to give here just to afford us. Unbelievable.
Yeah. And they lost to wrestling. Sky lost WWE. They had wrestling from 1992 till last year. A lot of the golf has gone off Sky as well. So they, yeah. So I think their priorities maybe they're getting outbid for a lot of things. Yeah, it's quite an interesting debate going on in the comments about the big three and stuff. So I think Ali mentions about in this day and age why are three countries dictating cricket? It should be fair. Everyone should have at least 3 Test series. And then let's have a look. Adam says, don't think you can compare Fonzie racing to cricket fixtures. Yeah, fair enough. But I think what Ali means to say is, why is it happening openly? Everything should be fair and equal for everyone. And then Adam says, Pakistan should review big teams so that we can play Hong Kong and Namibia. We'd rather watch players big teams. Interesting. I guess what maybe Ali's saying is that to have a bit more equality amongst the big teams, because even amongst the big 9 teams, as it were, there's kind of that India, Australia, England, and then you've got like the poor relations, which are like Pakistan, Sri Lanka, West Indies, New Zealand, South Africa from a financial point of view. And really, apart from Pakistan, all the rest are just begging to play India because they know that that's the way to kind of that's where you're going to make money from TV rights and things like that. So it is a shame, but unfortunately, I think it's just a financial reality of the world.
Do you know what's so frustrating? They've got a U-Switch advert, and it is for broadband. I didn't realize. And at the end of the advert, it just pauses, and they go slow broadband U-Switch. And I swear, I was playing around my phone thinking my broadband is not working. Because I went on silent, and I was like, come on, not again.
But I think the Sky advertising is a lot, like they don't advertise like, if you use these Asian channels every second.
Sometimes in the middle of an over, if there's like an injury or something.
I don't know if you've come across it, the next over ball's even been bowled, and there still be advertisement.
And don't forget the advertisements on the screen that come up, that the cricket goes small and the advert comes on the side of the screen as well.
But Asian channels, they're proper known for it. Whereas in like Sky and that, they're really good in that sense. It doesn't happen.
Sometimes Sky don't even do an advertisement when a wicket falls.
Yeah.
Just carry on.
Yeah, especially if it's I think the 9th wicket, they often do that with the 9th wicket, actually. They just stay on because, and this is a really good comment, isn't it, about how good's it been watching this in HD on Sky Sports without having to deal with annoying adverts. Absolutely.
No, I'm really happy that we've got it on Sky.
And that's a really good point about the PSL. So I have to agree. PSL for me is something I just struggle to pay attention to all the time. And also, some of the games are on during work time as well. So, but it's going to be so much more accessible personally for me as well this year, being able to have the PSL on Sky Sports, and for a lot of other people as well. I think it's a really good idea.
The only flip side to it is them old uncles and aunties who, one, they don't have Sky Sports, or they might not be able to afford it, or didn't want to spend that sort of money on it. And this was like their little thing where they watch cricket when it was on free. They lose that, but it's that fine line, isn't it? You for boxing cricket, as for our cricket, it's major because financially. I mean, I think they've got Super Sport in South Africa, Sky Sport in New Zealand. Now they've got Sky Sports in the UK.
We had Willow, so we had a lad on earlier. I think it's like 3 a.m. in Canada now, so he's probably gone to bed. Bajana. He was watching
Willow in America.
Willow, yeah.
Yeah.
And is there one?
Major.
Is it Flow Sports in West Indies, something like that?
Yes.
It's major.
Just
and I think
talking about.
Sony have bought it in India.
I think it's all down to Wasim Khan.
Yeah.
It's a relationship, though, isn't it? Previously, England might have contacted, or they probably said, "No, we can't trust the Bulls because, like, we just don't know what we're going to get out of them." So it's a relationship now. Obviously, Khan's there. They're probably thinking, "Well, 1 minute, there's a guy here we can trust, and if he's promising us that he's going to give us top quality coverage, we'll trust that." And he's actually delivered.
Shaheen has smashed him for 4. Has smashed Rabada for 4.
God.
Over mid-off. Standard.
Must have gone easy to buy. Shaheen smashing him for 4. Come on.
That was a bit like. That was
Don't forget.
Clear the front leg.
Don't forget, Cal. The ball's like 25. It's a new ball but obviously it's like 25 overs old, and these guys have just, I think, given up by the looks of it. So they're probably not going at full pelt.
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, it was literally a T20
Hoik.
end of the innings sort of clear your leg.
Wasim Khan has been brilliant, hasn't he? Wasim Khan has been brilliant.
I feel like Wasim. Sorry, not Wasim Khan. I feel like Shaheen Afridi has so much.
How did that not go for the 6?
He could do so much better with the bat.
Yeah.
And the commentary will be on TalkSport or TalkSport 2.
Yes.
Because they've got all of England's away series. I wonder what actually happened between Sky and the BCCI for the sudden fallout. Second time now.
Was it not
fallouts?
Was it not rumored that Sky wanted to send their own commentary stream and they didn't allow it? I'm sure.
That's what I read. That's what I read.
Really?
When, England went over to India last time, something happened around that basis.
Last time they never gave him a box. So basically, Nasser Hussain, Affers, and etc. They were commentating while watching it on TV from their hotel rooms.
Yeah, something happened last time. I remember.
That was the last time, which was like 2-3 years ago. And then this time, something's happened again, which I've read it's to do with the commentators. The BCCI said that we don't want the commentators here.
No, I don't. I think that might be one aspect of it. I also think Sky don't have. I mean, as we've seen with Sky losing the wrestling and Sky losing other cricket rights, I think Sky are not prioritising certain tours, and I think Sky think that let's get the big 3. What have Sky got? They've got all of England's home games. They've got the World Cup, Cricket World Cup, and I think they're probably going to bid because the BT Australia deal has come to an end now. I think Sky are going to bid big for the Ashes as well, the away Ashes that are going to come up next year. And I reckon they'll think, let's have those big 3 things: home Test matches, World Cup, away Ashes. Everything else, who cares? If we don't cover Sri Lanka versus England, if we don't cover India versus England, not such a big thing. We don't have a kind of a bottomless pit of money anymore, like they used to. And also, Sky didn't have the competition that they used to. Now you've got BT on board, you've got Amazon on board, you've got Disney on board as well. So I think Sky. It's like almost what they've done with the football, where they said, you know what? What's the biggest thing in this country? Premier League. Okay, let's make sure we've got the Premier League. We've got the biggest Premier League games. Champions League, not so fussed about. FA Cup, not so fussed about. Let that go. So they're kind of prioritising, I guess.
Do you think they'll eventually lose that as well?
The
football.
I don't think so. I think this. I mean, Sky was formed pretty much on the basis of the Premier League, as in that was the absolute jewel from '92. It's like the thing they've been doing almost the longest. So I'd be very surprised if they lost. I think they'd only lose it to like a complete newcomer, like an Amazon or a Disney or something like that, if they suddenly got decided to bid.
Not BT.
From what I hear, BT are not in a position where they can just bid crazy money. Because even if you look at the last TV deal for the football, the tender, the bid for the last set of rights was slightly lower than the previous deal. So I don't think that it's not going up and up and up. So I don't think either of them can afford it quite as much. And BT, I think BT quite like their little niche. Yeah, we'll have a few games on a Saturday afternoon. It's going to involve the big teams against the kind of the second tier teams.
I was just going to say that they still won't, because BT don't have like the Man United, Liverpool, or they'll have maybe like Liverpool's Arsenal, or City Arsenal, Chelsea Arsenal, but they won't have the big games.
Yeah, and it's because essentially the games are split up into like 6 packages.
Yeah,
and they get kind of package 1 to 4 or something like that, and they pretty much always get first pick as well. So Sky, I think, will probably always be in the driver, because I think without Premier League football, Sky are. I mean, you saw what happened when there was no in 30 odd years of Sky being around. They've never ever reduced their subscription charges, and most of you will know, because most of you will have had Sky for that time. When was the only time they said, okay, you can have some money off? It's during lockdown, when there was no Premier League football on. And I don't know about you guys, but you could get a refund on Sky Sports, couldn't you, for a few months?
Yes, 3 months, I think it was.
Something like that. And that's because they just know without the Premier League, so many people are not going to subscribe to Sky, especially now where they can't tempt you with the best movies, because everyone's got Netflix and Amazon, and they can't tempt there's just fewer and fewer things to watch on Sky.
The other thing is with Sky, and sorry, not the Premier League. I think the Premier League have now, they've gone to the point now where they see Amazon, they see BT, they see others competing. Apparently, Facebook's wants to get involved in the next one as well. So with all these sort of coming on board, along with Sky, I think the Premier League is going to be happy to share it around, rather than give one broadcast or 2 broadcasters that complete strength over them. So they're just going to share it around.
Hold him.
So that's that.
Oh,
So it's at 370 now, the target.
we just missed out on 300 again.
Yeah, no, almost. Yeah, so 298 all out. The fair play to Lincoln. Ooh, no ball.
Is it no ball?
What's being? Hold on. What's being reviewed here? I'm a bit confused.
Biryani. Empire. Look at the Empire, like, probably standing there, Biryani.
It was dead ball.
Let's have a look.
I think to see if he kicked the stumps.
Oh.
I think. I might be
Oh,
wrong.
the bails just fell off. The ball didn't hit the. What? It did hit. Sorry, guys, I'm really confused because I haven't got the commentary.
The bells just come off like after. Can someone put the commentary up?
He's
It's
out.
He's out.
Out.
Oh, okay. So the ball.
The bells had. It was just a delayed. The bells just went off after age.
Yeah.
Hence the umpires might have thought they're like, what happened there?
So Adam, I think BT do show the big teams like United and Liverpool and Southampton. I'm a big Southampton fan, but they don't get them playing each other. So for example, you will see, I feel like Wolves versus United is pretty much always on BT. Brighton versus Liverpool will be on BT. So it's when those big teams play a slightly smaller team, as it were. They're the kind of the games that BT Sport get, whereas Sky get the first pick every weekend. So every week Sky get the best game, essentially. I haven't got BeIN Sports. Adil, where are you based, Adil? Remind us, because BeIN Sports, I don't think you can get it round here. unless you've got a special box that gets it for you, shall we say?
Or a special device.
There are lots of special devices out there that might be able to do that job for you. Yes.
So where are we? We're what? 9 o'clock. So
Lindy got a fifer.
40 minutes. So they're going to have a half an hour, 35-minute session now. South Africa. It's going to be an interesting one for them.
Absolutely. I think we can come out fit and firing and ready to go. We can knock a couple over before tea. That would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Especially Dean Elgar, massive wicket.
Yeah. I think the usual suspects, isn't it? If we can get Elgar, du Plessis, and I guess to an extent De Kock, although he's not one for really long innings, then I think we're okay.
I think more than De Kock, I think it's Markram. But
yeah, possibly.
You think about Markram, you think he's someone who eventually would have something there written for him. Someone Dean Elgar is someone who can absolutely frustrate people by batting long and long, and so he's definitely one of them. Well, he's the biggest one for me. Incredible that the graphics used, everything by the PCB. It's very good. The only flip side is that the cameraman can get a bit more trained. There's a few occasions where they completely lose the ball.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's T in the England-India game. India 154 for 4 in response to England's 590, I think it was, or 588 or something like that. Let's have a look. What did England get? England got 578. Apologies. West Indies chasing 395 are 294 for 5. So we mentioned about Jermaine Blackwood getting a quick 40 or 50. He got a quick 9 off 11 and he's gone. Okay, so Imi, you're chasing 395, right? You're Jermaine Blackwood. You need about 100 odd to get. You come in, you get 9 off 11, including 1-6, and then you get out. Madness.
That was the thing I just said when I said it was a long way to go, because I see the West Indies batsmen, I see them like not the ones who can grind it out. So they're either gonna finish it off in style, well in time, or they're gonna get bowled out. They're just not gonna draw the game. It's just not in there. With the way the game was going, 3 runs and over for the last 30, 35 overs, just wasn't there.
Yeah.
It's not in their mentality to see that out.
So there with yeah, I know how you feel, man. How many wickets can we get by the end of today? I think most of us need to catch up sleep. Yeah, absolutely. So we need to wrap these up lot ASAP.
Who's on in the morning?
Sorry?
Are you on in the morning?
I'm not on tomorrow morning. No. It's not. I'm not on at all tomorrow.
Nah. So I don't know who's on in the first session tomorrow.
Let's have a look.
I think I'm on.
I was supposed to do the second session. I was actually laughing at it initially, saying, "No way am I going to be on that time," but it could be a possibility.
Absolutely. We've got Cal. You're on tomorrow with Hulk and Riz, and then we've got Imi and Shazad tomorrow for the second session if the game goes. You never know. Funny things can happen.
Just me and Shazad for the second session.
That's what it looks like.
Come on, Barkis, let's do this, man. Let's finish this before.
Is it possible to wrap up in this session in today?
I think it's really unlikely. I think the other thing that might stop us is that the light goes really quickly, doesn't it? Once you get to about 12:15 our time, or even 12:10, I don't think we're going to get 10 wickets in 3 hours. You never know.
It's another 3 hours, 2.5.
Yeah. We've got a tea break coming up at 9:55, I think, UK time.
I mean, to be honest, if we're winning this, we're probably doing it in, I would say, the first session tomorrow, maybe an hour in the second session, and if South Africa are winning it, it's going firmly into the last session tomorrow.
Yes.
I can't see that happening. But you never know.
Shazeb wants Shaheen to pick up some wickets. Yeah, Shaheen's averages over the past few games has not been fantastic. Now, I'm not saying he's not bowling well, because you don't always get what you deserve, do you? But it would be nice if he could just pick up a few wickets and make the numbers look a bit better as well. Although he got a very, very, very important wicket on the start of day 2 or 3, whenever it was. I lose track now. He got the cock out, didn't he? I think, and that was a big wicket.
Which is, I think, was it yesterday morning? Yeah, yesterday morning.
Yes, indeed, yeah. Umar agrees. So yeah, it'd be good to get some ideas from you guys in the comments as to when you think this is going to be over and who's going to win. I suspect most of us here are going to be thinking Pakistan are going to wrap this up at some point. Anyone give South Africa a chance, Cal? Don't forget your mic, Cal.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It all depends how well they bat in it. I can't see him making that many runs. They've not made that in the whole series. So I can't see them getting that, but you never know. I don't even think they've made 300 in any of the tests or in any innings. So,
no, not so far. Not so far. No, I think yeah, fair to say we've.
I haven't got any stats in front of me, but I'll be surprised if 360 has ever been chased in Pakistan in the 4th innings. I'll be surprised.
Yeah. Oh, they both made it on the Hassan Ali and Norkir have made it on the honours board in this game. Linda has just got 5 as well, so Linda will make it on too.
Not bad. Some big names along with him. For the first person since Stuart McGill that is going real back.
West Indies need 93 to win.
Was that 193?
Sorry?
No, 93. 93.
93.
93, yeah.
Getting close.
What, 5 wickets?
And they're 5 wickets down.
And how many overs have they got? Is it last day today?
Loads of overs. They've got like 35. Oh, sorry. No, they haven't. They got. Okay, sorry. That went quickly, didn't it? They've got 23 overs.
So it's 50-50 in it.
I think it's advantage Bangladesh.
Depends if they want to go for it or not, isn't it?
I think it's easier to go for it than it is to kind of bat out the day. But yeah. Cal, what do you ask?
Here you go. Shazeb's asking what time tea is at 10 again. It's supposed to be 9:40, but like, you know what? Yesterday it was at 9:57. So you know what? Whatever time they feel like at the party, they love it.
I think it's 9:55 today. I think, but I could be wrong. Like you said, it could be 57.
I think it was supposed to be 10 o'clock yesterday, but
I think yesterday might be 55. And because the over had started, they went up to 57 because it was almost oddest time for them to go off.
What do you reckon then here, boys?
We got this. It just depends upon, I guess it's just a question of when we get it.
So if we can get 1 wicket now before tea, I'll be happy with that.
The new ball hasn't been used particularly well. I know Hassan got 2 wickets with it the other day, but he didn't bowl that well with it. So the new ball is big, and it'd be nice if we could get a good challenging new ball spell like South Africa have managed at us pretty much every time.
One thing, We talk a lot about Shaheen's workload, but if we look in the last few test matches, he has had decent rest in between innings. So here he's had best part of a day ish. Last test he had about best part of a day as well. So hopefully he hasn't been on top form in this series. So hopefully he can get a few here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I guess workload. You look at workload in two ways, don't you? Look at workload, as you say, in terms of in intra match, like how much per match, and obviously just the sheer number of matches as well. So yeah, both of them need to be looked at. But I agree, he's had a decent rest here, so he should be coming out fit and firing to go. We got 2 slips, Gully. We get another slip in there. Well, we got 3 slips.
There hasn't been much going through the slips, has there?
True.
It's just been dying.
Yeah, I just wonder now, the new ball, if even just for 3 or 4 overs now, if ever it's going to happen, it's going to happen now, isn't it?
I've seen the Elga's career average of 40. I remember someone saying to me the other day, you're criticizing Pakistani openers and Elga's only got 40, but then like Elga's played all his career in South Africa, where it's a lot more difficult to bat. They say that's their home conditions, but it doesn't change it. It's more difficult to bat there, especially as an opening batsman. With averaging 40 in South Africa is probably not a bad thing. And I would certainly take a cricketer averaging, one of our opening batsmen averaging 40 over 67 games. So I'll definitely take that right now.
Yeah, definitely.
I think our last decent opener was Saeed Ahmad.
I know we had a few. I think we discussed it yesterday. Tawfiq Umar, Salman Butt, decent openers, but just for whatever reason in their careers that they just couldn't do the.
I always thought Salman. I always thought Salman Butt's record was better than it actually was. I did look at it like a few months ago, and it wasn't that, as
did he average about 31, 32?
Yeah, I think the reason I always thought he was better than he was because he always seemed to score against India, didn't
he? Yeah.
He scored like 4 tons on the trot, 5 tons on the trot or something.
The one I remember is their Jubilee game in India, which I think happened on Eid one year.
Eid day.
Did he come off that game and then he come back to get his 100?
Possibly,
yeah. He did. It was him and Inzi.
Yeah.
He chased about 300 odd.
A big score, close to 300, if not just over 300. Yeah.
In Calcutta?
Yes, I think so.
I remember that clearly.
Actually bought. I watched that live, but I didn't record it. And actually bought the DVD from eBay. Someone was actually selling the DVD on eBay.
Oh, really? I think that was a game of Afridi cleaned up Sehwag. There's a clip on YouTube actually of I think Sehwag was in his usual, brilliant best against. He seemed to reserve his best for us. I think Sehwag did. Typical kind of 50 off about 25. And Afridi took his leg stump out, and he got a bit of a send off as well from Gummer Ukmal. So good times. Some proper good games of ODI cricket against India in those years, 05 to 07 kind of thing.
I remember that game in Peshawar where Yasir Hamid got 92, 93.
Good carry.
Yeah, chasing. Afridi scored well as well, I think, didn't he?
Yes, and I was in year 8 or year 9, and there was only one classroom where you were allowed to check the score. But the year 11s were making too much noise, so everybody got kicked out. So what the teacher did is he just had the cricket info scorecard on the big whiteboard. So we were all standing outside looking at the cricket info scorecard.
Oh, but I wish I went to your school. That sounds amazing.
But what one good thing was I used to come home for dinners every day.
Oh, good man.
And then during that time, it was when Pakistan went to India and Inzi hit a 4 off the last ball of Tendulkar.
Yes, chasing 316, I think, in
Yes.
somewhere.
Do you remember that one day game?
316. Yeah, go on.
Which
Go
one,
on.
Cal?
Asian, I think it was the Asian Cup game.
There's only 2 Asia Cup games I ever remember. The
where
3D one.
Afridi came out and smashed him. I think 6s of Ashwin left over.
Yeah.
You have to see Ashwin's face.
I won't mention the other one I remember. When Kohli got 187.
Oh, chasing a big score.
Oh, and the Bangladesh one.
The Bangladesh one, yeah. That's the final, wasn't it?
Well, it was a semi-final.
But there was also the final.
No, we beat them in the final. So we beat India with what's it called? Yeah. Basically, we beat. Yeah, that's the one. I know which one you're talking about. The one where the Bangladesh were winning and end up crying. That was one. So you can see the crowd crying. That was one. And then the final is us Chima. I actually broke a foot with that one because when we won the game. So as soon as Chima bowled that ball and we won the game, I was really, really, really nervous. I just so didn't want to lose against Bangladesh in a final. I would never hear the end of it. Yeah, all their lives, they were just going about how they beat us in a cup final. Be like, how petty is that? But and
they still going about 99 though.
I got up and the wall was there, and I kicked it. Enjoy, and I broke a foot, and like. The weird thing is, for the next 2 years, I've decorated, If you went close to that wall and you look really closely, you can see a little dent there, It always reminds me of the kick I did on the wall and broke my foot with it. And I rided it out. I didn't tell any, mum and dad and wife didn't say nothing to them for a week. I rided it out. Because if I said to them that I broke him by kicking, they'll be like, what?
I'm going to broke the other one.
I rided it out, and then about a week later, I went to hospital. Then they said, what happened? I fell at work. For a whole week, I rided it out, but I just knew it was broke. I couldn't walk.
I think Hassan's going to get a wicket,
Well, Algo's just creamed him twice, hasn't he?
Yeah, got him 2 fours. But yeah, he's beaten in there.
He's beaten him twice, I think.
The last is where you come around the wicket, which he's done now. 2 overs gone, 8 for no wicket. Could be an interesting what? If we got to 55 past, so another half an hour or so.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a little interesting session. I mean, it gives us an advantage, just attack for this next half an hour. And if it doesn't work, then in the second session, just get Yasser and Noman on permanently and just go off them that way. Please, I just don't want the game to finish before the second session tomorrow. Not that I don't want to come on there. I don't want to come on there with Shazad only. How depressing it is. All you've been doing is discussing Armin.
Yeah, I was thinking that for about 3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours just discussing Armin.
I'm still not sure, Amy. Do you want him in or out? Do you want to keep him or get rid of him, Abid?
Abid, I think that's the end of his thing for me. I mean, I backed him for this series, on the basis that if you've picked him in the squad, right, and you've retained him more than giving the series, and there was no point dropping him after one game.
Do you think they'll drop him then for the next series?
I think so. He looks sharp. It was worth giving him that one season. The one thing that we always hate about our selectors is saying that they drop people too early. So, we've given him a chance here. We've given him 8-9 tests in a row, and he hasn't cut the 8-9 tests in a row. So that's that.
So who's coming in? Do you think?
I think they'll probably beat Imam, but then we're gonna have to look for a second opener because I don't think Imran Butt is good enough either. So I'm clueless.
That's what I'm thinking. I can't see them dropping both. I think that's what might be saviours Abid Ali's Imran, but I don't know.
The reason why Abid is still there is because we don't have so much people knocking on the door right behind them. But then someone like Sean would probably argue and say that if you drop me, then what about Abid? He was just as bad as me, and in fact, at least I got 100 in the England series. He didn't even do that.
He's had 100, hasn't he? When he first came, I'm sure he got 100 when he came on.
He got 2 in his first, I think, 3 games.
First couple of tests, I think.
Shazib's asking if we know about the Zimbabwe series will be live. It will be, but it won't be on Sky. It'll be somewhere on one of the channels somewhere.
How come it won't be on Sky? Has Sky not got Pakistan as a...
Sky. Only home games, isn't it? We're going away to Zimbabwe. Right. They'll probably be on one of the... Whoever's showing Zimbabwe games, I won't be 100% sure who's got Zimbabwe right at the moment because we don't exactly go around searching for Zimbabwe games. Why did your doctor come out? I watched them.
Do you reckon Doc's gone to watch the West Indies versus Bangladesh game?
Possible.
Yeah, possibly.
I think that's what he's going to do.
He's either gone to the toilet, he's either gone to get some breakfast, or he's watching the West Indies game, or he might be a secret India fan.
West Indies need another 75 runs. Sorry, 76.
Yeah, the 5 down now.
Get the 5 down. Kyle Myers is 149.
Oh my god! Yeah.
No.
Yeah. He picked it.
No.
It's when this one went up here. I thought, you know what? Has he? Oh, has he?
I think Omar would have been dancing by then.
Yeah, I think he hasn't nicked it.
I'm a lot behind because you just saw the reaction there.
You're about a ball behind, aren't you?
Yeah, I must gotta go.
Yeah, but I'm behind as well on Virgin. I think Docs is on time. He's watching on Sky.
I might drinks break. To it for 2 seconds. And I'll be back in like under 2 minutes.
Okay, cool. Shot. 4 again.
Boom.
Algar's hit 3 cracking shots.
Yeah, no, I've been keeping an eye. It's not the kind of start we would have wanted, really, is it?
Yeah, Shaheen's been okay. Hassan's been a bit wayward, hasn't he? Either too full or too short.
Yes, yeah.
That's a beautiful shot, though. It's a really good shot.
Well, do you engage a lot with the PSL?
So I was going to mention this earlier when you said that you can't seem to get into it. So the first PSL, I didn't really have an allegiance to anyone, so I just couldn't get into it. But then I saw Ravi Bapara batting for Karachi Kings, and he just won the game out of nowhere. And I was like, okay, I'm supporting Karachi Kings for no other reason, just for that inning. So I've been supporting Karachi Kings since then. But then as the seasons have gone on, I've been more and more and more and more into it.
It is difficult, isn't it? It's difficult when you don't have,
So who do you guys support in PSL anyway?
I support Karachi Kings.
I support Karachi Kings as well. No, serious, no joke. I do support Karachi Kings.
So this is the thing.
It's probably more now because Barbara plays for them as well. So you kind of like, okay. But I don't really have any allegiances to them. My mom has family living there, but they're kind of like distant family. But other than that, there's no allegiances to Karachi Kings.
Yeah, no, I mean, if there was a team I was going to follow geographically from where, if you're going to support your local team, which is not something I usually do anyway, but as a Man United fan, but if I was going to support my local team, I guess the closest would probably be Lahore from back home in Pakistan. But I have to say, I haven't been to Pakistan for ages, and so I don't have a huge allegiance, and I find it. I find T20 leagues quite difficult to get into anyway, because I feel like you should have your team. I just find it difficult to start supporting a team as an adult. Like I don't trust other men who started supporting, who got into football at like the age of 20. I just have trust issues with them. So
I think Imi Sports is now, but then again, I'm surprised Umar doesn't support Islamabad because they're red in colour. So I thought maybe Liverpool.
To be honest, the reason I think with PSL more is it's like following Pakistan cricket for so long, we haven't had anything like, we haven't been that good. But plus, it's a bit of envy. Everyone else had a league, and we didn't. So it's kind of being proud that we've got a league as well, and like it's doing so well. Like it started off in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Sharjah, and then we moved on, and it's finally come to Pakistan. And I thought last year was like before COVID. I thought it was an amazing season. I don't know about anyone else. What do you reckon, Amy? Do you reckon it was the best yet?
Yeah, it was.
I think, and even for like entertainment, I'm not a massive fan of T20 cricket.
The quality of cricket. I mean, we had some really good games, but the quality of cricket in the UAE is not that great because of the pitches. But the quality in Pakistan was absolutely fantastic. It was the best season so far.
To be honest,
I'll become a Islamabad fan because a lot of people thought that it was because of Misbah. It really wasn't. I actually supported them before they got Misbah in, and the reason why I supported them was, and this is the most funniest reason ever, is I stood there. I looked at the 5 teams at the time. I looked at Karachi, I looked at Peshawar, I looked at Islamabad, Lahore, and Quetta. I said to myself, so which one am I closer to in Pakistan? And I went, none. Okay, fine. And I went to myself, which places have I been to? And I went, none. Well, I've been to Islamabad Airport.
Done.
So Islamabad ticks one box, and then I went, let me do this. And what I did, on Google Maps, I entered our Pakistan address in, and I Google mapped the distance between each and every place, and I went, Islamabad, that's the one. I'm going for him. And that's where the allegiance started from.
Doc, you're gonna have to pick a team this year.
Yeah, it's honestly, I just find it difficult because then the other thing is like if you're watching, isn't it weird though? If let's say you're following one of the teams, and I don't know, Andre Russell bowls Babar Azam, and obviously you're not supporting Karachi. Is it not weird to? Can you be happy, for example, if one of your foreign Islamabad bowlers knocks out Babar Azam's middle stump? Like, how is that not odd to be happy for?
Doc, it's fine. It never happens to Babar anyway, so
this is true.
It doesn't count.
If a Pakistani player gets out by one of our foreign players, I'm all right with it. But if a Pakistani player absolutely slaughters an Islamabad foreign player, it doesn't depress me.
Yeah.
You get it doesn't make me like feel. And I think the best thing about the PSL is that at the end of the game, I feel relaxed. I don't care if we won or lost.
It must be nice to watch cricket and not like have your heart rate going at 150 or whatever, and just be kind of
You get tense during the game, but once the game's over, you think, "Oh, that was a good game," and you sort of move on. So I don't actually feel that my team didn't do too well. And I mean, look, we've won 2 PSL titles, but this year we're not for what group stages. Didn't exactly affect me. I was like, fair enough.
Do we need another team? Do we need another team?
I think we do.
Okay.
I think the amount of players that have missed out this year, especially Pakistani players, and you think, you know what, we could actually do with one more team. But the problem is the finances. How do they balance the books? Especially this season with, they're saying they might have 20% of fans in there. But
Where
that doesn't actually help anything.
Where would you say the next one's coming from, then, Imi? The next team?
I think they should give it to Sialkot. A lot of people say Faisalabad.
Yeah, I think Faisalabad. I think Sialkot is technically Karachi, isn't it?
Why shouldn't it not be a Kashmiri team?
Kashmir has their own league.
No, but in PSL.
I don't know. What do you reckon?
Wisely down, but
no, I mean, as in politically, what do you reckon? Like,
no, but why not?
I'm not against it. I don't want any trouble.
I think the viewing would go up by at least 50% if they had a Kashmiri team in there, guaranteed.
How? Where are you getting those figures from? Just out of interest. Why 50?
I'll give you a prime example. Yeah, you know, in the UK, yeah, you know, especially north side, yeah. I'd say at least 80% of the supporters of Pakistan, are from Kashmir. 80%, I can guarantee you that. The whole of Bradford, all Leeds side, there's a lot of Kashmiri people from this side, what are from Kashmir, and they all support Pakistan. So I think if there was a Kashmiri team in PSL, I think a lot of people will be watching PSL more.
So, Carl, you reckon they don't watch PSL? Like,
no, but there'd be more supporters in it. It'd be more because then they'll be thinking there's one of their own team there. You understand?
They will get more emotionally attached to it.
Yeah, guaranteed. So it'll make a big difference, I think, personally. Look, you get so much support anyway, just supporting Pakistan, and you think about it, if there's a team from Azad Kashmir in there or Kashmir in there, it'll make a big difference. Believe me, trust me, it will.
I mean, for political reasons, I would not do it, but I would love it. I would absolutely love it. And I wouldn't be a Islamabad fan either.
He's changing teams, Doc. He's changing teams.
You can't be changing teams, Imi.
Well, if your home team is there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Plus, I think it'll be an avenue, for players to come from Kashmir side towards the Pakistan team as well. You very rarely see any player from Kashmir.
Surprisingly, a lot of people don't realize, but like Meatbird has a decent
stadium.
Ground there.
Yeah, they've got a good stadium. Even the one in Zafrabad is a good ground.
Shazam thinks we should have another team as well.
Look, Romania's on.
Yeah,
Romania. There was one player from Azad Kashmir, wasn't there, a few years ago?
Afaq Rahim, I think.
No, fast bowler.
From the north.
No idea. I know there's Afaq Rahim, but there we are.
Yeah. Thanks for the wrestling chat deal. Keep it coming, man. You're right. Channel 4 or 5 have got right to the WWE stuff. I think Adil was mentioning about, because I know you were talking about the Zimbabwe series, and he was wondering if any of the mainstream. Ooh.
Sorry, guys.
And there was not a bold chance, but it just
popped up.
Yeah, popped up. That's good phrase. I don't think any of the mainstream channels in the UK are going to pick up the Zimbabwe series. I mean, the last Zimbabwe series was the Tri series, wasn't it, with Australia? And that was on, I think, was that on Masala, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So Also known as the Fakhar Zaman Cup. He was absolutely amazing in that series, wasn't he? And his form has just gone off a cliff since then.
Would you stick one more in here, close?
Yeah, without a doubt.
I'm a bit like Ian Botham on the commentary. You know, when Ian Botham's always saying, "Oh, just get like 10 slips in or whatever." So you usually want it to be a bit more attacking. But yeah, goodness me, we got South Africa chasing 370 on a 4th-day pitch. Yeah, you need to have men around the bat. Definitely for Markram anyway, because Markram's none of 19.
Yeah, he's doing Orbit style.
Yeah. Adil, I didn't see that speech, I'm afraid, Adil, so I can't really comment on that. Sorry, man. Yeah, no, didn't catch that. It's Normania running wild. Right, here we go. See, now why have we only got a short leg and a slip?
Let's see.
Surely we get another man here in here.
Yeah, in front of him, just in his eye line.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing with, I mean, I get it with Yasser sometimes because Yasser can start a little bit erratic, but Noman is right on the money pretty much all the time. So it's not as if you don't need the fielder, for the bad ball because he bowls very few bad balls. They keep showing the third umpire, don't they? I think they must be talking about the no balls. Yeah. Fakhar Zaman recently received. Oh yes, he received. Umar, did you read this? Fakhar Zaman, was it some military thing that?
Yes. Yes, I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I did briefly see something that he received something from the military.
Good on him. Thanks, Adil, for that. Cal, we can't hear you, Cal. Sorry.
I'm sure that was when it was the New Zealand series that was going on.
Yes, during the New Zealand series.
Hulkistan, thanks for the comment there. Innings is going to be a good test of Babar's captaincy and temperament. What would you do, Hulk? Your captain. At the moment, he's got Shaheen and our mate Norman from the other end. What would you do? Maybe go a bit more attacking, bring in spin from both ends. We're only in the 7th over, so I guess it might be a bit early for spin from both ends. But Hassan didn't last long with that new ball, did he?
No, I think Algar took him to the cleaners a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what Shaheen can do, because Shaheen was bowling well to Markram.
Oh, Algar's pulled out as he's Shaheen's running in.
Oh, they love that, don't they, fast bowlers?
Yeah. Next one's going to be aimed at your head, I think, when that happens. Oh, West Indies are making a really good fight of this, aren't they?
Yes.
West Indies need 68 to win.
68.
Oh, 68 and 15 overs.
Good chance.
They need to go 4 and over in the final session of a test match with 5 wickets down.
Yeah, but
is
they've
it
got
live anywhere?
one set batsman was on 156.
Yes. Say again, Umar.
Is it live anywhere?
I think it's live on the internet somewhere. I think it might be live on YouTube. I'm not sure.
It might even be live on somewhere on Sky. I checked. But...
No ball.
Nah, he's had plenty of chance.
Let's have a look.
Okay.
Doug, if Hassan gets a couple of wickets, would you? Oh, here we go. Right, Vaseem versus Ramiz. Noughts and crosses. What? Oh, jeez.
What on earth was that? Exactly.
Now,
what was that?
So
Doesn't work.
That looked like a bit of a fixed game of noughts and crosses. I wouldn't like to cast aspersions on anyone, so I'll just stop there. But Yeah. Madness.
Who's on the screen? Wasim Akram and Ramesh.
Rumiz Raja.
Yeah, we always like to see the generation celebration of deal, so that would be good to see. Let's hope he gets a few wickets. Definitely, as long as he doesn't injure himself doing his celebration, that would be good.
Oh my god.
I don't know anyone. Yeah, I think Fucker's had a few chances, hasn't he? I don't think I've wanted a player to succeed as much as I want Fuckers. Do you know when you really want a player to do well?
You've really got a soft spot for him, I mean.
I do, yeah. It's just I just want. I've said this before. I just want two nutters at the top of the order, and I think he could be one of them. But you can't if you keep getting out, if you keep making low scores, and that doesn't work.
To be honest, he is a very good fielder.
Yes. Oh, that run out against Australia a couple of years back, the flick from mid-off, I think, or mid-on, I can't remember now. Yeah, brilliant.
The one time when I saw his fielding, I got frustrated was at Old Trafford against India in the World Cup game, and you know what? We had Rohit Sharma there. He picked the wrong end, didn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you go to that game, Doc?
Yes, I was there. Yeah. I got tickets. So I think I mentioned about I applied in many different names. So I got my sister to apply, my mum, my brother, all of them, and my wife ended up made the successful application. So I went with a mate, and it was just rubbish. I think after about 10 overs of that game, it was pretty clear what was going to happen. Really.
Are you a stay till the end or leave?
Yes. Yeah. So there's been twice.
61. West Indies need 61 now to win.
Yes. All right. So they're on course, aren't they? There's only been a couple of times where I've been with a friend, and it's difficult when you're with a friend and he's got work the next day and he's saying, "Look, man, it's my car and I'm going home." So that makes it a bit more difficult. But otherwise, always, stay to the end. We stay to the end of if you can stay to the end of the 4-4-4 game against England at Trent Bridge, then you can stay to the end of any game. So yes.
This one.
Go on, Ahmed.
I left before Ahmed came in.
Oh really? Oh man, you can't be doing that. You
Exactly what I was pointing at him. This one.
didn't have that far to travel, did you?
No, but I was done with the Zalalat of that day. I'd suffered enough. I had sunburn, soggy samosa, and work next day.
Fair enough.
The only time I've actually left the ground early was actually that game at Old Trafford, and we had virtually lost the game. I had my wife, my kids with me as well at the game.
Yeah.
We had an awful long way back here. We had to go and we had no transport because we went with Nissan because we were sponsored for that game. So we had to go from the ground because Nissan took us to the ground from the hotel, but they'd already left.
So we had to go down the track.
So we had to find a way getting back to the hotel, which was going to be a cab, and I thought like a cab after the game is going to be really hard. So we walked out of the last rain interval, got a cab back to the hotel, picked up our stuff from the hotel, and picked up the car, got a KFC, and just drove home.
Assalamu alaikum, Ahmed. I can't really see Pakistan losing this game. Yeah, definitely shouldn't be losing from here. Nice to see Rizwan get a maiden test century. Absolutely brilliant to see Rizwan do that. So thanks for the comment there, Ahmed. And always nice to see India losing. To be fair, India, they probably are losing, but these two, I mean, we kind of laughed earlier, but Pant and Pujara have put on 116 in 22 overs. And they've got India out of a little bit of a hole there.
I just want to
West Indies needs 55 to win now. They just hit a 6.
Oh, 54, I make it, Cal. So yeah, not many left now.
Yes.
Can you see the difference between Markram and Abid?
Yes.
They were in a similar situation, and Markram has just come down the wicket, and now he's tickled one behind. So,
yes.
No way, he's just scored runs.
See, an opener's two roles This is what I've been
Do a
discussing.
bit low.
1, see out the new ball, see the initial burst out, and number 2, move along. This is what Abid can't do it.
Yeah, deal. I've seen a little bit of the Game On hair stuff on YouTube. It's the one with the other doctor, the second most knowledgeable doctor about cricket, Dr. Noman and Shoaib and Rashid Latif. I mean, I don't know. I think Rashid Latif often speaks a bit of sense. I don't know if any of you would agree. Shoaib is just sound bites. I mean, Shoaib is Shoaib, isn't it? He's nutter. Really.
I feel like Rashid Latif does, but then he gets sucked
Oh,
in.
how's that?
Come on, man. I think it's going to be Umpire's Call on Impact.
Yeah, I think review this. Learn your lesson, and review this.
Come on.
7, 6, 5, yes.
Done.
Yes, okay.
You can just see Bobbin was like, should I not? Should I not? And he caved.
What do you think? Is it out?
If it's umpire's call, we won't lose it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's going to be missing.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Maybe outside the line.
Normally,
Impact.
Aleem
Where
does
was that
9 out
Impact?
of 10 times normally right.
Let's have a look. Impact was in.
Pitching.
I think that's missing.
Oh, the Impact's fine.
Oh, this is going to be really close. If he's not hit this is good shout. You know.
He's
Has
gone,
it-
surely he's gone.
Has it hit his front pad or his back pad?
I think it's hit both. I think it's hit both.
I'm hoping
But
it's hit.
obviously the first impact's on the front.
Let's have a look. Please don't hit it. Please don't. Oh, he's hit
Oh,
it.
he's edged
Has he
it.
hit it?
He's hit that.
He's joking.
Could that be anything else? Could that noise? It can't be anything else, can it?
No, it's too far away from the pad.
He's that's ahead of the pad, so he's nicked that.
Aleem Dar again, fair play to him.
Yeah. It's not Def Umar, unfortunately. He's hit it. Both Umars. We've got a lot of Umars. I think we've got about 6 Umars on the comments altogether. Lovely name, so why not? Yeah.
And your best thing is they're all spelled differently.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
You know what's going to happen now, don't you?
We're not going to review one that is out, probably. Yeah. Oh, well. Okay. Well, at least that'll put a bit of doubt in the batsman's mind.
I wanted to dart one in now, like really
Catch.
fast.
Oh my word! What a shot!
It's the second time Markram's come down the track, isn't it? It's fine. Let him keep doing that. He'll miss one and he'll get stumped.
What he's trying to do is put Roman off the limb. Roman just got to say, okay, fair enough. You're trying to do that. Especially what? 8 minutes away from tea, or 12 minutes away from tea, or 20 minutes away from tea, or whatever amount of time away from tea. We haven't got a clue.
No, I think it is 55. I don't think it is tea at 55 pounds.
Oh, West Indies are getting closer. 48.
48 to win for West Indies. Kyle Mayers, 173 off 278 balls. How many test matches has he played for the West Indies? Let's have a look.
Oh, wicket!
Where?
I switched over, and
Wait.
Pujara. Oh my word! Oh my word!
I mean, you
You
have to tell us
Channel
something.
4.
Go on,
You
104.
Channel 4. What a dismissal!
Bess. Don Bess is celebrating.
Basically, Pujara's pulled the ball. It's hit short leg, flush on, and it's just bounced up. And Root's taken the catch. I think it was Root behind him. As soon as I put it on, the first thing I've just seen is a wicket. Alhamdulillah, England can play me now.
Have they avoided the follow on yet?
No,
not yet.
not even close.
Miles away, yeah.
What is it?
So England made
Yes!
what?
Shaheen!
Shaheen.
Oh, I missed it.
Alga's gone. Caught
Yes.
behind.
Blah, blah.
Oh, come on, boys. I'm watching a blooming Channel 4 advert. Imi,
That's all Imi's fault. That's all Imi's fault.
I turned it back.
You know what? I watched 2 wickets in 2 balls
Yeah.
on both channels.
Oh, boy. Well done, Shaheen.
Same as the first innings.
Boom. Elga's gone.
Right, good. Just before tea, needed that.
Quickly
I told you that 1 wicket before tea, you'd be happy with that.
Right.
I just switched over to the other side just to see the score.
Yeah, thanks very much.
And the first thing I see.
Imi, if you have any more wise ideas, don't.
Yeah.
No, actually, keep on switching over. As long as we keep on getting a wicket this side, that's what it is.
Get wickets from both ends. I'm fine with it.
Well, I want to see if they show a replay of this this ridiculous one that you mentioned in Chennai. I'm sure they will. So this is the thing, isn't it? When there's 3 games of cricket going on, and all of them are really quite interesting. So India are 192 for 5, miles behind, 386 behind England. Obviously, South Africa 33 for 1, which is excellent. And West Indies need another 41 to win this game. They're still only 5 wickets down, and I can't get my head around this Kyle Mayers guy. I reckon he's on Test debut, and I reckon on his Test debut he's made 179 in a chase of 395.
West Indies need 41 to win now.
Right, I'm just going to keep my remote in my hand now.
Okay, they're showing the wicket. Oh my god.
Oh, that is ridiculous, isn't it?
Did you see it now?
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous.
Did it come off his
I've never seen
helmet?
it.
It did. It seems like it's come off his helmet.
I mean, it's that flush on though, full on full.
Right. Okay. Right. We're going back to the Pakistan game now.
Myers is proper smashing him, you know. They need 40 to win now.
So, Dusa,
There's 3 games going on right now, and we're interested in all 3. If we wasn't playing, we'll be like on one of the others right now watching them.
How many overs left? 12.3 overs, and they need 40 runs.
right, come on, Sheen. Let's get Dusa out for his king pair.
Dusa.
Oh,
Do you think Wasim Akram does that on purpose?
well, it's funny because
Sometimes
he did mention the other day, didn't he? He mentioned about having a chat on Twitter. He spoke about having a chat with the bowler before, in the morning. So he knows that people take the mick. Yeah, I don't know if he does it on purpose or not, but he's paid to be a commentator. There's no reason just because he's got 400 Test wickets that he should do any less research or insight, than Elgar's.
Oh,
Absolutely love
mate.
something. Oh, shot.
Who's with a good shot? He's yeah. I had this feeling. Does he do it on purpose? Because he keeps getting people's names wrong.
Mucking him.
I mean, like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Get him on now. He'll say it. I guarantee you.
And I mean, it was too good what he said it. That one to the Dusa. And you're like, come on, that's not even close to his name. You just absolutely annihilating someone's name there.
If he can't be bothered to say his old name, he should just say Rassi, his first name.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh.
So I reckon this could be what we got. 1 ball left in this over. Maybe one over to go before tea.
I think so. Roulette 57 again today. When we walk off the pitch.
Right, come on, Sheen. Quick. Let's get through this.
When are you going to switch over again?
Straight after this ball.
Let's have a look. Is this?
Yeah. Aleem Dar's walking really slowly. He wants it to hit, but I mean, I think there's enough time.
Aleem Dar fancies to pile tea, I think.
Yeah.
I'd like to know what they have for lunch.
I'm back on. and there's a reverse sweep, and he's edged it, and it's gone between keeper and leg slip.
I don't know.
You know what? There's things happening.
What, go on, what are you saying?
I'd like to know what they have for lunch.
Well, someone else actually, someone mentioned that. Someone had a comment earlier, and I just far too far up the comments now. But they did ask what the players have for lunch. Does anyone know?
Sandwiches.
I've seen obviously
It used to be
loads.
roti salan.
I can't see it being that.
I don't think that's happening anymore.
So why have we got 3 men close in on the leg side to Markram?
1 minute. He skied it. It's 6.
Pant. So if you look at this field,
back on the power game.
Yeah, I think a few have just lobbed up on that side, haven't they?
Yeah, but obviously, if you think of kind of the what he's going for from a spin point of view, I don't know, maybe get another man in again, just in front of him.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You do know our game right now is actually live on YouTube as well in Pakistan.
Is it?
Yeah.
What's that?
Our game right now, all our home internationals are live on YouTube as well in Pakistan.
Oh, in
You can see it
Pakistan.
on the screen as well for and plus the highlights. You can see watch them on there as well.
Actually, the PCB YouTube channel is really quite interesting.
Because the PTV channel's not very. Oh, that's close.
He's hit it.
That is close. I think
He's hit it. I'm sure he's hit this.
it's high anyhow. They have appealed.
Looks
I
a bit
don't think they're
high.
reviewing that. I think Barber's a bit like, bruv, I'm not doing another one.
I thought I might be wrong. I might have this completely wrong, but I thought I heard a noise, but that could be anything. So sorry if he.
It was high anyhow. I think it was high.
Yeah, it hit
You know
him
what?
on
That's going to be out. Yeah, they're not going to review it, and it's going to be out. And then they're
Oh,
going
he hit it.
Yeah,
He
it's
hit it, guys.
Good eyes, Doc. Good eyes.
There you go. Just, despite getting a 4:15, I can still just about see what's happening.
The other one, I mean, if it wasn't nicked, it was very close, wasn't it? The first one.
Yes.
Oh!
That's
You know what? That's a perfect.
That's a
Marcel.
beauty.
Can we have an extended session? Can we have a 30-minute extended session?
You know what? Even now, Cal, it puts. You know what? It takes them into tea with so much doubt in their heads.
Yeah.
I was just saying
It gets into the batsman's
he's
head.
going for that one that straightens, and it's done it twice now.
This could be last ball, couldn't it?
Hopefully for Markram's innings as well. He's come forward, blocked it.
We definitely need. I think we should get another man around the back. Definitely.
It's time for the ball team.
Yeah. See you guys.
Guys, thank you for joining. I think we're all gonna go and pick up a cup now, pretend like we've got tea inside there, and have a ball tea.
West Indies needs 30 runs to win.
So there's a lot of lookalikes.
You just see another 6.
We'll just finish on this before we go. We'll just there's a few comments coming through. We've got Gus Clark.
Oh man, look at the screen.
We've got Jack Leach.
You know what, Bilal? This has been a joke here since the
Headingley
summer.
test.
Yeah, this has been a joke. Yeah, for us. Yeah, since they would be saying that Jack Leach looks like Omar, and it's finally someone said it.
Right, we're wrapping up, lads.
I mean, yeah, I think we are going to wrap up. I've just switched them to the India game. Just before we go, I mean, there's 2 guys batting, and they just had their names on who's batting, and it said Sundar Pant.
I think West Indies are winning this game.
So,
Against Bangladesh.
I mean, like, India have really got the name sorted out, Sundar Pant. So, yeah. I think that's us done. Hopefully, a few more wickets in the last session, but I think that's us done, guys. And yeah, thank you for
I think
joining.
they might wrap it up today.
Well,
Predictions?
I'll have it, but I think first session tomorrow.
We'll have, I think we'll win by lunch tomorrow. Maybe 5 out tonight and another 5 in the morning.
Yeah. Hopefully, as long as it doesn't go to second session, I really don't want to be with Shazad. I mean, this is now giving me nightmares. Me and Shazad, just me and Shazad. All he'll be discussing, we'll be like, look at the last 2 weekends, he'll be discussing Arbid.
So I'm just going to say, just very quickly. So I've been on for quite a few of the mornings. I just want to say to some of the guys like Umar and all the Umars that have been on, and Shazeb and Adil who have been sending in loads of comments, and Ali, of course. It's been really good kind of interacting with you guys and having the comments coming in, and it's been funny and it's been serious stuff. And as I always say, just like the guys who are commenting, we're just fans. We're not any kind of authority on cricket or anything like that. We watch just as much as you guys. So it's been really cool to kind of have a few laughs along the way. So thanks guys for the comments since like 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, or people from Canada at 6 in the morning, whatever it was for them, or 3 in the morning. So yeah, appreciate it, guys. So from me, thanks a lot. I'll let me wrap it up though.
Yeah, so thank you guys for joining. Let's hop for some more wickets for the last session. And we're gonna end up ending the thing with it's a nice cup to quality.
Doc, you nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one. As always, Pakistan.
Zindabad.